You ever gave everything you had and still got tossed aside? I did. My name is Ichinos Akome, and I was once known as the god of the swift blade. I protected my country, fought on the front lines, risked my life countless times. And what did I get in return? They threw me away like trash, said my class was outdated, that I was weak, useless. And maybe they were right. That day, standing in front of a legendary dragon, I fell. But before I died, I stole something. A mythical item. A broken watch from the god of time. And with it, I went back 10 years into the past. This time, I'm not making the same mistakes. This time, I'm choosing the class everyone laughs at. I'm starting from scratch, with the hardest and most powerful class of all. And I'll show this world that cast me aside. They were right to be afraid of me.
He wakes up in his bed. In his hand, he holds a digital clock that shows the time and date. And upon seeing the information, he wonders if he's dreaming. He gets up and looks out the window. When he sees what's outside, he's amazed. The information on his phone matches the clock's. He then remembers using the clock to go back in time, and that the system warned him that once used, the item would disappear from all timelines. Ichinos decides to check his status in the system. He notices everything is blank and begins to believe he has really gone back in time. After processing this information, he decides to take advantage of this opportunity to become the strongest adventurer of all. The protagonist watches a debate about the rising number of casualties and how normal people cannot enter portals. One of the men says that the scale of the monsters increases every year and that the risk will grow unless people and portals are separated. This makes Ichinos conclude that he really has gone back 10 years in time, because such calm debates won't exist in the future, where it's common sense that people demand a strong defense force. Knowing things before they happen is a huge advantage. However, knowledge of methods to gain experience points and precious items will be a powerful weapon for him. At any cost, Ichinos thinks he must obtain a class first. But before being able to obtain a class, one must reach level 10. Low-level portals, especially those accessible to people without a class, are convenient. They are guarded by guilds without being fully conquered. In an F-rank portal, the Goblin Nest, the protagonist plans to reach level 6. There, he sees an older man fighting. The man says it was a close call and asks the newcomers if they're alright. Ichinos wonders what's wrong with this old guy. The man tells him that walking alone is dangerous because, despite goblins being weak, they can group up and surround him. He introduces himself as Kenji Ohara, a long sword user at level 16, and says he's there to protect beginners entering the dungeon. He also says he's known as the tutorial guy. The protagonist sighs, thinking the old man isn't a bad person, but he feels uneasy around him. As they walk, the old man explains that his company went bankrupt when the portal disaster struck, and guiding others is something he can still do, even at his age. He put all his heart into this task, and Ichinos wonders if he should just follow him forever. Anyway, he manages to reach level 10. He levels up quickly since he has privileged knowledge. Kenji says the protagonist did well to get this far. He also says that Ichinos is strong and will become a great adventurer one day. Ichinos knows that even after being demoted, he was a former S-rank adventurer before returning to the past. The old man also says that now that he's reached level 10, he can choose his class and should take his time thinking carefully about his choice. He even offers his advice, but the protagonist has his own thoughts. Ichinos knows that the selectable classes are based on his abilities and stats. Skills can be unlocked by using points and specific stats. The old man recommends the long sword user class, so the protagonist can fight with strength like him. But given the protagonist's delicate combat style, the thief class wouldn't be a bad choice either, though that's precisely what the protagonist doesn't want now. Kenji asks if he doesn't have any skills yet, and says maybe he just doesn't know how to choose. He also asks if no one taught him about haste and strength during training. He explains that haste and strength boost his stats. These two skills are now seen as absolutely necessary, and the protagonist obtained them previously. But he knows that if he aims to be a top-ranked adventurer, investing in them would be a waste of HP, because he spent the entire night thinking about acquiring a specific skill. Kenji, however, warns him against doing so. Even so, the protagonist chooses the fall resistance skill. The old man says there are few situations where resistance skills are useful, and among them, fall resistance is the most useless. But the protagonist, more than anyone, knows what he's doing. Still, the old man keeps pestering him, saying he must be bad with heights and should choose a more suitable skill next time. Ichinos, in turn, takes the opportunity to level up fall resistance to level 2, driving the old man crazy. Then, he levels it up again to level 3, leaving the old man dumbfounded. The idea that he used all his points on fall resistance makes Kenji incredibly confused, thinking it's a waste. The old man also knows this means the protagonist can only choose between the swordsman and villager classes. But this doesn't seem to bother the protagonist, because he is about to choose the hidden class, Gravity User. a class that only appears if someone puts all the HP gained to reach level 10 into fall resistance, which is exactly what the protagonist did. The requirements were quite strict, so it took a long time to be discovered. Even after the discovery, no one acquired the class because it was very difficult to use. There was no research about it even after 10 years. But the protagonist knows because he was an S-rank adventurer, and he claims that the gravity user is the strongest class. Next, the system asks for confirmation of the class. The old man warns that this is a magic class and that he should be a swordsman. However, the protagonist is certain of what he is doing. Thus, his system confirms that he has chosen the gravity user class. Ichinos is overjoyed with his choice, unlike the old man. Even so, the protagonist says that this was the magic class he had been waiting for. From now on, he says he will aim for the top with this class and will be able to live without facing the humiliation he endured before. But unaware of his past, the old man says that magic classes are not good. He also says that Ichinos is vulnerable and his resistance will be low, and his mortality rate in battle will also be extremely high. Finally, he tells the protagonist that he should give up being an adventurer. Ichinos, however, knows the old man only said that because people think short-range classes are the strongest at this time. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted, because a red-hooded goblin appears and starts attacking those nearby. The old man thinks this must be a joke and asks why such a high-level monster has appeared. He knows this goblin is a rare monster with a low chance of appearing, and he only came here because he thought there would only be low-level monsters around. But now the old man thinks it's better to flee. However, he knows that there are only novices around level 10 here, so he decides he must do something. Quickly, he tells the protagonist to run away while he distracts the enemies. Seeing the red-hooded goblin, the protagonist thinks Ohara can easily defeat it based on their levels. But upon seeing the fight between them, Ichinos thinks the old man isn't used to fighting enemies of the same level as him. Ohara asks if anyone is confident enough to face a monster above level 15. But none of those present step forward, as they are afraid to face the enemy, saying that being hit even once would be the end. Ichinos thinks he shouldn't try to fight, as he's not at a level where he could handle the threat. In the first place, he can't even predict the goblin's movements, and if he's hit by a single blow, it would be game over for him. The stats of a gravity user are low, and he hasn't even looked at his skills yet. However, he remembers the old man, who always cares about the novices, and leaving someone like that in trouble doesn't sit well with him. The protagonist also doesn't hate fighting an enemy stronger than him. The old man insists that Ichinos cannot fight the goblin at his current level, claiming that people with magic classes are weak against physical attacks, and with this level difference, Ohara says the protagonist would be killed in seconds. Nevertheless, Ichinos faces the red-hooded goblin. As just an enemy he will use to test the power of the class he chose. He has staked his second life as an adventurer on the power of the strongest class, and currently, he is so weak that he has to run from goblins like this. So he doesn't need this anymore. Ohara urges the protagonist to run. Although Ichinos knows that the weakness of magic classes is the lack of physical strength, therefore, magic classes need to work with other classes. However, the gravity user class is different. With gravity manipulation, the adventurer can trade mana points for a temporary increase in physical abilities, and so he does. He quickly uses half the gravity to make himself lighter and faster. Ohara notices that the protagonist's speed has increased. Ichinos knows he can boost his speed by reducing the gravitational pull on his body. Although reading his movements becomes very easy, that's not a problem if he can also read the enemy's movements in the same way. Thus, the goblin that once seemed very dangerous becomes predictable, and the protagonist asks how many battles the enemy thinks he's had with speed as his only weapon. In this way, Ichinos manages to land a blow on the goblin. Ohara notices that a low-level magic class suppressed the swift goblin. Gravity user is a class with high physical abilities. As long as there are enough mana points, the potential of the abilities it is based on is incredibly high, especially with low-level monsters that have simple movements, which the protagonist can overcome using gravity manipulation. Ohara observes him from afar and asks who he is. However, the protagonist simply tells the old man to keep fighting. Even though he is surprised by all of this, the old man acts according to Ichinos' instructions. While he advances using his sword, the protagonist stays in the rear, using magic. He says he's glad the enemy turned its back on him. Using his gravity magic, he creates a gravity bind, leaving the goblin immobilized and vulnerable. Soon, the old man has everything he needs to strike, and with a single attack, he defeats the enemy. Thus, both gain experience by killing the goblin. During the battle, Ichinos felt that he could become the strongest with the gravity user class. The others look at him, wondering if the protagonist is really a novice, as they saw him defeat a red-hooded goblin. Even Ohara thinks that, even if he were attacked from all sides, he wouldn't imagine someone of a lower level could defeat the goblins so quickly. He also thinks that the newcomers don't realize how incredible this feat is. The old man knows he can't just say the protagonist is a genius. He's something beyond that. For his part, the protagonist feels somewhat weak, and almost collapses to the ground after realizing he has exhausted all his mana points. The skills of a gravity user require a lot of mana, so it depletes quickly. Ichinos had already considered this, but managing mana points will be very important moving forward. The old man watches him closely, and thanks the protagonist for his help, asking if he should carry him out of the dungeon. Even though it's embarrassing, Ichinos agrees to it. Although there are so many adventurers around, the thought that someone of a lower level would show up to help seems unbelievable to Ohara. Still, he is grateful to the protagonist, not only for helping him but also for giving him courage. The old man thinks that he has always been afraid, even though he only hunts low-level monsters. One step forward, and he thinks that the tutorial guy might finally graduate, as he carries the protagonist on his back. He feels happy to have witnessed the birth of a hero, who is called Iko Michinos. After some time, the protagonist finishes the initial inspection of the gravity user skills and is now ready to level up. But the risk is much greater if he does it alone, and he'd like to find a group to join temporarily. However, he struggles because the guild receptionist has never heard of a gravity user. She says it seems like some kind of magic class, but the stats are very low and wonders if anyone can fight properly with that class. The protagonist asks if there's any team recruiting temporary members. She says there is a good team that accepts low-level members of any class. Ichinos then asks to be introduced to them. The receptionist says that with his stats as a magic user, they might not be very pleased about it. There are many rare classes that are hard to use, and the protagonist knew he wouldn't be welcomed, but not to this extent. He says that, for now, she could just introduce him to them, and he'll handle the negotiations. Suddenly, someone appears, saying that it seems the receptionist is busy and asks the protagonist to leave her alone. Ichinos asks who he is, and the adventurer is surprised that he doesn't recognize him. He responds that he has a promising new team quickly climbing the ranks, and he is their leader, Shou Utsunamiya. The protagonist asks if the whole team is short range. Shou Utsunamiya says yes. It's common knowledge that magic classes aren't useful in combat. He also claims that magic classes are only for cowards who are too scared to get close to monsters. The leader says you can't be an adventurer with that kind of attitude, and he's sure the protagonist is angry at himself for not doing proper research beforehand. Since his stats aren't great, even if he has a rare magic class, the two of them have rare classes, but they are on a different scale. Ichinos asks if he also has a rare class. Shou Utsunamiya says yes, and he listens carefully. Then he tells the protagonist to just watch. Next, he demonstrates his unique skill called Lightning. The leader says it's a class with high stats and good skills, the best class for the field, and perfectly suited for him. The people around are impressed by this skill, wondering if there's a class as strong as that. Soon, Shou Utsunamiya becomes full of pride in himself. The receptionist tries to warn him that he can't use abilities inside the guild, but the leader says he needs to explain it to those who don't understand, because no one ever brings an obstacle to their team. The protagonist asks if he doesn't think this is reckless, but Shou Utsunamiya responds that being an adventurer isn't volunteer work. A Thunder Knight, a class specializing in attack power, has simple and easy to execute moves, is weak against fast enemies with opposing attributes, and struggles against opponents he can't beat with brute strength alone. It turns out he's just a small fry trying to leech off others. Magic classes are just a bunch of useless garbage, after all, but thinking that he is a rare class Thunder Knight makes the protagonist jealous. There are rumors that Shou Utsunamiya can randomly distribute his stat points when he starts. The leader confirms this. He states that it hasn't been long since the portal disaster, and believes working solo is better until he builds some achievements. Hearing this makes the protagonist think he had forgotten what it was like at this time, since it was important to have flashy and easy to understand abilities and stats. The receptionist says Shou Utsunamiya shouldn't go so far, but the protagonist says he has thought about it enough in advance and will work solo for now. The leader says he recommends that the protagonist simply stop being an adventurer, otherwise, he'll just be struggling to stay alive. As he leaves, the protagonist thanks him for the warning, and the leader wonders what he will do next. In the Adventure Guild's reference room, the protagonist thinks that getting a short-term team until he builds trust is impossible. For him, it's better to find a team he can stay with long-term and a class that can work well with the gravity user class. He wants to hurry and level up and achieve some accomplishments. Earlier, he managed to take down a red-hooded goblin without problems. Low-level monsters have simple moves, and he's also gotten used to moving quickly, just like a gravity user would. Yet he thinks he should head to a portal with a slightly higher level to evolve. A portal that would be good for him at the moment is the Stone Statue Temple, with a recommended level of 25. Maintained portals are for adventurers to increase their levels and collect magic crystals. They are portals that can be controlled and remain unconquered. Stone Knights that are slow and easy to fight typically appear. A mid-level adventurer can efficiently earn money and level up. A beginner-friendly dungeon might be what the protagonist needs, as he thinks that if he wins alone, it might be easier to find teammates. Ichinos realizes the recommended level is low, and it seems feasible to get through the early stages to increase his level. Thus, he decides to do it, because he wants to raise his levels and accomplishments in the Stone Statue Temple, and then find a class that has good compatibility with his own. At the Stone Statue Temple, an adventurer is in trouble. He thinks he didn't know because no one warned him. The adventurer runs in fear, as something approaches him, until he is hit directly by a statue that was chasing him. The protagonist goes to the guild to request entry to the Stone Statue Temple, but the receptionist says he isn't at the appropriate level for it. Ichinos, however, says there's no rule prohibiting him. The receptionist agrees but tries to convince him not to go, saying he's walking straight into death since the recommended level is 25. She also says there's still a lot they don't know about portals, and it's not uncommon for strong monsters to exceed their expectations. But Ichinos says he's just going to take a look and will be back soon. He thinks that risks are necessary to get stronger, as he has no choice but to keep defeating monsters as strong as he is. That's the fundamental rule for leveling up. The protagonist believes he'll be back soon, and if he defeats an enemy, he'll get a significant level boost. However, as he progresses through the temple, the statues begin to manifest. One even tries to attack him off guard, but the protagonist was alert and says this attack is meaningless. He checks the enemy stats on his system and notices that the statue is level 20, which seems manageable enough. After dodging the enemy's attack, with a calm attitude toward the situation, he faces the statue in front of him. Then, he prepares to use a fraction of gravity. With his increased speed, he moves forward. As expected, it is not a battle of equals. Even though it is a higher level, he can see its movements and weaknesses as if they were his own. This gives him the advantage to attack the enemy more quickly. However, he notices that the statue is quite resilient. Its defensive power is probably its only notable feature. The statue was attacked multiple times but withstood the blows. The protagonist thinks he could defeat it slowly, but there's something he wants to try. He activates the gravity fraction once again. With it, he moves faster, heading toward the statue. And with the double gravity skill, he manages to strike the enemy with his sword, right in the center of the statue. This causes it to split in half, by accelerating half of his body weight, and changing the gravity level just before his attack lands. It appears to be much stronger, as the protagonist's level has just increased. This makes him think he will distribute his skill points between two abilities. At least, that's what he believes. Ichinos considers that he can level up only one of them with the points he has gained and places more trust in gravity manipulation. He then levels up this skill to level 2, using 10 HP points. He eagerly checks the results, manipulating the direction of gravity atop the weight of gravity. Beyond controlling the direct force of gravity, he can now manipulate gravity's direction on himself. He thinks this could be very useful. It seems he has already achieved his objective. On the ground, he finds an item. The core of a monster, a magic crystal, is proof that he defeated the knight statue. Ichinos says he could return now, but he still has plenty of mana points left. And upon noticing approaching enemies, he decides to continue to test his new skills. Nearby, a lightning skill is used, completely destroying another statue. It was Sho Utsunomiya, leading his team on an expedition. One of his teammates says it was expected of him since he defeated a sturdy monster with a single attack. The girl in his team remarks that the statue apparently had some resistance to the lightning element, but it's meaningless against such overwhelming firepower. Utsunomiya says the enemy didn't even resist and thinks maintained portals are like this. They're also not great for leveling up. He suggests they should move to a higher level portal. Afterward, he approaches the defeated statue. The girl mentions the guild boy and asks if he didn't feel bad for him. The leader says he's a very kind person. He states that weak people who venture out like that will lose their lives. It's better to tell them the harsh truth directly. He adds that he does feel bad but thinks it's necessary. His teammate also says he wonders about this. Anyway, they move forward, and the leader encounters another statue. But the girl mentions that the footsteps sound a bit heavier. The leader asks what she's trying to say, affirming that monsters also have individual differences. What they didn't expect was that this statue would be much larger than the others. When they see it, they conclude it's not just an individual difference. The leader, however, simply says the enemy seems strong. This knight statue is level 30. It's slightly taller but still a stone statue, according to the leader. The girl says they've never faced something like this before. Now the leader realizes that monsters at the recommended level are so weak they can't even put up a fight, and they, as the Thunder Knights, are much stronger than adventurers of the same level. His confidence is so high that he thinks this monster level is appropriate for them and matches their skills, as they'll finish it quickly, being just a stone statue. Watching the statue move, the boy in the group asks the leader if this is normal. The leader says it's 3 against 1. and even though its form and level are different, it's just a knight statue. This doesn't change the fact that it's slow and simple. The statue attacks with great force, and the leader notices it, but he says there's a difference in speed between their levels. He also claims that the enemy isn't as fast as his sword. Then he strikes the statue, commenting afterward that it's a bit tougher than the normal ones. The statue doesn't stop attacking, and it also wields a blade. Utsunomiya remarks that this strength is a bit troublesome, and he thinks he should retreat for now. But the statue doesn't seem to have any intention of letting them do so. The leader, realizing this, becomes alarmed. However, shortly after, he is struck. He wonders what kind of power this is. Utsunomiya thinks there's such a significant gap in their powers, even though they are only a few levels apart. Karim, the girl in the group, becomes worried, but the leader tells her not to lose her composure in front of the enemy. Regardless, the statue doesn't retreat and keeps advancing. Soon, Karim also feels the force of its blows. Seeing Karim being struck, the young man panics, but he is also hit directly. The blow he took was so powerful that he was thrown and fell unconscious immediately. Seeing all of this, the leader becomes desperate, believing things shouldn't have turned out this way. He looks at the statue and wonders if monsters have always been this terrifying. In his mind, Utsunomiya believes himself to be chosen. Thus, with his lightning he attacks, believing that the strongest ability of Thunder Knights, called lightning, can solve all his problems. He states that even a monster like this can't withstand it, but reality proves otherwise. It seems the statue has some resistance to the lightning element, but it makes no sense given such high firepower. Then Utsunomiya sees the statue breaking his sword as if it were nothing. Soon, he starts to come to his senses, realizing he was wrong all along, because he imagines this is the worst that could happen. Now that the entire team is disorganized, the statue is free to attack. It raises its sword, and the only thing the leader can do is beg for his life. He says he shouldn't die in a place like this. Not only is Utsunomiya's sword destroyed, but so is his pride. As the enemy stands before him, he begs not to die, asking the statue to let him go. Utsunomiya even gets down on his knees before it. Suddenly, someone approaches. Before the statue delivers its final blow, the protagonist appears, using the fraction of gravity, and attacks the statue, catching it off guard. The enemy doesn't like being hit, and shifts its attention to the protagonist. Ichinos, however, is already prepared for what's to come. As expected, he realizes his attack wasn't very effective. Utsunomiya, with tears in his eyes, recognizes the protagonist as the boy from the guild earlier, the one with the strange class, and asks what he's doing, claiming the statue isn't an easy opponent to defeat. Ichinos is currently only level 16, and he knows the leader said something true, because the statue is level 30, which might be a bit much for him. Feeding on both adventurers and monsters, it's a unique monster that has leveled up. It's grown a little too much. Earlier, the protagonist had decided he would hunt more since he still had mana points left. That had been his intention until now. However, he never imagined such a large boss would appear. Utsunomiya tells him to hurry and run, stating that he and his team were destroyed by the statue. Seeing the fallen team, the protagonist confirms this to be true, but he remains unfazed and uses the fraction of gravity again. The statue doesn't stay still and attempts to retaliate. This doesn't stop him from advancing, and striking the enemy immediately after, before being counterattacked. Ichinos uses his ability to leap over the enemy, and strike the statue directly on the head. Seeing this, Utsunomiya thinks it's a joke, as he can't believe that a low-level novice with a magic class could fight such a strong monster. The protagonist feels the enemy isn't very fast for its level and knows he can compensate with gravity manipulation, but he can't land any decisive blows. The enemy's defensive power is stronger than that of a regular statue. This, combined with the level gap between them, makes the statue unfazed by any attacks it receives. Maintaining gravity manipulation requires a lot of mana points from the protagonist, and he knows this won't last long. While dodging the statue's attacks, he thinks he'll have to take a risk, believing he has no choice but to finish this quickly. The protagonist struggles to fight the enemy. Utsunomiya says he genuinely thought Ichinos could win but realizes Ichinos can barely damage the statue. The protagonist knows that the fraction of gravity has a significant mana cost, but he can't face this monster without the help of his abilities. For him, this will only worsen as time passes, and he thinks it's time to end this. Then, after dodging an enemy attack, he prepares to counter. With a swift charge, he leaps once more toward the enemy, landing on top of the statue's sword. Now he stands face to face with the adversary, but with gravity active. He jumps again onto the statue's head. Seeing this, Utsunomiya notices that the protagonist's body is incredibly light, and concludes that this must be the ability of his class. Back to Ichinos, he's still in midair, and he uses level 2 gravity manipulation. He hadn't expected to use it so soon, but now he ends up upside down on the ceiling, reversing gravity on himself. Since it's the first time he's done this, he's impressed with his own feat. Now he thinks that, since he's up high, he can definitely take his next step. Once again, he uses double gravity, combined with the extra speed from enhanced gravity, to land a decisive attack on the statue, telling the enemy it's too late for it now. The protagonist then performs an attack called the Meteor Slash, striking the statue's stone face directly. This completely dismantles it, earning experience points in the process. He levels up from 16 to 23, precisely because he defeated a stronger enemy. Somehow, the protagonist feels like he has won. His level increased significantly after defeating an enemy nearly double his level. Now that the combat is over, he jumps from a high place, but his fall resistance prevents him from getting hurt, making Ichinos glad to have this skill, which softens some of the impact. Utsunomiya observes this and finds the power in saying, thinking that even if the enemy had resistance, his lightning wouldn't have been as effective. He hadn't expected to be saved by the protagonist, and wonders why he was saved, especially after embarrassing him in front of the entire guild. Soon, Utsunomiya starts to think the protagonist might be trying to humiliate him as well, by defeating an enemy he couldn't handle. Then, Ichinos approaches him, asking if he's alright. Utsunomiya feels a bit embarrassed, unable to respond properly, but he simply thanks him for his generosity, saying it was a close call. Sometime later, they return to the Adventurers Guild. The receptionist is amazed to hear they encountered a level 30 statue, even more so because it was the protagonist who defeated it. She says she can't believe a novice adventurer managed to do this alone, but Ichinos shows her a crystal and says it should serve as proof. Seeing the item, the receptionist begins to believe him, saying the crystal is a bit questionable but understands and will send the records. She also asks if the protagonist plans to sell the item, stating she can't provide a definitive evaluation but estimates it to be worth around 240,000 yen. However, Ichinos has no intention of selling the item now, as the crystal is only for showcasing his achievements. After this, Utsunomiya approaches him, saying he was looking for him because he wanted to properly thank him at least. With that, Utsunomiya says he has good news for the protagonist, declaring that he'll allow him to join his team, the Thunder Knights. Since the leader spoke loudly, everyone around notices and comments that this group is the fastest growing team currently. If the protagonist is being invited, it means he must truly be an incredible person. Utsunomiya tells Ichinos he's very lucky to be noticed by him, adding that he shouldn't feel shy, as he's his savior after all. However, Ichinos says he'll have to decline the offer. Those around him are shocked that he rejected joining the Thunder Knights. The leader asks if he wasn't looking for a team, but the protagonist replies that he's changed his plan of action, leaving Utsunomiya stunned by the refusal. Ichinos thinks that if he continues leveling up at this pace, he might be able to enter the portal that will appear soon, called the Theater of Mad Dreams. He's also interested in the unique item that this portal drops, which is absolutely powerful. He remembers the havoc it caused in his previous life and now plans to use his best strategy to obtain this item. Shortly after, the protagonist returns to the guild and asks to exchange some items for money. Some people are impressed by this. The receptionist asks if he hunted all of this again, even while working alone. Ichinos replies yes, not only that, but he also wants her to prepare the documents to promote him to rank D. There are ranks for adventurers, starting at rank F. A person becomes rank E after choosing their class, and those considered eligible can respond to disasters. They are considered rank D or higher, and the receptionist says the protagonist needs to be at least level 25 to rank up. However, Ichinos says he has the required level. Soon, the receptionist is surprised that he leveled up so much again, even though he's from a magic class and without a team. She also says that his leveling speed is completely abnormal. She asks the protagonist if his class is really that strong. Ichinos, however, says that he is now officially rank D. He knows his class is strong, but he's a former rank S and has the experience and knowledge about the coming years. While he might be standing out now, he believes it's absolutely necessary to hurry. The number of portals he can enter upon reaching rank D increases exponentially, and having many achievements also makes it much easier to get invited. In just a few days, the portal Theater of Crazy Dreams will appear, and Ichinos knows it's possible to obtain a famous unique weapon there. In his previous life, the adventurer who acquired this weapon received a sudden boost in power. After that, he became a portal criminal, and also attacked and killed several adventurers, so the protagonist wants to stop that guy from getting his hands on the weapon this time. For this, he needs teammates to help him get through the portal. Having too many people makes movement difficult, so he wants to carefully choose who will join the team, starting with just a duo. He plans to find someone with the best compatibility with the gravity user class, someone well suited to the target portal, and at the very least, someone who understands his solo achievements. Ichinos wonders if he can find someone like that, as he doesn't have much time and thinks he'll check out some people in the guild. However, he spends half the day walking around the guild. After doing so and finding no one, He concludes this will take longer than he expected, until he overhears a conversation between two girls, and one of them calls the other useless. The girl apologizes to Aoi, but Aoi says apologizing won't help anything. The protagonist notices they're arguing. Aoi tells Satsuki that she's fired. Even so, the girl pleads, saying she'll do better next time. However, Aoi says her efficiency and skill power are too low, and trying to improve a little won't help. She also says she'd like Satsuki to pay her back for looking after her all this time. The girl is devastated by this, on the verge of breaking into tears. Seeing all this confusion between them reminds the protagonist of his past when the same thing happened to him. It's unpleasant to watch, but he thinks he can't intervene, as he can't risk his life choosing his team based on emotions. Even after dismissing the girl, Aoi continues to humiliate her, saying she chose a trash class, something clumsy and with no future, just like her. She also says she could honestly tell the shaman class would be like this just by the name, and that Satsuki should quit being an adventurer. However, upon hearing that the girl is from the shaman class, the protagonist's interest is piqued, because this class has the best compatibility with the gravity user class. Additionally, it's very useful against the boss of Theater of Crazy Dreams. Aoi asks the protagonist what he's looking at, saying this isn't a show and that he should leave. He apologizes but introduces himself as Ichinos and says he came to the guild looking for members for his team. Aoi notices his rank D certificate, and says he would be very useful in her team, mentioning that they've just had a spot open for a new member. But she is completely ignored, as the protagonist is interested in Satsuki. The girl is surprised that he asked her to join his team, leaving Aoi furious for being rejected. The protagonist knows having a shaman on his team will be very useful, and he can't let this opportunity pass. Aoi says that girl's class is useless and that Ichinos should join her team instead. Meanwhile, Satsuki notices the protagonist is rank D and says she hasn't even reached level 10 yet. But he says that level range is perfectly fine and that he needs her power, insisting that she accept his invitation. Satsuki says she's clumsy and will be a burden, but Ichinos offers to help her. However, she continues to insist, saying she lacks confidence and wonders if she should give up being an adventurer. But the protagonist says he just needs a little time to definitely give her the confidence she needs. Even though she thinks of herself as useless, the girl accepts and says that if he's okay with it, she would like the protagonist to take care of her. Seeing this, Aoi remarks that shamans are very useless and warns the protagonist not to regret it later. Ichinos thanks her for the warning, but says he believes he knows a bit more about the classes than she does. He knows that having a shaman on his team will cover the weaknesses of a gravity user, and she will also be a big help in the Theater of Mad Dreams. Ichinos thinks that having her around will make obtaining the unique weapon a breeze. After some time, they formally introduce themselves, and the protagonist learns that the girl's name is Satsuki Kisaragi, saying it's a pleasure to meet her. Then he breaks all expectations by saying that the shaman class is indeed useless. He also adds that his own class is ridiculed as a rare magic class, but he claims this trend will change in a few years. Satsuki asks if that's true. He says yes, and now he wants to discuss the portal that's coming soon. The girl then asks which reserved portal they'll go to, but the protagonist replies that the portal he wants to visit is a new one that will open soon. Its recommended level is 30 or higher, and it's called the Theater of Mad Dreams. Satsuki realizes the level is very high and, on top of that, it's unexplored. Portals like this are the opposite of reserved portals designed for leveling up. It's a portal with little information since it just appeared. Satsuki says it's impossible because she's at a low level and part of a useless class. But the protagonist assures her that he will never let her be in danger and will take the front line. He has read all the records about every portal as much as he could in his previous life, so he knows the Theater of Mad Dreams perfectly. Then he tells Satsuki that the two of them are definitely enough to clear this portal, and asks her to trust him. Based on the information the protagonist has, there's a weapon he wants to get by entering the portal. Satsuki, however, asks what he means by "will open soon." Ichinos can't share the details but claims it's thanks to a rare item. The girl says it's impossible for anything to predict when a new portal will appear. But then, an alert is sent to all adventurers' phones. She sees that the protagonist is correct. The alert states that a portal disaster is about to occur, and that it will appear in a district right next to them. The protagonist is pleased, and the girl asks if this is the portal he mentioned. He confirms and says they will go the next day. Ichinos knows it won't be cleared for at least a week, but the portal boss needs to be defeated. The next day, they head to their destination, to the girl's surprise. When they arrive, they notice that the Demon Defense Agency has been working hard all day, until a woman approaches and asks if they are adventurers. She says the structure and abilities of the monsters are different, and asks them to bring back any kind of information they can gather. She also warns them to be careful inside, as the death toll is higher in unexplored portals. Ichino says he understands and is ready to enter. Satsuki asks the protagonist if he's planning to clear the portal. He replies that if he were honest, they wouldn't let him in. Upon entering, the girl comments that it's definitely a strange portal, and Ichinos asks if she's worried. She responds that she is, and the protagonist feels bad for bringing her along. But he assures her that he will fight on the front line, and if things get dangerous, they'll retreat. However, that's not what Satsuki wants, as she declares she will do her best. She also says she will show off her melee skills and offers to act as bait if necessary, but Ichinos tells her not to overdo it, and looks forward to seeing her abilities. He also remarks that her best skill is the one she recently learned, called Mana Drain. This skill is a magic ability that steals mana points from the target, making it excellent in long battles and against stronger opponents. It can also be used to steal mana and transfer it to an ally, which makes it perfect for a gravity user, as he uses a lot of mana points. With this, the protagonist can fight without worrying about running out of mana and can finally stay in a portal as long as he wants, leveling up endlessly. In turn, Satsuki says that this magic is slow and its mana efficiency isn't very good, stating that other spells could deal much more damage. Ichinos, however, says that this is what happens when inexperienced people work together, and he will try to keep the enemy focused on him as much as possible. Leaving an opening for her to hit it with her shaman magic, they soon come across a level 26 circus bear. The protagonist then tells them to put the plan into action. Satsuki uses her ability called Shadow Ball. While the protagonist distracts the enemy, she lands a direct hit. Ichinos asks if she sees the opening. He then rushes toward the weakened enemy, using his double gravity to leap over the bear and strike it on the head. After defeating the enemy with ease, he brags about it, saying that the bear's level is something he can handle. Satsuki notices that she leveled up 3 times faster. She feels happy but also thinks she's just dead weight for the protagonist. However, Ichinos tells her that her power will become much more useful later, and they are a team now, so it's important for her to level up too. This makes her happy to be part of a team, saying that this is new to her since it wasn't like this in her previous team. She then says that since she leveled up, she'll try to be more helpful in the next battle. Ichinos tells her to do her best within her limits. He's a little concerned about her confidence, but it's good that she's motivated, and it seems her battle intuition isn't rusty. This makes the protagonist more confident that he'll be able to defeat the portal boss and obtain the rare item. In his previous life, the man who acquired the weapon became a criminal after gaining its power, even turning into one of the portal criminals. If the protagonist gets the item first, he could change history. Ichinos wants to stop that guy from gaining power, and states that the day the criminal will conquer Theater of Crazy Dreams is still far away. He says it's only the second day, and they're doing fine. But what he doesn't yet know is that the future killer is already taking action. And he's already in the portal, fighting against others. Not only that, but he seems to be enjoying himself, as he kills those who cross his path. Zade Keru uses parrying thrusts, saying it's crucial to watch your opponent carefully to avoid dying. Then, he notices he has leveled up. He remarks that the opponent gave him a lot of XP, even though they were low level. Sarcastically, he says the opponent didn't want to kill or be killed, as humans are much easier to hunt than monsters of the same level. Back to the protagonist, he is in a new fight, using double gravity against an enemy, called Jack in the Box. Satsuki thinks that even though she's only casting spells from behind, it's still very intense. She apologizes, thinking she's just leeching off the protagonist and assumes he could probably handle all these monsters on his own. Ichino says that monsters at this level aren't a big problem since there's no difficulty when you understand their attack patterns. He states that he's said this many times before and repeats that the shaman class is strong, even if she doesn't feel that way. Satsuki asks if they shouldn't return soon, as she thinks their mana levels are getting a bit low. The protagonist agrees, saying she might be right, since he relies heavily on gravity manipulation to boost his body. According to the guild, it's recommended to retreat when half of your mana is gone, so he says it's time to do something, and Satsuki asks what exactly he means. Shortly after, they come across a clown goblin. Ichino says everything is ready, and tells Satsuki to use mana drain while he holds off the enemy. The girl is a bit confused by this strategy, but realizes that if there's a monster they can safely contain and use mana drain on, they could essentially have infinite mana points. She also knows another use of mana drain is to transfer mana points to someone else. Now Satsuki understands the theory behind it but asks the protagonist if he realizes what this looks like. He simply responds that the monsters become stunned by the ability's effects, so the girl uses mana drain. Afterward, she says she feels a bit bad about doing it. Unlike the protagonist, who got what he wanted, Satsuki then says she will begin the mana transfer now. The protagonist tells her not to be so embarrassed, as it's making him uncomfortable. Regardless, the girl performs the transfer procedure. Ichino says his mana points increased from 16 to 25. But the girl says it doesn't seem very efficient, as they restrain the enemy for a long time to only gain 9 mana. In response, the protagonist says they should catch more goblins to drain their mana. Satsuki asks if they're going to do this 6 more times until they have what they need. The protagonist replies that it's perfect for leveling up, so he proceeds, attacking the goblins. After catching the 6th one, he appears to have regained everything he spent. Not only that, but they both managed to level up. Satsuki admits he was right and says that if they continue doing this, they can explore the portal without worries. Ichino says that normally, if they took it easy and recovered mana points slowly, they might face an accident, and it would backfire on them. But with the current level of monsters, the protagonist doesn't think he'll fall behind, even if he fights them 100 times. When checking her stats, the girl is amazed at how much they leveled up in just one day. She says this is completely different from any portal exploration she's done before. She also mentions that, according to the guild, if you encounter a monster of a higher level than yours, you shouldn't challenge it. Instead, the correct action is to flee. But this doesn't align with the protagonist's perspective. He says the guild has no choice but to teach that. However, if you don't use your knowledge and skills to challenge monsters whose levels are higher than yours, you won't level up. Hearing these wise words, Satsuki realizes it makes sense. They advance significantly through the dungeon, spending an entire day inside, until they reached a specific location. Ichino says that behind this door is the boss of the Theater of Mad Dreams portal. He's certain that not even the Demon Defense Force expected this portal to be cleared in 2 days. But hearing there's a boss behind the door, Satsuki becomes extremely nervous, saying it's her first time seeing one. The protagonist asks if she's scared, then says they can return to the entrance if she wants, but the girl says no. She knows that one of the reasons Aoi was upset was likely because of her timid nature. That's why she wants to change, declaring that if the protagonist says he needs her power, she will do her best to help him. Ichino is happy to hear this from her, as he knows he made a good choice in bringing her to his side. Now he has everything he needs, and tells her that they will face the boss together. However, Satsuki asks if the strategy to defeat the portal boss really has to be this one. The protagonist confirms, reminding her that he mentioned from the beginning that the shaman class has good compatibility with this dungeon. Then they open the door and head toward the boss. Inside, they come face to face with a frightening clown. The system calls it the Mad Clown. For the first time, Satsuki sees a portal boss. Unlike the protagonist, who is a veteran, he can only think that if he defeats this boss, he'll get that unique item he's been after since his previous life. He tells Satsuki that they'll stick to the plan. However, from afar, someone watches them, and about to take action, gives a smile. The boss prepares to attack them, but the protagonist takes the lead, saying he'll draw the aggro first, claiming this will allow Satsuki to maintain some distance. Portal bosses have high HP and good regeneration, making them impossible to defeat solely based on levels, so the protagonist thinks he'll need to bend the rules a bit. However, the boss doesn't seem intent on retreating. Without wasting time, it attacks the protagonist, but Ichino's, with the half-gravity ability active, moves faster than the attacks. He calculates that 1.5 meters is the distance he must maintain to avoid multiple attacks. Meanwhile, in the rear, Satsuki begins the mana drain process, but as she's doing so, the clown seems to notice what she's doing. The girl becomes scared and stops the process. Noticing this, the protagonist tells her to run, claiming the boss is about to use the gate. He also tells her to be careful, saying she'll be cornered if she doesn't go through the center. As the girl runs from danger, the clown chases after her, spitting fire in an attempt to hit her. But the protagonist, wanting to help, calls out to the clown not to forget about him. Ichino then charges toward the enemy. The boss turns its attention to him, doing exactly what the protagonist wanted. From a distance, Satsuki remarks that those fireballs are scary and fast. She also thinks it might be better to retreat a bit. However, the enemy has no intention of letting them do so, as it keeps using the gate repeatedly. Satsuki becomes worried about the protagonist's safety, but he uses reverse gravity. Just before being hit by the enemy's fire, the clown thought it had struck him, but Ichino stuck himself to the ceiling with his ability, putting the enemy in a tough spot. Even though the boss doesn't show concern, Ichino thinks it was closer than expected, but everything went according to plan. Earlier, he and Satsuki had planned everything. He told the girl she wouldn't be attacking, as the boss of Theater of Crazy Dreams has fast magical attacks, and anyone approaching slowly would be reduced to ashes. But attacking the boss from a distance might stand a chance, because this portal boss has a significant weakness. Back in the battle, Satsuki uses mana drain once more. The clown doesn't like this at all, becoming furious with the girl. She notices and thinks she might have gone too far trying to cover for the protagonist. However, Ichino says it's almost time. She then protects herself with a magical barrier, avoiding being hit by the enemy. The protagonist notices the clown is out of mana points, Firing fireballs repeatedly while teleporting simultaneously consumes a lot of mana, and the mad clown is entirely dependent on abilities for attacks. Thus, it gives up attacking the girl and heads toward the protagonist. Ichinos, noticing this, prepares to act. Then, with a great leap, he uses his Meteor Strike ability to attack the boss. Afterward, he remarks that the clown is slow without its movement abilities, and shouldn't think it can run now. Satsuki doesn't fall behind, acting as planned and using her Shadow Ball ability. This way, the clown feels the attack. Ichinos also strikes with double gravity, strengthening his sword attack. Thus, he concludes that the boss of the Theater of Crazy Dreams portal has been defeated. With this, both he and the girl leveled up and gained skill points. Satsuki is overjoyed at defeating the boss. The protagonist mentions that the portal is now starting to close, and they need to leave before that happens. Satsuki asks if they'll get trapped if they don't leave in time. Ichinos responds by telling her not to worry about it since it takes at least half a day to close, and no more monsters will appear. She's surprised, as she didn't know that. Then, she sees the clown's body melting and asks what's happening. The protagonist says that what he wanted has finally appeared. A rare item dropped by the boss, called the Crown Blade. He thinks it likely has the highest compatibility with the Gravity User class, being a balance breaker. Satsuki asks if this was the weapon the protagonist wanted. He replies yes, the Crown Blade. A rank C weapon from a boss drop. Hearing this, Satsuki asks if it's supposed to be strong. Ichinos responds that it is indeed very strong. He adds that the rank and attack power are just bonus benefits of the weapon. Its most important feature is its effects. It helps elevate the standard of all the adventurer's abilities. It's a completely broken weapon, a balance breaker, especially for gravity users, who create openings when switching abilities during a fight. It also compensates for mana depletion and the problem of using consecutive abilities. As long as he has it, it will help cover the protagonist's weakness as well. After his explanation, Satsuki understands. The protagonist knows that, in his previous life, the guy who owned this weapon climbed all the way to rank A using its power. He was an adventurer assassin and a criminal, so Ichinos believes he successfully interfered in this timeline as well, thinking he hit two birds with one stone. Satsuki remarks that this is a weapon that helps cover the gravity user's weaknesses, but it makes her uneasy, saying that now the protagonist won't need her anymore. However, the protagonist says he would still like to hunt with her after this. Even with this weapon, it doesn't change the fact that his mana points deplete quickly. She feels happy about it but still looks at the weapon with suspicion, as she still thinks of it as her rival. Ichinos thinks he should assign some SP now that his level has increased. He says that if he's aiming for the top, he can't afford to be a jack of all trades and should only improve the specialized abilities of the gravity user. He notices a change in the system, and selects his options. With that, he upgrades gravity magic and gravity manipulation, and gains a new magic skill. The system names it supergravity or. Ichinos knows he relied heavily on gravity manipulation, but thanks to this new weapon, casting magic will be a bit easier. He then says there's something else he wants to test, as things like this are the most fun for him. Until someone appears, saying they seem to have arrived too late. They remark that the protagonist has already claimed the prize, and acknowledge that he must indeed be strong. Ichinos thinks the timing is suspiciously perfect. He wonders if this adventurer used stealth to hide their presence. The protagonist assumes the adventurer was waiting for their defeat, and merely observing to gather information about the boss, as that makes the most sense to him. It's not very honorable, but this type of behavior wasn't rare even in his past life. He tries to remember where he's seen this person before, as something about the adventurer seems familiar. Suddenly, the protagonist recognizes him as Zade Keru, the former owner of the Crown Blade in his previous life. He is the infamous adventurer assassin. Ichinos is confused because, in his past life, it took a long time for the assassin to conquer the Theater of Mad Dreams. Yet now they've crossed paths right in the boss room. However, he concludes that this guy always waited in his past life to ambush tired adventurers after they defeated the boss to claim the weapon drop. Sensing the tension, Satsuki asks what's wrong, but Ichinos responds that it's nothing. Zade Keru then asks if that strange weapon is the boss drop. He also asks if he can see it for a moment. The protagonist says yes. Hearing this, the assassin thinks Ichinos is an idiot for being so careless, and plans to kill him in a single strike, so he can enjoy himself with the girl afterward. Zade Keru warns the protagonist to pay attention to what's beneath him. Then, the assassin lunges to attack, but Ichinos dodges the attack, and Zade Keru overshoots his target. As soon as the assassin realizes the protagonist evaded, he prepares to strike again, but he dodges once more as Ichinos strikes first. However, the attack misses, and Ichinos starts strategizing his next move. He tried to land a hit while the assassin was distracted, but missed because Zade Keru is incredibly fast. He also knows the opponent's level is higher than his and Satsuki's combined. Zade Keru says this is strange, and asks how the protagonist knew. He mentions that there was just an insignificant group, but it seems the protagonist is managing well on his own. Satsuki asks what's happening. Ichinos replies that this man is an adventurer assassin. He also points out that the assassin's class specializes in surprise attacks and speed. Realizing this, Zade acknowledges that the protagonist knows a lot about him, and says that if he understands his goal, there's no need to say much more. He then demands that the protagonist hand over the weapon, promising to let him live if he complies. Ichinos says that one of the conveniences of portals for criminals is that no evidence is left behind. He also states that he knows the assassin has no intention of letting them leave alive. Zade Keru is surprised by how much the protagonist knows, and then begins laughing. He declares that the protagonist is smart and has guts. He then threatens Ichinos, saying he wants to see him coughing up blood in shame as he dies. With this, Ichinos knows what to expect next. The protagonist thinks this situation is turning bad, as Zade Keru was notorious in his past life as a lethal adventurer assassin, and the former owner of the Crown Blade. Ichinos realizes he should have anticipated the possibility of the assassin being in this portal. Based on their encounter so far, Zade is at a higher level than him. Sensing the protagonist's hesitation, Satsuki tries to assist him, but Ichinos tells her not to take a step forward. He knows assassins rely on speed and sudden strikes to deal fatal damage. This spells death for a backline class like a shaman. Soon, Satsuki's heart could be cut from her body the moment she takes a single step forward. That's why Ichinos tells her that no matter what happens, she must not approach the assassin. Ichinos says he'll handle this, as, without a doubt, his opponent is challenging, but having Satsuki fight Sabi is simply impossible. Her class is the opposite of his, and the assassin has far more experience than the girl. However, the most important thing about all this is that Satsuki would be tainted by this man's malice if the protagonist doesn't act to protect her. Knowing this, he prepares himself and uses half-gravity. The two clash fiercely. Zabi remarks that the protagonist has good swordsmanship, but he knows Ichinos has never taken a life. Unlike Zabi, who has killed many people, believing that gives him a huge advantage over his opponent. The assassin says that while they're fighting, he'll create an opening by increasing the pressure. However, the protagonist doesn't give him the opening he needs. This leaves Zabi a bit confused, as he believed this fight would be easier. He realizes that Ichinos' sword isn't going to break, and he's beginning to read Zabi's movements. Something unbelievable for the assassin, as a lower-level opponent is fighting him on equal terms. Watching their battle from afar, Satsuki realizes the protagonist isn't just smart. He's also incredibly strong. Ichinos feels pleased this happened after acquiring the Crown Blade, believing it's thanks to the weapon that he can switch quickly between fraction of gravity and double gravity. This allows him to delay his attacks, and if he hadn't reduced mana usage, he would already be drained. Frustrated at not getting what he wants, Zabi declares the game is over. He takes a deep breath and uses his ability called Poison Needle, but to his surprise, the protagonist manages to dodge the attack. Zabi, upon seeing this, deems it impossible. How could the protagonist block his Poison Needle the first time encountering it? Ichinos wastes no time and goes on the offensive. The assassin manages to avoid being hit, but he notices he's running in circles. He thinks he must not let emotions cloud his judgment. Thus, he attacks with greater intensity, and decides to use his parry thrust ability. But the protagonist defends himself with double gravity, knocking the dagger out of the assassin's hand. Ichinos notices that Zabi is accelerating his arms, and unleashing multiple attacks aimed at his opponent's weak points. Unlike him, the assassin can't predict Ichinos' movements. The protagonist says that because of Zabi's ability, his movements become predictable. It's not a skill he can showcase often, as it makes him easy to read. Noticing the enemy's distraction, Satsuki decides to act from a distance, and attacks the assassin with Shadow Ball, trying to drain his mana. Zabi becomes vulnerable because of this, allowing the protagonist to strike him. Hit directly by a sword blow, Zabi exclaims that it hurts a lot, and realizes his eye has been struck. Ichinos understands the assassin's abilities, but states he won't be stopped just because he's never taken a life. He can easily follow Zabi's movements with gravity manipulation. The only issue is his mana points. After the boss fight, he's nearly out of mana, and there's a time limit once it's depleted. Still, he has hope to overcome this. The assassin feels he's being outmaneuvered, though he still wants to press on. Feeling cornered in the fight, Zabi wonders why he's being pushed back. He knows the longer the fight goes on, the better the protagonist can read his movements, and he questions why Ichinos is so strong. Zabi finds it strange. Thinking about it only brings more doubts. He notices the protagonist's sword is in his blind spot. To avoid the next attack, Zabi uses his Shadow Step ability. Ichinos notices that even wounded, his enemy can still fight. He tries to act more quickly. The assassin thinks that, even though the protagonist should have the advantage, he seems desperate to get results. This leads Zabe to conclude that Ichinos was affected by the boss fight. He also acknowledges that Ichinos is powerful and if he survives, will one day be called a hero. However, the assassin has no intention of giving him that chance, stating that as long as it depends on him, it will never happen. He claims it was the protagonist's misfortune to cross paths with him in this place. While Zabe laughs, Ichinos focuses on protecting Satsuki, thinking about what lies ahead. Laughing mockingly at the protagonist, Zabe attacks without hesitation. However, Ichinos dodges, and Satsuki uses her shadow orb. The enemy sees the magic attack coming toward him, but moves swiftly to evade it. He then charges toward the protagonist. Satsuki thinks she must be completely invisible since she's being ignored. From a distance, she watches the two fighting. Even though the protagonist is advancing, she wonders when the tables turned. Meanwhile, Zabe lunges and says it's a kill or be killed situation, declaring that this is the beauty of fighting one another. He expresses his desire to enjoy the fight even more. Unlike the protagonist, who just wants to end it quickly, Ichinos strikes at his opponent, but Zabe taunts him, claiming he missed. However, Ichinos lands a kick immediately after, and Zabe feels the impact. This causes him to retreat momentarily, but he refuses to admit defeat, saying the protagonist can't really do anything against him. Ichinos thinks that if he moves with the lightness of gravity fraction, acrobatics and movement will feel as easy as walking. Zabe is only attacking with brute force, making the protagonist think evading him is easy, but he notices that the enemy has realized he's burning through a ton of mana. The assassin glares at the protagonist from a distance, and says the brilliance of his ability is finally showing. He adds that it's likely a body transformation type skill and claims that once it wears off, it will be the end for him. Zabe also says he knows the protagonist is nearing his limit. Ichinos resists the counterattacks, but he realizes he's running low on mana. Thinking that he has to defeat the enemy with his next attack, he leaps into the air. Zabe is genuinely impressed, knowing he can't reach him up there. The protagonist locks eyes with his enemy, and amplifies gravity tenfold while in the air, thinking that for his next attack, he will pour all his remaining mana into it. Thus, he executes the meteor strike, hitting the enemy directly. Zabe wonders what kind of insane attack power this is. He tries to resist as much as possible but is on the verge of breaking down, until his defenses fail, and he is struck by the protagonist. Ichinos is utterly exhausted after the attack. From a distance, Satsuki, who witnessed everything, says he managed to defeat the enemy, but Ichinos' face doesn't show satisfaction. Instead, he looks at the girl and apologizes, saying he messed up. The enemy rises once again, and Satsuki understands what Ichinos meant. Zabe tells the protagonist that his tank is finally empty. Sensing the danger approaching, Ichinos tells Satsuki to run while she still can, since the enemy won't have the stamina to chase her. The assassin watches this and says that the protagonist is clearly a man fighting in exhaustion after defeating the boss, all to protect that young lady over there. He also states that even though the protagonist has an obstacle, he still manages to face an enemy, and says he's impressed by that. He demands that the protagonist tell him his full name. Satsuki, however, asks if she is an obstacle, thinking that if she had only done what Aoi told her before, Ichinos would never have been losing to a guy like this. But she remembers that the protagonist told her earlier that he needed her power. This gives her the motivation she needs, making Satsuki determined not to abandon her teammate. The protagonist tells the enemy that he doesn't need to give his name to someone like him. Zabe says that's very rude, declaring that the protagonist is the first person he can respect. He adds that he'll do Ichinos a favor and remember his face. But before the protagonist can be attacked, Satsuki uses her shadow orb. This time, it hits the enemy, and stops him from attacking Ichinos. After being struck by the magic attack, Zabe is also hit by the girl's staff, as she decides to use everything she has to push him back. The assassin is struck in his blind spot. The girl rushes to the protagonist, and he asks why she's doing this, since he told her to hurry and run. However, Satsuki says she won't flee. After all, it was he who told her she could accomplish things. Then Satsuki uses mana drain and performs a transfer, giving her remaining mana to Ichinos. The enemy is furious about being attacked and wants revenge. Seeing that the girl's back is exposed, he tries to use his deadly lunge to strike her, but Satsuki isn't caught off guard. She notices the enemy approaching. However, before anything happens, the protagonist thanks Satsuki for saving him and steps up to face the enemy. Ichinos prevents Satsuki from being hit. Seeing this, Zabe notices the glow of the protagonist's ability is stronger, and realizes he has regained his mana. He immediately declares this is unfair. Ichinos counters by saying that he is part of a team. He also tells Zabe that he's dying and that Ichinos has restored his mana points. Then, he says he wants to see who will emerge victorious. The protagonist attacks with ferocity. Zabe feels the force of the blows more intensely, and Ichinos gives him no openings to counterattack. Each strike becomes increasingly impactful, However, the enemy refuses to be defeated just yet, and tries to use his dual knives. Satsuki notices the enemy making a move, and tries to intervene. But the protagonist acts first, using his gravity magic shield. He thinks that the enemy's magic is too slow, and his previous self could have cast that magic much faster, thanks to the crown blade. The assassin grows frustrated at being unable to retaliate, realizing he can't win. Soon after, he is caught in the protagonist's magical attack. After being struck, Zade becomes trapped in a magical sphere. He cannot believe he's about to lose to someone of a lower level than him. The protagonist knows that laws governing portal events were not developed in time. Even the Demon Defense Agency has implicitly admitted this. The result is poor and slow information about deaths inside portals. This time, however, Satsuki is with him. Ichinos tells her he'll keep an eye on the assassin, and asks her to call the Demon Defense Agency members waiting outside the portal. Since monsters disappear once the portal boss is defeated, the protagonist believes it shouldn't be difficult for Satsuki to leave on her own. Zade, now defeated, stares at Ichinos, and reflects that he underestimated him, thinking his opponent was just a kid. But as he looks into the protagonist's eyes, he realizes one thing. The number of battles they've each fought is vastly different. Zade wonders who Ichinos really is. Later, Ichinos and Satsuki are outside the portal. The protagonist reads in the newspaper that the serial killer adventurer has been captured. He reflects that, in the end, they managed to secure the assassin. Satsuki says she thought they would be questioned by the Demon Defense Agency more than they actually were. Ichinos explains that portal crimes are hard to disclose to the public unless the culprit is undeniably guilty, and that the agency will likely drop the investigation. He knows this country changed after the portal disasters began appearing. Crimes outside portals have drastically decreased. The government also shifted toward a dictatorship due to extreme circumstances. Significant societal changes led many into poverty, and people's well-being became a secondary concern. Satsuki then remarks that she knew portals were lawless zones but never expected to encounter a serial killer. Ichinos asks if she's scared, stating that this kind of thing will become common if she wants to continue as an adventurer. After all, this is simply the world they live in now. It's not like being an adventurer is the only way to make a living. Satsuki admits that she would be lying if she said she wasn't scared. She then thanks Ichinos for saving her, saying that at that moment, she truly felt like his partner. She also shares that she was happy, knowing there will undoubtedly be frightening and difficult situations in the future. But she affirms that, by Ichinos' side, she wants to do her best. The protagonist feels a bit embarrassed by this. However, he tells her that if that's the case, they will continue to get along very well. Satsuki is overjoyed by this, and thus, they solidify their partnership. After chatting a bit more, the protagonist concludes that Satsuki is undoubtedly a good girl. For her part, she thinks she's bad at getting to the point. The things she says are all over the place. The number of times she thought about taking action for someone else is so few she could count them on one hand. Aoi hated this part of her, too. Satsuki even developed a bit of a complex about Ichinos, but she believes that if she stays by his side, she might be able to mature a little. Even thinking of herself as incompetent, she tells the protagonist that she'd like to stay by his side, if it's not a bother. Ichinos once again feels flustered, knowing that Satsuki is a good person, but he's slightly bothered by the way she speaks. Regardless, he enjoys the way she lights up when she's in a good mood. Meanwhile, around them, other adventurers are watching. They realize they are the two people mentioned in recent rumors about defeating a portal in just one day and capturing a serial killer. Ichinos comments that the establishment suddenly got crowded. Then someone appears, saying it's hard to notice things right under your nose. Shou Tsunamiya says the protagonist has become the talk of the guild recently. He also mentions that their names haven't been revealed, but they are all over videos and blogs. The media is making a big fuss trying to gather all the information they can. Even though their names haven't been disclosed, a glance at the crowd makes it obvious. Shou Tsunamiya claims they are creating something quite interesting. He says he always knew the protagonist had the potential to be a star. Once again, he tries to recruit Ichinos for the Thunder Knights. However, Aoi interrupts him. She says she has been looking for Satsuki. The former leader apologizes to the girl, saying she may have been a bit harsh in what she told her before. But after reconsidering her decision, she concluded that she needs Satsuki back on her team. After all, the two are friends and shouldn't be separated like this. With that, Aoi tries to win Satsuki back for her team, saying the girl has leveled up significantly recently. She adds that from now on, she can trust Satsuki to watch her back. However, Satsuki simply tells Ichinos that it's gotten too noisy here and that she wants to leave. The two speak privately, and then they leave the place. On their way out, Ichinos mentions Satsuki's friendship with Aoi, and asks if she's okay leaving her behind. But the girl says that, when looking closely, Aoi is just another stranger to her. The protagonist now understands her. Satsuki remarks that the video of the incident is definitely circulating. Ichino says that's how some people make a living from portals. After all, some people even live stream inside portals. He adds that they aren't his favorite kind of people, but they make a lot of money from it, and know how dangerous the place is. Satsuki gets nervous and says there are people trying to follow them, then asks if she should cancel her subscriptions to those channels. The protagonist responds that it's her personal decision. Elsewhere, a streamer checks her phone and notices she had 1 million views again this month. Her name is Hashina, and she tells herself she's the best. Then she sees news about a mysterious adventurer who captured a serial killer, and it's getting more views than her latest video. Her partner says that trending topics naturally get more views. Hashina concludes she needs to get something even more interesting than that and thinks going through such a portal might do it, but she finds it unpleasant. Regardless, Hashina Fujiwara decides she won't give up. Satsuki and Ichino's talk again. The girl asks about her weapon. The protagonist says that leveling up is more about the quality of the monsters than their quantity. Therefore, the benefits a weapon provides are essential. To compensate for the lack of firepower in the shaman class, he says Satsuki needs quality equipment. Ichino's wants to make their next portal a place where they can earn money. Satsuki says he's going too far just to get a weapon and apologizes for it. However, the protagonist tells her there's no need to worry. He affirms that it's good for him that his teammate has quality gear. Satsuki is happy to know that he sees her as a teammate, and she says she sees him the same way. This makes the protagonist wonder if Satsuki might get attached to a bad guy in the future. Either way, she changes the subject and asks about a portal where they can make money. Ichino says he's already found one, called the Tomb of the Old King. It's an undiscovered portal found recently, where the drop rate for items is very high. This portal is a special type, known as a rare portal. Ichino thinks that, so far, no one knows the Tomb of the Old King is a rare portal. He knows this because he read all the records about the portal in his previous life. The money one can earn from selling the drops is good, but what he really wants is to find rare and useful items as well. Luckily, no one else has this information yet, giving the protagonist an advantage and time to gather as much as he wants. Satsuki looks at the protagonist and wonders about the malicious smile on his face. Sometime later, they head to the portal. They walk in search of their objectives, until Satsuki notices something strange, and the two come across the first enemy in the area, called by the system as the White Knight. Ichino quickly uses fraction of gravity. This allows him to move swiftly toward the enemy, leaving Satsuki behind him for support. As he advances, the protagonist strikes the enemy. With just one blow, the White Knight is hit, dropping an item from its body. Satsuki watches the protagonist in action, and, as expected, thinks he's incredibly skilled in combat. Ichino knows that blunt attacks are not very effective against this type of bone monster, so he quickly tells Satsuki to cast a magical attack. She understands the order and complies. Meanwhile, the protagonist continues fighting the monster, using his Shadow Ball magic. Combined with Satsuki's magical attack, they manage to defeat the White Knight, and even gain more XP. From a distance, Satsuki notices something appearing along with the magic crystal and remarks that she's feeling lucky today. The protagonist finds an item called Relic Dagger of Ancient Times, a Class D item. He then says this item is excellent, and could sell for around 400,000, impressing Satsuki with the amount. Ichino explains that it's difficult to find the right price for weapons, as there's demand for them even when they don't have any special effects. Not knowing much about these things, Satsuki asks how much he intends to make from this raid. The protagonist replies that he aims for 3 million yen, saying it will take at least that to find a strong and usable weapon. Such a goal seems unbelievable to the girl, but Ichino explains that rare portals aren't everyday occurrences, and they need to take advantage of this opportunity. Transporting the items will also take time, and they'll spend the next 3 days exploring and gathering items. Satsuki asks if that means they'll have to make 1 million yen per day to hit the target. This makes her feel like she's crossed into a crazy world. Meanwhile, the protagonist thinks he hears a battle happening nearby, and says they should check it out quickly. The girl follows him. Close by, a type of mummy is about to attack, and Hashina, the streamer, along with her team of adventurers, is engaged in the fight. The knight accompanying her charges forward. With sword strikes, he battles the mummy, hitting it from various angles. The knight tells Hashina she can finish off the enemy quickly, but before acting, she asks the manager if the camera is ready. He assures her that it's set. The knight then casts a quick fire enchantment spell, causing the girl's sword to ignite. With that, she springs into action, attacking the mummy, which is mostly made of fabric, easily setting it on fire and burning it to death. Before the cameras, Hashina introduces herself, telling her viewers that she entered an unknown portal. She also claims to have defeated the enemy with a single sword strike, saying it was much easier than expected. From afar, Ichino and Satsuki watch everything. Satsuki says she has seen this streamer on a video site before. She even gets a bit excited, but when she looks at her teammate, She notices that Ichinos isn't at all pleased by what he sees. She recalls what he said earlier, about how he dislikes streamers. Regardless, Hashina's team records everything they need, until the manager notices the presence of other adventurers. Hashina quickly addresses them, telling them they're blocking the camera by standing there. She also explains that she put a lot of effort into positioning the camera for a good video, and doesn't want them to ruin it, asking them to move to the side. The protagonist comments that Hashina is certainly bold to claim she defeated the monster in a single strike when it was already attacked earlier by her teammate. Hashina retorts, saying it takes charisma to be a Portal streamer. She then asks the manager if the footage was good enough and whether the earlier recording is usable. The manager responds that it might be difficult, even with editing. Hashina comments that although the images are very cool, it's impossible if someone other than her appears in the video. The protagonist tries to speak to her, but Hashina doesn't like how he addresses her. She asserts that she is Hashina Fujiwara, a famous streamer. Ichinos apologizes for how he spoke earlier, introducing himself and his teammate, Satsuki Kisaragi. He also apologizes that she can't use the footage she recorded. Hashina says it's fine, as they were too busy trying to create good content anyway, so she forgives him. Ichinos asks why she became a Portal streamer. She replies that her motivations are obvious, and that the question is too simple to answer. She states she does it for the money. She also says that portals are exciting and sensational, making it easy to create content from them. They attract a lot of commercial attention, which increases ad revenue. Not only that, but they are also a way for adventurers to become directly famous. If an adventurer becomes famous, it's almost as if they're an idol. However, Ichinos asserts that being an adventurer is far more complex and challenging than she imagines. He also tells her to get rid of her assistants before she starts speaking loudly. The protagonist then states that a portal of this level is no place for someone like her, claiming that those who enter without conviction often end up regretting it. Hashina is deeply shaken, saying that even after ruining her video, he continues to say whatever he wants without considering her feelings. Even Satsuki agrees that the protagonist went too far with that, but he stands his ground, stating that he only gave her genuine advice. One of Hashina's companions tries to calm her down, but she already knows she should ignore the haters and not let them affect her. She then asks the manager for the camera. Addressing the protagonist, she says that if he has the audacity to scold people like that, he must have great faith in his abilities. So she proposes a competition to see who can collect more magic crystals. She adds that if she wins, the protagonist must apologize and retract the harsh words he said, and do so in front of the cameras. Hashina even tells him not to worry about his identity, as they will censor his eyes with a black line. On the other hand, she claims that if the protagonist wins, she'll agree to any condition he sets. Without hesitation, Ichinos agrees to the bet. Hashina says it's settled, and they'll meet at the entrance in 3 hours. She warns him that now that he's accepted, he shouldn't back out. After that, she and her team move ahead, and one of them asks why she did that. Hashina responds by asking if defeating an adventurer who started an argument isn't great content. She states they need more interesting material like this because this month's earnings will be excellent. She also says it's frustrating to be reprimanded like that, as she didn't like how the protagonist said she lacked conviction, thinking that she'll make him regret those words. Elsewhere in the dungeon, Ichinos and Satsuki are already fighting. They face another mummy that appeared. The so-called White Knight tries to attack them, but the team's wit proves superior. The protagonist ends up above the enemy, and with a meteor strike, hits it, earning XP and leveling up. Ichinos thinks that undead monsters are generally slow, floating above them using reverse gravity. He then attacks with double gravity, easily finishing them off. Not only that, but they also get another drop, an item called Ancient Gauntlet of rank D. Satsuki then asks if the protagonist really needed to accept that earlier provocation. Ichinos says that while having a video of him losing would be bad, he has no intention of losing in a portal exploration. He also believes that if Hashina loses in a dramatic fashion, she might reconsider her actions. However, transporting items like these will be difficult if they keep dropping. Satsuki says she's also carrying an item pouch. Regardless, they keep advancing until they reach a dead end. Suddenly, a Sphinx that had been still starts to move, suggesting it's about to attack. Satsuki notices this movement, and looking toward the exit, they realize a gate has trapped them inside. Ichinos says this is a portal trick. Tricks like these are special events in certain dungeons. Most are just traps, but some bring great rewards. Fortunately for the protagonist, he's in a rare portal, and he sees this as an opportunity, even though they're about to face a very strong enemy. The Sphinx tells them to answer its questions and demonstrate wisdom, warning that the questions will continue until they make a mistake. It also says that if they fail to answer more than 3, it will take their lives. Satsuki asks if this is a monster. Ichinos explains that it's a trick where the adventurer must fight, and if they fail the conditions, they'll suffer the consequences. He adds that the enemy is at a very high level, so they must remain vigilant, but Satsuki doesn't like hearing that. However, the protagonist tells her not to worry, assuring her that he won't lose in a battle of knowledge. With that, the statue prepares its first question. It asks for the total amount of XP required to go from level 1 to 10. Satsuki has no idea how to calculate this, unlike the protagonist, who confidently answers 45. The Sphinx declares the answer correct, and Ichino knows he has only 2 more questions to go. He had made a point to research all the specifics in his previous life. After some time, the statue reaches the 19th question, asking what magical monster has 3 faces and 4 legs, but before it finishes, Ichino answers. He says it's the scary doll. Then he remembers that the Sphinx said it would continue until he got one wrong, but he wonders if this will go on forever. The statue seems a bit frustrated. Satsuki tells Ichino he should just get one wrong already. However, the Sphinx insists on asking the 20th question, inquiring which monster excretes green slime mucus. The protagonist knows that a portal with green slimes doesn't exist yet, since it can only be created with alchemy skills. He asserts that this question is unfair. Still, the statue didn't expect him to get it right. Even so, it judges the protagonist as brilliant. Afterward, the entrance gate opens, and Ichino thinks that stone statue was certainly shaken, and half the questions were tricky. But Satsuki points out that there's something off about the stone statue. The protagonist notices it too, and sees an item drop, a rank B storage ring. He remarks that this item is incredibly useful, calling it a super rare find. Satsuki asks if it's valuable. Ichino replies that if sold to someone interested, it could fetch at least 10 million. This figure leaves Satsuki utterly surprised. Ichino thinks that for an item of this scale to appear in the portal, it must have been a trick where rewards depend on the number of correct answers. Satsuki notes that it took a while but asks if he thinks he can win the bet. He responds that with this item, they no longer need to worry. Ichino reflects that if anything has changed, it's that earning items has become easier. He asserts that defeating these simple monsters isn't hard either. He knows white knights have strong attack power, but it's nothing against him. And if he leaves an opening for Satsuki to use her magic, they'll be easily defeated. Mummies are slow, so gravity manipulation can damage them significantly. Satsuki's mana drain also helps a lot. Shortly after, Ichino levels up to 33. He thinks everything is going smoothly since rare portals generally have excellent drop rates. He even picked up some ancient knives and stored them in his warehouse, remarking that his item is undoubtedly convenient, and since they've already collected 6 magic crystals, it's probably enough to win the bet. Now he wants to focus on earning money, as there's plenty of time to hunt undead. Back with Hashina's team, she declares they've won. After defeating a few mummies, she notes that these enemies are tough with the power they have. However, one of her teammates points out that they've only defeated 2, and that's not a good pace. He adds that this is an unexplored portal, and normally that would be quite satisfying. Still, he worries if the protagonist group is fighting well and asks Hashina what she'll do if they lose. She says she'll pay them to act like they lost, but her teammate tries to warn her about the problems of fabricated footage. Soon after, Satsuki and Ichino arrive, and he tells Hashina it looks like she has time to take a break. She, however, replies that they still have time and asks Ichino how his collection of magic crystals is going, claiming she'll forgive him if he apologizes now. Instead, Ichino uses his storage release, showing her how much he's collected so far. Hashina can't believe what she's seeing and asks what's with that quantity of crystals and magical items, and especially that ring he has. However, the protagonist knows there's nothing unusual. He repeats what she said earlier, stating he'll forgive her if Hashina apologizes now. She retorts that the challenge isn't over yet and calls her team to move forward. As they leave, Satsuki asks if Ichino might be bothering them too much. He replies that he just wanted to stir the flames a little, and admits he got carried away. Unlike him, Hashina is not excited. She's worried instead. The protagonist remarks that he hopes she doesn't do anything excessive. Satsuki asks if he holds a grudge against portal streamers. He replies that, while it seems they didn't take things seriously when they came, that's not why he acted the way he did. Ichino states that being an adventurer carries the risk of losing your life. It's not something you can do in your spare time. For if you keep moving forward without conviction or determination, you'll regret it when the time comes. On the other hand, Hashina thinks she needs something big to defeat the protagonist. She feels she can't win just by sheer numbers, and it bothers her greatly. One of her companions says they've dug themselves into a deep hole and don't have enough mana points. Hashina replies that she's aware they need to save mana for their return, but she can't simply go back like this. After all, she's not doing this without determination either. The story shifts to her past, 8 years ago, when the world was in absolute chaos, and there were far more portal disasters than now. Hashina was just a child. She witnessed the cruel death of her father, while protecting her younger brother and sparing him from seeing the scene. At the time, she couldn't do anything but run, holding her brother's hand tightly. she ran desperately, crying, until they ended up in a shelter for victims of the tragedy, where others knew what had happened to her. At that moment, she was with one of the country's 5A rank adventurers, named Kun-san. She hated the feeling of being powerless. All she could do was run, but she kept studying and learning, carrying those feelings in her heart. The fact that the incident made the news surprised her. However, she believed it would be better if she could become a source of courage for someone in the face of such tragedies. She wasn't arrogant enough to think she could be as strong as that adventurer, but she wanted to inspire courage in the people she could reach. Back in the present, she refuses to be called someone who lacks resolution or conviction. Hashina is determined to make the protagonist apologize, declaring that she hasn't gotten good footage yet, so maybe a big monster would be perfect. Her current goal is to defeat a powerful enemy on camera. Even though her team members don't think it's a good idea, she has this in mind. Just as she considers returning, she hears the sound of a monster and rushes toward it, hoping it's a monster she can defeat. However, she finds an adventurer who is on the verge of death, having attempted to fight a monster called the Necromancer Pharaoh, a level 40 boss in the tomb of the Old King portal. Seeing this, Hashina's hopes are dashed, as she didn't expect to encounter the boss so soon and doesn't believe she can defeat it. One of her teammates says it seems someone lured the boss there after fleeing the boss room, and they should escape since there's nothing they want or need here. Hashina appears to agree, saying the monster likely won't continue chasing them if they run down a narrow path. But she sees a young adventurer girl begging for help, which reminds her of the past tragedy involving her family, where she hated the feeling of being powerless, unable to do anything but run. Now she understands why she was so drawn to that adventurer. She simply doesn't want to keep running and asking for help. So, in the present moment, she tries to help the girl and tells her group to retreat. She blocks the monster from striking the girl, telling her to hurry and run. The girl does so and thanks Hashina for her help. But as the girl runs, the monster strikes again. One of Hashina's team members steps in to help, claiming he won't abandon her. She asks why the manager did that, and he responds that he's her #1 fan. After all, he says he couldn't run away at this moment. He also admits he's not good at fighting, but even he can act as bait, indicating that he wants her to run while he stays behind. However, Hashina stands while her team falls, trying to help her. The manager tries to summon a magic shield to protect them, but the monster's strike is so strong that it shatters the barrier in a single blow. This makes Hashina realize she lacks the power, speed, and all the qualities of a good adventurer. This is a high-level portal boss that she's never faced before. As the monster's next attack approaches, she, hopeless, resigns herself to her fate. But at that moment, the protagonist appears, saying she was reckless. Ichino's counterattacks the monster, preventing the girl from being hit. With reverse gravity active, he saves her. Hashina asks why he did that. Ichino's replies that he was wondering if she went off to do something stupid, and he heard from an adventurer who was fleeing that she was in trouble. The protagonist remembers telling her earlier that if she continued without conviction or resolve, she would regret it when the time came. But Hashina said that if she won, Ichino's would have to apologize and take back what he said. Thus, he believes he lost the bet, and takes back everything he said about her lacking conviction. While talking to her, Ichino's is stuck to the ceiling, but as he holds on to the girl, he notices that the enemy is still below them, and it's about to attack him. Quickly, he moves back to the ground. Using his fraction of gravity, he counterattacks the enemy, still holding on to Hashina, and defends against its strikes. He knows fraction of gravity reduces the force of gravity, making it easier to absorb the spear's blows. From a distance, Satsuki helps by casting her shadow ball toward the monster. However, the enemy is so powerful that it doesn't take any damage. Satsuki realizes her attack landed, but it had basically no effect. Ichino says they can't run away with two gravely injured people. The situation is dire, as the enemy is a high-rank portal boss. Although the Crown Blade can help gravity users amplify their power, this opponent is not like the Mad Clown and cannot be defeated easily, especially with a simple strategy. Thus, Ichino's thinks their chances aren't great. Hashina, on the other hand, says her team followed her because she asked them to, so she can't run and abandon them. The protagonist tells her not to worry, admitting that while he enjoys fights with a good chance of success, he doesn't hate a tough fight either. He then asks Satsuki to restore Hashina's mana. Ichino says he'll keep the enemy's attention on him. Hashina had used a fire enchantment earlier. She's a swordsman who can use specific support magic in battles. Ichino's assumes she might also be able to heal as a magical swordsman. He concludes that she'll heal while he buys time, and they can slowly recover using the shaman class's mana transfer ability. Satsuki carries out the mana transfer process as instructed by the protagonist. Fraction of gravity increases agility, but reduces attack power. The lack of attack power isn't an issue if the goal is to draw the enemy's attention. However, the level difference between them is too great to keep running indefinitely. Ichinos isn't sure if he can maintain this pace with just fraction of gravity. Even so, one of Hashina's group members, despite being injured, helps him by applying a support spell to the protagonist and telling him to take care of Hashina. Ichinos assures him he will. Then, noticing he's about to be attacked, he dodges, saying that the enemy's strength lies in its size and speed. A crazy fast attack would also be powerful. That would be its strongest move. The protagonist resolves to stay alert for when that attack happens. Lying on the ground, the manager is surprised to still be alive, feeling like his body is made of lead since he can barely move. Still, he worries about Hashina and asks where she is. However, upon looking at the enemy, he notices the protagonist is fighting it, and he wonders what's with those insane speeds. Without wasting time, he grabs his camera and tries to film the protagonist's battle with the monster. Ichinos demonstrates his gravity abilities, which the manager captures on video. Watching, the manager judges his movements as something beautiful. For his part, Ichinos thinks it's probably due to fraction of gravity and the level difference between them, but he has barely dealt any damage to the enemy, believing it's practically impossible to win alone. Meanwhile, Satsuki uses reverse mana drain on Hashina. Hashina thanks her for the help, stating that with this, she's ready to fight again. She then uses her healing ability, declaring that she can finally join the battle. Satsuki doesn't want to stay out either, saying she'll help as well, making the protagonist think the situation has changed. Still, there's one thing, fighting this boss for an extended period is out of the question, so he concludes they need to defeat it quickly. The enemy continues attacking the protagonist, but he dodges all its strikes with agility, until Ichinos gets close to the boss, and faces it head-on. Concerned, Satsuki thinks her companion is cornered. The statue locks its focus on the protagonist, who, in turn, uses his fraction of gravity, successfully altering the weight. Ichinos hurls another statue toward the enemy, creating an opening to attack. He then tells Satsuki to hit the boss's face. She complies, using her magic skill, called Shadow Orb, directing it at the Sphinx. But as she observes from a distance, she notices the attack had no effect. Ichinos says that's good enough. He explains that the enemy having such a hard armor implies it is protecting something important. Meanwhile, Hashina attacks, claiming she's in the enemy's blind spot. However, the statue notices her approach and strikes, forcing her to retreat. Hashina realizes there's essentially no opening due to the enemy's forearms, and she can't get close without being seen. She also notices that the enemy took a direct hit from the protagonist, leading her to think the statue might favor close-range attacks. Then the protagonist says he will create an opening for Hashina to act, telling her to break the mask with a magic skill. Magic swordsmen have a skill called Break. It takes time to charge but can penetrate even the toughest armor. Hashina understands what he means, but thinks creating an opening won't be easy and wonders how the protagonist will manage against that monster. The protagonist knows that the Necromancer Pharaoh's forearms are its greatest strength. However, if he can neutralize them, its movements will be no different from any other monster at its level. Thus, the enemy also has a significant weakness. Knowing this, Ichinos launches an attack and uses Gravity Bind. This magic is meant to restrain a monster's body, but he uses it to bind the enemy's arms. Under normal circumstances, it could easily break free, but due to the shoulder position, the statue cannot exert enough force. This strategy is only possible because of its large body. Seeing what the protagonist is doing, Hashina realizes she can attack now, so she prepares her magic attack and uses the break skill. Both Ichinos and Satsuki watch in anticipation to see if the plan will work. Then they notice a crack forming in the enemy's mask, which it removes from its face, revealing its true form. Ichinos says its weak spot is now exposed. Hashina, meanwhile, asks what's wrong with the enemy's face. The protagonist simply says they need to finish it while it's still restrained. Ichinos charges toward the boss, activating his reverse gravity skill. As he observes the enemy's movements, he realizes he has seen this stance before. It's an attack that uses all of its power, one the protagonist expected the boss to resort to after having its arms restricted. And the weakness of this attack is that it lowers its head. With this, the protagonist declares it's over. He then moves in for a decisive strike. Using his Meteor Strike skill, the enemy is hit directly by the protagonist's Meteor Strike. Afterward, it collapses completely. The Tomb of the Old King's Portal boss has finally been defeated, with complete submission. Ichinos even levels up and gains skill points. Following this, Hashina uses her healing skill on her group, and the manager thanks her for her help. Satsuki examines the defeated enemy, and notices it dropped an item, a C-rank staff called the Cursed King's Staff. The protagonist says it's quite normal for rare items to drop from bosses, and this time they got a staff. He tells Satsuki that this item is perfect for her and adds that while defeating the boss might have hurt their monetary gains, it's good they obtained this staff. Satsuki asks if it's really okay for her to keep the item, considering she already got equipment from the Theater of Mad Dreams. The The protagonist says that since Hashina and her group also helped, they should share it with them. However, Hashina tells the protagonist not to worry about it, saying he saved them, after all. She even offers to give him her magic crystals and weapons, believing this will settle the score. Ichinos, however, recalls that earlier, he mentioned losing the bet, and he will retract his words as promised, affirming that Hashina is an adventurer with determination. She agrees, as long as he acknowledges it. The way she speaks even makes Satsuki feel awkward. The protagonist says that being an ideal adventurer doesn't require doing reckless things like this. However, the manager disagrees, saying that being an adventurer isn't very stable. Ichinos agrees but says that at this level, they should be able to make a decent living. The manager explains that Hashina has a mother whose foot was injured during the portal disaster, and 5 younger siblings to take care of. Her father has passed away, and he remarks that being an older sister these days is very difficult. Hashina, however, tells the manager not to expose her family like that. Hearing this, the protagonist apologizes, admitting that he acted like he was much better while interfering in her affairs. Hashina says it's not like she's doing this because she has no other choice, asserting that everyone is afraid of portal disasters, and she wants to make people smile in the way that feels best to her. Ichinos tells her that's a good goal, and he'll be rooting for her from now on. Hashina didn't expect that, and feels a bit embarrassed by his words. Regardless, they meet up with the guild members and report what happened. Afterward, everyone leaves the portal. Hashina asks the manager if the video equipment is working. He replies that it is and even has footage of an adventurer fighting at an incredible speed, saying he's glad there are no defects so far. Hashina is happy to hear that. However, he points out that they have very few magic crystals, making it difficult to create a compelling video. And while it's good to be alive, things will get tougher moving forward. He then asks if it wouldn't have been better to accept the protagonist's magic crystals. But Hashina replies that she doesn't want to accept anything out of charity or pity. She asks if he has any material they can use, saying anything will do. The manager checks his camera, and finds that the only moment he captured was the protagonist's fight with the creature. Sometime later, at the Marima branch of the Adventurers Guild, some people pass by and gossip about what's happening, as Satsuki and Ichinos are becoming well known among the others. Eventually, Satsuki shows a video to the protagonist. He comments that instead of getting information from a portal video, they should look for a data specialist. However, he quickly realizes the video is about Hashina reporting the appearance of a strong but unknown adventurer himself. The video is already garnering significant views. Not only that, but many comments praise his performance. Ichinos doesn't want to show his emotions but can't help feeling happy about the positive reactions. He had been wondering why he felt people were staring at him lately, and concludes it's because of this video. Satsuki points out that it hasn't even been a day, and the video has already hit 1 million views, as expected of her companion. Meanwhile, at her home, Hashina checks the video results and feels satisfied with her success, declaring to herself that she's the best. Suddenly, she gets a notification about Ichinos. They had exchanged contacts to share information. She answers the phone, commenting that Ichinos contacted her quickly, asking if he's become a fan. However, the protagonist questions her about making a video of him without notifying him. She replies that they agreed if she won, he'd let her make a video, but if he didn't like it, she could delete it. Then she asks him, "Do you know how hard it is to be an older sister these days?" Ichinos responds that he just wanted to complain a little. Hashina says she understands and tells him that's fine. She adds that she has an idea since he draws so much attention, suggesting they make a video together. However, Ichinos hangs up on her. Satsuki notices Hashina was about to say something when he hung up, and Ichinos says he'll act as if nothing happened. Nevertheless, he believes he'll be able to obtain the super rare item he gave up on in his past life, called the Ring of Wisdom. Ichinos thinks that if he gets his hands on it, he can change the world's destiny in a big way. At the guild, the receptionist confirms that the protagonist is above level 35, and notes he has a good record. His adventurer rank has successfully increased to C. Satsuki remarks that, as expected, her companion is now rank C. Ichinos assures her that she'll be able to rank up soon as well. Everyone is surprised because the protagonist is the fastest person in history to reach such a level. It's faster to level up by defeating higher level opponents, but for inexperienced adventurers without knowledge, it becomes an even greater challenge. Satsuki says that rank C or higher adventurers are respected by everyone around them, and she wants to do her best to follow her companion's example. Ichinos mentions that he aims to achieve rank B by the end of the month. This surprises Satsuki, as she thinks it's impossible to reach that rank in just 1 month, considering only 1 in a million people can do it. But Ichinos says there's an item he wants to obtain, and it's located in a place accessible only to those of rank B or higher, the high difficulty portal called the Library of Illusions. He desires the boss drop from this portal, the Ring of Wisdom. Satsuki asks if he knows of another drop from a boss that hasn't been defeated yet. and if this is related to the rare item he mentioned before. The protagonist replies that, essentially, yes, he's focused on obtaining the Ring of Wisdom. He states that this item may be connected to the root cause of the portal phenomenon. Satsuki is impressed. The Ring of Wisdom has a strong possibility of having a hidden effect, but in the protagonist's previous life, its whereabouts became unclear. Before any research could be conducted on it, there were rumors it contained information about the cause of portal disasters. Considering the time frame, it might be a bit difficult, but Ichinos wants to obtain it if possible. However, the protagonist admits that he's essentially dragging Satsuki along with his personal goals and thinks it will be hard without her, so he hopes to inconvenience her a little. But before he can finish, Satsuki says she's willing to join him, explaining that Ichinos has already done so much for her, and she's glad he still trusts her. Ichinos thanks her for her help, but admits it's truly difficult to reach rank B within a month. Satsuki notes that accomplishments seem to be more important than levels. The protagonist tells her not to worry about it because he already has a plan. For now, he says they'll clear portals and accumulate accomplishments. They even encounter the Wild Tribe Feast, the boss of the Red Troll Portal, level 32. With ease, they defeat the enemy. Afterward, they face the Siren's Lake, the boss of the Siren Portal, level 30. He does the same in the Mixed Insect Nest, the boss of the Agro Arachnid Portal, level 36. Thus, they clear 3 portals in 2 weeks. Satsuki knows the bosses were low level, but she asks if it shouldn't have been harder to defeat them. Ichinos explains that bosses are strong and have high attack power, but at this level, their movements are still very simple. They also lack any crazy special abilities. That's why he chose portals they could clear easily. He thoroughly researched all portals suitable for their level range, and now he has 5 accomplishments in portals above level 30. He imagines this should qualify him for a promotion to rank B, so he heads to the guild again. The receptionist says it certainly seems like he can be promoted, noting that having so many accomplishments in such a short time is remarkable. Ichinos requests to be promoted, and the receptionist explains that they have a rigorous inspection process for rank B and above and will contact him in a few days. But someone approaches, saying he can't believe what he's hearing, that a kid is about to be promoted to rank B. Ichinos notices that the man is an adventurer contracted by the guild. Adventurers with significant accomplishments can sign contracts with a specific guild to work for them. They mainly perform tasks like portal management, responding to portal disasters, or advising the guild on unexplored portals. Their influence within the guild is considerable, which is why the adventurer is surprised the boy is at such a high level. The receptionist explains that this is because the protagonist is nearly level 40, and has several accomplishments in intermediate ranked portals. The adventurer struggles to believe that a scrawny boy defeated a bunch of portal bosses, saying it took him 7 years as an adventurer to finally become the first rank B adventurer in the Marima branch. And now a boy appears out of nowhere and challenges his accomplishments. The protagonist realizes that a troublesome person has taken an interest in him. The man says he can't accept the idea of a rookie with less than a year of experience becoming a rank B adventurer. Ichinos knows the man's name is Oga, and he's one of the few rank B adventurers contracted by the guild. He also understands that he won't be promoted to rank B if he ignores him now. Ichinos is aware that promotion requests are limited to the adventurer's place of residence, as listed on their residence certificate. He thinks he can't avoid Oga, but since he already brought Satsuki there and has information they can't refuse, Ichinos directly addresses Oga, saying that if he wants to deny his request, he'd like to hear a proper reason. Oga states that the protagonist's time in portals has been brief. He claims that portals aren't places for kids like him, and says that a rank B adventurer title shouldn't be handed out so easily. He then asks if the protagonist is undermining adventurers. Even Satsuki feels awkward at the question. Some people nearby wonder about the commotion, and upon seeing Oga, they feel sorry for the boy he's addressing. Ichinos, however, responds that the minimum age to become an adventurer is 17, and he asks Oga if he knows how many young people of that age have achieved rank B. Oga asks what he's getting at. Ichinos points out that it's been 15 years since portals first appeared, and only 6 people in all of Japan have advanced to rank B in less than a year. He then asks if Oga is implying that those promotions were mistakes. Defeating monsters at higher levels is possible as long as the adventurer can do so, and reaching a high level in a short time is achievable. The protagonist explains that his level and achievements meet the requirements for promotion, and if Oga intends to use experience as a reason for rejection, he'll need a solid explanation. He adds that the rules and laws regarding portals are still being developed, and that they should listen to those with extensive portal experience. However, they must also consider past examples and circumstances. Rules shouldn't be based on personal feelings, but rather on an accumulation of past experiences. That, Ichinos argues, should be the guild's policy. Hearing this, the receptionist agrees, saying he is exactly right. Satsuki finds it impressive, realizing that even when the other person is a veteran adventurer, her teammate clearly has more knowledge and charisma. Some onlookers also chime in, saying Olga just lost the argument. Olga feels insulted, thinking the boy is mocking him, and he declares he won't forgive him, vowing to make him regret it. He then asks the receptionist about the boy's class. She replies that Ichinos is level 38 and a gravity user. Olga says he's never heard of that class and wonders if it's a rare one. However, he assumes it's likely a magic class, and if the boy has a strong vanguard ahead of him, his leveling speed might make sense. Ichinos comments that Olga is being a bit stubborn, saying rejecting an application without properly considering it is excessive. Olga, however, states his terms. He says he'll personally verify whether the protagonist is fit to be a rank B adventurer, and tells him to meet at the guild's training grounds if he's determined. Ichinos agrees, bringing Satsuki with him, as others gather to see what will happen. Olga declares that he'll allow Ichinos to be promoted if he can convince him in a mock battle, but if he fails, his request will be denied. Some spectators mention that Olga has left 2 people nearly dead in past mock battles, and think it won't be much different for the protagonist, as this seems to be a cover for testing his skills. Olga looks at the protagonist, and thinks it was a mistake to try to make a fool of him, declaring that the boy is level 38, while he's level 47. Furthermore, the protagonist is from a magic class and is probably overconfident because of being carried by someone else. Olga, a beast warrior, a class that harnesses the power of beasts, believes that when it comes to class, level, and experience, he wins in every aspect. Not only does he want to humiliate Ichinos, but he also aims to leave him in a state where he can no longer be an adventurer. Ichinos, for his part, considers that his opponent's class is based on pure stat power, making him someone not to be underestimated. He concludes that he should use the skill points he's been saving. Now that he has enhanced his gravity manipulation, his control over his body should improve. Ichinos wanted to upgrade his gravity magic level, but it can't be helped. Olga notices the protagonist using his skill points before the match and comments that he seems very calm. He warns that accidents during mock battles are inevitable, advising Ichinos to take care of his body. Ichinos thanks him for the warning and for allowing him to participate in the mock battle. Olga thinks the protagonist is nothing more than a naive boy, and he wants to show everyone watching what happens when someone messes with him, stating that Ichinos will learn what it feels like to be on the brink of death. Olga says the protagonist can attack whenever he wants. He declares that he'll restrict his own skills but says Ichinos can use his freely, proclaiming that the public execution is about to begin. He can't even hold back his laughter, imagining how he'll humiliate the boy in public. Meanwhile, the protagonist prepares with gravity fraction. Olga thinks his opponent is low-level, inexperienced, and has a magic class with limited physical abilities. It's common knowledge that mages can't win a fight like this, and there's no way any of Ichinos' feeble attacks can reach him. He declares that this makes the protagonist a good example. However, Ichinos has no intention of losing. He attacks with full speed, leaving Olga stunned. He wonders how the boy is so fast, thinking that this speed doesn't match his level. Olga questions what's going on, as the protagonist leaps toward him, something he believes he can counter if he adjusts his position. But Ichinos appears above him, surprising his opponent yet again. Soon, Olga realizes something is wrong with his balance. Ichinos wastes no time and shows no mercy to his opponent, striking him directly. Olga bleeds from the impact of the blow, still refusing to admit defeat. Olga claims Ichinos wasn't clever with that combo and knee strike. Meanwhile, onlookers notice that the protagonist is fighting on equal footing with one of the guild's stronger adventurers. Someone remarks that this is just a rank evaluation, and the adventurer is probably holding back since he's not using his skills. On the other hand, Olga thinks he can't allow this. He worked hard for years to reach rank B, but now he feels he can't land a hit on the protagonist, who refuses to let him. Olga intended to humiliate Ichinos in public, but now it seems he's the one being mocked. The protagonist is lower leveled and younger, and Olga can't believe what's happening. Ichinos tells Olga he misunderstood. He knows that the gravity user is the strongest class out there, allowing him to freely alter his physical abilities with gravity manipulation. In a short battle where mana points aren't entirely depleted, Ichinos doesn't feel he's at a disadvantage against any class, even if his opponent is higher leveled. Fighting without using skills is simply disrespectful. He thinks even Zabi showed more respect in his battles and had better combat abilities. The protagonist doesn't even sense any malicious or murderous intent from his current opponent, leading him to conclude that he should finish this quickly. Ichinos attacks again, using his double gravity skill. Olga feels the blow and notices that the protagonist's sword has become heavier. He realizes Ichinos isn't just fast, but before he can process it, he notices the protagonist has disappeared. Believing this to be impossible, he wonders where Ichinos is, not realizing that he's directly above him. Ichinos reappears behind him, pointing a sword. The The protagonist reflects that he reduced the gravity on his body when he struck Olga, and used the recoil from the impact to leap behind him. Since he entered Olga's blind spot immediately, from his opponent's perspective, it seemed like Ichino's vanished. From a distance, spectators notice that the protagonist is overwhelming a rank B adventurer. Even Satsuki admires how the protagonist fights. Unlike Olga, who still feels like he's being mocked, telling the protagonist to stop messing with him, claiming he won't tolerate this. Ichino's wanted to end the battle by now, but as he looks at his opponent, he realizes the feeling isn't mutual. Olga glares at him with a murderous look, and attacks with his beast claw skill, breaking the protagonist's defense. Ichino's isn't injured by the attack, but he let his guard down, thinking the fight was over. Olga notices that even with a surprise attack, the protagonist managed to defend himself. One of the onlookers remarks that this is unfair since the battle was already decided, yet Olga used a skill he previously said he wouldn't. Olga realizes his reputation is being questioned. Ichino's asks what's wrong and whether Olga really wants to continue this rank promotion battle. But all Olga can think about is a kid staring him down, claiming he won't accept this. Ichino's insists that this is enough. Olga refuses to acknowledge him, especially because he feels pressured by a child whose level is lower than his own. He also thinks that if this rumor spreads, the guild won't ignore it. He believes it might seem pointless to continue. Shortly after, he declares to Ichino's that his promotion request to rank B adventurer is rejected. Olga says Ichino's might be clever, but there was no decisive blow, and no monster he faces will ever forgive that, even after letting Ichino's push him back to this point on purpose. To make matters worse, Olga claims the protagonist was injured by his ability, though it's obvious Ichino's appeared fine. The spectators find this despicable, realizing that Olga never intended to acknowledge him in the first place. However, hearing this irritates Olga greatly. One of the spectators warns another not to speak too loudly, saying they don't know what might happen if Olga sets his sights on them. But to everyone's surprise, Shou Tsunamiya appears and asks if Olga isn't ashamed of himself. The protagonist is surprised to see him. Shou adds that Ichino's was winning from the beginning. The last strike only happened because Olga broke the rule of not using his abilities. Hearing this only angers Olga further, as someone dares to speak to him this way. The protagonist tries to say something, but Shou tells him to leave it to him, declaring himself Ichino's best friend and vowing to speak the truth. Ichino's, in turn, thanks Shou but asks him to stop. Still in the arena, Satsuki observes, knowing that her teammate won the match, and believing there's no reason for the adventurer not to recognize him. The protagonist knows he fought clearly to demonstrate the difference in their skills, but it all ended up wounding Olga's pride. He thinks he should have held back a bit, especially after this whole embarrassment. It seems to have had an adverse effect on Olga. Just then, someone arrives, asking what all the commotion is about. Olga recognizes the vice president of the guild, Serizawa, who says he's been looking for Olga and asks what he's doing there. Olga replies that he was conducting a promotion examination but claims it was a waste of time. Serizawa says that while accidents and mock battles happen, no one should get hurt under normal circumstances. Olga dismissively says it was just a scratch, but the vice president doesn't seem pleased with that response. He then tells Olga he needs to speak with him urgently, and asks him to come upstairs as quickly as possible. As he leaves, Olga declares that this is the end of the promotion match, stating that unlike the protagonist, he's a busy man. Shou watches and calls him a coward, expressing disbelief that someone like Olga is at the top of the guild. Satsuki approaches Ichino's and asks what they should do next. He replies that they'll have to find another way. Elsewhere, Serizawa questions why there was a need to conduct a mock battle for an examination. Olga responds that a weakling was talking about trying to become rank B, so he gave the boy a taste of reality. This makes Serizawa think that perhaps the protagonist sees adventuring as something easy, exactly the kind of person Olga despises. Speaking of him, Olga asks the vice president what he wanted to discuss. Serizawa says it's about the Mausoleum of Beasts, the preserved rank B portal in Marema. He explains that it would be beneficial to put that portal under supervision, as raising the adventurer's levels could also lead to collecting more magic crystals. However, he also notes that reports indicate the monster distribution has changed drastically. Serizawa states that the concentration of magical power there is unusually high, and they must do something about it. It's not just about losing an opportunity. It's that a portal disaster is far worse than earning some extra money. Olga asks if the vice president wants him to clear the Mausoleum of Beasts before something happens. Serizawa replies that some at the Demon Defense Agency want to leave rank B portals alone. The guild is also hesitant to clear such a lucrative source of income. Because of this, it's up to a talented adventurer like Olga to investigate whether this portal is safe. There's still much they don't understand about portals, and Serizawa believes Olga's confident words will be convincing enough to the guild leader. He wants Olga to provide his opinion and convince the guild chief. Olga complains that Serizawa always assigns him the most tedious tasks, but Serizawa insists the conversation isn't over yet. Olga mutters that Serizawa is too persistent, and he picks up the papers, throwing them to the ground. Serizawa tells him to at least take a look at the data. Olga asks what good it will do to look at some data, claiming that with his experience in the current location, he can confirm there's no problem, and even if something happens, he insists he'll conquer the portal in no time. However, Serizawa states that if something happens, it will be too late. He also says that Olga doesn't know what kind of portal disaster might occur. Despite the warnings, Olga ignores him and walks away. The vice president knows his goal is to protect the city, but thinks it would be great if nothing really happens. Little does he know the dangers that await the adventurers. Elsewhere, Satsuki speaks with the protagonist, saying the whole situation was quite unpleasant, admitting she didn't expect someone like that to be a guild-contracted adventurer. Ichinos knows that promotion requests are tied to the guild closest to one's residence, and he can't ignore Olga if he wants to advance to rank B. He needs to be at least rank B if he wants to challenge the Library of Illusions. Ichinos believes Satsuki could rank up in another branch, but her level is still too low. Because of this, he's unsure what to do. Suddenly, Hashina appears, saying she heard what happened, and asks if Ichinos really fought a guild-contracted adventurer. She mentions that information spreads quickly, and one of her fans sent her a video of the duel between Olga and Ichinos. She explains how she exposed the state of the guild and Olga's tyranny to her audience, claiming her followers would ignite the flames, but the protagonist says she's only interested in views. Hashina counters, saying she owes Ichinos and was hoping this might be useful to him. However, she also admits it boosted her earnings, so she's quite happy with the entire situation. Ichinos simply tells her not to overdo it, asserting that portals are full of unknowns. He adds that the guild has no choice but to listen to those with real experience. Furthermore, Olga doesn't seem like the type to change even if criticized, and the protagonist says it will only make Olga target him further. Hashina says she understands the advice, but Satsuki listens closely to the conversation, looking slightly suspicious. Hashina then remarks that the protagonist seems concerned about her. Satsuki asks if she's interested in Ichinos. Embarrassed, Hashina asks what she's talking about, claiming that Ichinos is rude, inconsiderate, and arrogant. He may look a bit cool, but beyond that, he's not attractive at all. She says she only thought she owed him for saving her life once, and should repay the favor. She also explains that, as an idol-type streamer, she can have romantic entanglements. She asks Satsuki why she's giving her that doubtful look, but Satsuki says it's nothing. Their conversation is interrupted by a phone notification. Satsuki checks it, and sees it's a disaster alert involving a rank B monster. They all receive the notification, and Hashina states the origin is in the northern district. A flood from the Mausoleum of Beasts, a rank B preserved portal. A flood is a type of disaster where monsters escape from a portal. There's only one way to stop it, by subjugating the portal boss and conquering it. But for the protagonist, this is strange since such a disaster never occurred in his previous life, prompting him to ask if it's just a coincidence. He also questions the connection between his previous life and this one. Hashina is puzzled by a preserved portal developing like this. She knows the guild should have done a better job preventing such things. She has never entered a rank B portal before, and her level is clearly too low. But she feels worried, knowing there are people in the city without any levels at all. That alone is enough for her to decide to join the incursion. Ichinos doesn't stay behind, declaring he'll go too. Even though he doesn't know what will happen, the longer the disaster lasts, the worse it will get. He explains there's a chance multiple phenomena could occur simultaneously during a monster disaster, and it would be fortunate if it's just a flood. At the site, other adventurers have already arrived, and are talking about a level 34 werewolf. Olga, however, activates Berserk mode, calling the monster a small weakling and claiming it's in his way. Despite defeating the wolf, he knows there's a limit to how bad things can get. The thought that the vice president might have been right makes him uneasy. He thinks this will damage his reputation even further. Olga still hasn't come to terms with what happened in his last encounter with the protagonist. Some onlookers remark that, as expected of a rank B adventurer, Olga defeated a monster of this level with a single blow. However, Olga says he doesn't want to talk to them, demon defense agents who are barely comparable to a rank C. Instead, Olga asks where the high rankers are. One of them responds that there are only a few rank B and above adventurers available at the moment. They claim they've contacted everyone, but they're unsure when they'll arrive. This makes Olga think the situation is bad. If more damage occurs, his position will be at risk. However, if he can fight and defeat the boss beforehand, it shouldn't be too difficult. The boss in question is a level 47 Phantom Fox. Olga thinks that if he defeats it and shifts the responsibility to Serizawa, he'll become a hero in Marima. He declares that he'll defeat the boss as quickly as possible. But the others aren't as enthusiastic as he is. since they hadn't anticipated facing the portal's boss. Meanwhile, the fox approaches, and it doesn't look happy. The guild representatives state that this is completely different from the information they were given. Seeing the phantom fox up close, they wonder what's wrong with this creature. Evolution. Not only does the level increase significantly, but the monster's appearance and form also change. They even gain new characteristics and abilities, almost like an entirely different creature. Most of them are born from the magical energy accumulated at a portal's core. They usually appear alongside a portal disaster. Olga realizes that this time, not only has there been a surge, but also an evolution. One of the guild representatives asks what they should do with such a monster. Another suggests retreating and regrouping with a larger team, to buy time until the Demon Defense Agency and adventurers from other branches arrive. But Olga doesn't like the idea, as he fears it would jeopardize his position. He shouts at the others, proclaiming himself a rank B adventurer, and claiming he's overcome challenges like this many times before. He tells them to prepare, declaring that he'll crush the monster with a single blow. The representatives, however, are unwilling, calling it far too dangerous and doubting they'll last even 10 seconds against this creature. Olga considers them cowards, and says that if they won't help, he'll give them a push. Using his berserk ability, he targets his own allies. This warrior ability temporarily increases the target's attack power while reducing their reasoning and making them violent. It was a useful skill Olga often used when adventuring to escape, though it had been a long time since he used it this way. Now, he commands his allies to attack the creature quickly. Olga plans to use them to create an opening, then deliver a fatal blow with his own ability. He asserts that no adventurer can call themselves one if they can't finish the fight with a clean strike. But the enemy doesn't stay idle. The fox reacts by using its poltergeist ability. Debris around them begins to float, as the fox prepares to use it. Seeing this up close, Olga doesn't understand what's happening. He orders his allies to attack with overwhelming force. However, they can't move. Frustrated, Olga calls them useless, and attacks alone, defending himself against the stones the enemy is controlling. He realizes the creature has telekinetic abilities. Still, the scale of the attack is immense. It's also the first time he's seen a level 55 monster, but he didn't expect it to be so different. The fox doesn't waste time and launches its attack, forcing Olga to think he needs to act quickly. He considers fleeing while the distractions are still in place. But even so, he can't, as he's surrounded by stones and debris. For a moment, he sees the fox approaching. With a single attack, Olga is knocked to the ground, wondering what's with this monster. He thinks the fox is unbeatable and doesn't know what to do. However, he remembers that as a beast warrior, he has a feigned death ability, which, when activated, makes him appear dead after taking damage. Using this as an advantage, the fox stops attacking him. Olga uses the opportunity to escape, thinking it's not the right time to discuss responsibilities. But when he least expects it, the fox's attention turns back to him once again. The enemy attacks, and Olga realizes it has seen through his skill. He concludes it will be impossible to escape, and cannot accept the idea of a warrior as grand as himself dying in a place like this. Quickly, the fox returns and approaches. Olga notices it is using telekinesis again, and he thinks the creature is toying with its prey. Not only that, but he observes a bizarre portal on the monster's back, from which grotesque tentacles emerge. One of them even enters his mouth, preventing Olga from crying for help. Some time later, the protagonist arrives at the scene. He had fought smaller monsters and even leveled up. Hashina also appeared to help, healing some injured people. Ichinos tells a man he should return to where he came from, as there are no more monsters there. The man complies and thanks him for the help. Hashina tells the protagonist they can't keep this up forever. She believes that if they don't stop the flood soon, the disaster will spread. Ichinos agrees, checking his phone to see that more than half an hour has passed and the monster still hasn't been defeated. The protagonist thinks that if it's the Mausoleum of Beasts boss, the demon defense agents should be able to handle it, but too much time has passed, indicating the worst-case scenario might be unfolding. Back at Olga's location, he is attacking his own allies. One of them tries to calm him down, reminding him they are from the demon defense force. But another says it's useless to try, as Olga is losing his sanity. The monster's ability has likely messed with his mind. Olga Sato, a guild-contracted rank B adventurer, Beastman warrior class, thinking that someone like him could become so dangerous as an enemy, leaves the guild representatives in an even worse predicament. They attempt to attack Olga, but his instincts protect him, transforming him into a true beast. He retaliates against their attacks, giving his allies no chance to defend themselves. In beast form, Olga becomes even more aggressive. Those who try to stop him are gravely injured, as he uses his beast claw skill. Witnessing this, one of the representatives feels they must stop him. But they are no match for Olga's beast form, as he becomes more relentless, attacking his allies mercilessly. One even screams desperately, upon seeing Olga kill his comrades. A fight to the death with a rank B adventurer is something they truly weren't prepared for. The strange condition of Olga's body makes one representative wonder if this is a byproduct of the monster disaster. He also realizes this isn't a disaster that can be handled by the adventurers and teams currently present. Olga is about to kill one of his allies, until the protagonist intervenes, using gravity fraction, to stop the fatal strike. Ichinos quickly faces Olga, realizing he is being controlled by a monster with mental interference abilities. The representative who was saved tells the protagonist he doesn't stand a chance against Olga in this state, claiming an ordinary adventurer can't defeat him. But as he watches the two fight, he notices the protagonist is overpowering a rank B adventurer, amazed that such a rookie exists in the area. Ichinos, for his part, observes that Olga's movements are much simpler now than in their previous duel, leading him to conclude this is due to the enemy's mental interference. Olga attacks with his Beast Claw skill, but Ichinos notices his opponent growing impatient, switching to an all-out attack mode. To counter, the protagonist uses double gravity, striking Olga with such force that it knocks him back to his normal state. Afterward, he asks if the adventurer is awake, but as soon as Olga sees Ichinos, he recalls their previous fight. Unleashing a buried rage, he reverts to his beast form, declaring he will kill the protagonist. The effect of the mental interference skill is stronger than Ichinos expected. Even though Olga is a higher level opponent, the protagonist says he doesn't have time for this fight. He tells Olga not to hold a grudge for what's about to happen. With a charged mid-air strike, Ichinos once again uses double gravity, coupled with his meteor strike. After landing the attack, he severs his opponent's right arm, and weakens his legs, believing Olga is now incapacitated. From afar, a guild representative watches this unfold, in disbelief that a rookie is fighting a rank B adventurer while holding back, concluding that the protagonist truly has no limits. Then, Ichinos' friends arrive, and Hashina says he went too far. He apologizes but explains that it was an emergency situation. Satsuki, on the other hand, understands that there's a difference in speed between classes, but nonetheless, she says they should take these people to a safe place. However, the protagonist notices something approaching, and tells them there's no time for that. The girls become alarmed as they see the enemy, which immediately begins attacking, causing a massive impact on the area. Yet, the protagonist remains unfazed, because he knew that at any moment, the portal boss would appear. As the fox glares at them, Satsuki wonders what's wrong with this creature. Ichinos uses his system to identify it as the Mausoleum of Beasts portal boss, the Phantom Fox Ouija, level 55. He realizes the level is far higher than what was previously reported and hadn't anticipated an evolution. Now he thinks it's safe to say the response to this disaster was far too slow. In cases of evolution, even he doesn't know what abilities the enemy might use. But Hashina states that as long as they defeat this fox, the monster disaster will end. Ichinos agrees, but he points out that it doesn't seem like an opponent they can defeat with normal methods. Afterward, the enemy summons the beast spirit, Phantom Garmer, and they advance toward the adventurers. Hashina notices more monsters being summoned, and knows that the longer this lasts, the worse the disaster will become. She also concludes that the fox seems to be toying with them. The protagonist tells the two girls to handle the enemies around them and protect the injured demon defense agents. Hashina asks what he plans to do. Ichinos replies that he's going to strike the monster with rapid attacks and end the disaster. At first, she's concerned, but soon feels reassured, as she believes that, with Ichinos, it might really be possible. She tells him he can leave the remaining wolves and injured people to her. Satsuki and Hashina stay behind, while the protagonist advances toward the boss. One of the representatives says it doesn't make sense, as they're facing a boss far above their level. He insists there's no hope of victory until reinforcements from other regions arrive. But that doesn't concern Ichinos in the slightest. He presses forward, leaving the rest to the girls. Satsuki has great faith in her teammate, and knows what he's capable of. Meanwhile, the enemy uses its poltergeist ability once again, controlling debris in the area, as it had done earlier with Olga, but this time aiming at Ichinos. The protagonist notices this immediately, as does the representative, who wonders what's with the scale of the monster's ability. The fox doesn't waste any time, and launches the stones toward the protagonist. For a moment, Satsuki worries about him, and even Hashina feels anxious, thinking there's no way to handle all this. The representative concludes that it's obvious the monster is toying with them, believing they're nothing more than playthings. The protagonist knows exactly what he's up against, but remains unfazed and continues forward, surprising the guild representative, who wonders what's with those incredibly fast movements, as he's never seen anyone move like that. Ichinos recognizes that this is the result of countless battles where his life was on the line, using the thief class, which relied solely on speed. It seems his past life wasn't entirely meaningless. As he faces the fox from afar, he asks if it's panicking, now that its massacre ability didn't work. Those words seem to anger the enemy, But that was the protagonist's intent, as he uses fraction of gravity to hurl one of the stones back at the fox, declaring that it's full of openings, not even mentioning Oga's rank B. The representative wonders how many people could apply this level of pressure to a level 55 boss. He doesn't yet know the protagonist, but he's certain Ichinos has what it takes to be a high-class adventurer. Back with Ichinos, he tells the enemy he doesn't have time to play games and that if he defeats it, the portal will close, and the monsters that emerge will disappear. That's why he wants to end this as quickly as possible. Ichinos is determined to defeat the enemy, but the fox shows no intention of retreating. Using its telekinesis, it hurls rocks and roars fiercely at the protagonist. Ichinos notices the debris approaching, but with his speed, he manages to evade them. Ichinos thinks that although the enemy's scale and attack power are remarkable, their moves are too broad, and he is proficient in handling such situations. He then leaps toward the fox, using his double gravity skill as he prepares. Immediately after, he charges with a meteor strike. The fox feels the attack. Ichinos strikes again with double gravity, and asks if the fox really thought he would be defenseless just because he's in the air. He declares that he's a gravity user, even mocking the monster, saying it's finally getting serious. The fox retaliates with another attack, but the protagonist dodges, thinking that against techniques like this, humanoid monsters are generally more effective than beast-type monsters. He also thinks he should be pushing the fox back, but the level difference between them is too high. Moreover, he doesn't have much mana left, and knew this would happen because even if they were at the same level, the fox would still be a formidable opponent. So far, the protagonist hasn't been hit by any of its attacks, but once his mana runs out, dodging and avoiding damage will become impossible. He wonders if he should conserve more mana. However, he concludes he won't be able to defeat the monster due to its auto-regeneration. The protagonist even considers calling Satsuki into the battle, but decides against it, as she wouldn't be able to defend herself from the other monsters, and it would leave the injured people to die. Thanks to his past life's battle experience, Ichinos understands the attack patterns, defense mechanisms, and HP regeneration of this monster. If things continue this way, the battle will end when he runs out of mana. It frustrates him to feel cornered like this, but now he thinks the best option might be to withdraw from the battle. However, he recalls Hashina saying that the longer this lasts, the worse the disaster scenario will get, so running away is not an option. He knows his former self would never have done so. With that motivation, he resumes his attack on the enemy, deciding to focus more on using his abilities efficiently and moving precisely, all to help the people from his previous life. Ichinos feels he's being even more reckless than before, but at the same time sees no other choice, as this situation is entirely unprecedented for him. The fox then uses a skill called Beast Spirit Summoning. The protagonist quickly notices that the enemy is performing another grand spiritual summoning. This is because the fox has a large mana reserve, allowing it to continue attacking like this. Not only that, but it uses Poltergeist again. Even the guild representative notices that the monster has started recklessly casting abilities without regard for its mana, realizing that a single adventurer won't be able to defeat it. Hashina thinks the same as she watches the protagonist fight the fox, asserting that even he can't handle so many monsters at once. She tells Satsuki that they need to help him. Satsuki begins to think Ichinos is being completely cornered, but it's almost as if the monster is intimidated by him. Back to the protagonist, he truly is cornered, but he tries to focus even more than before. He decides to counterattack, using his gravity user abilities. Once again, the guild representative is astonished as he watches the protagonist fight, believing these aren't skills humans should be capable of using. Ichinos faces the enemy from above, and believes its obvious weaknesses have left it defenseless. He decides it's now or never. With that, he attacks again with a meteor strike. After the protagonist lands his meteor strike, the monster feels the pain of the blow, and after being defeated, the spiritual wolves retreat into the portal. Thus, the danger ends, though the battle leaves traces of destruction throughout the city. Ichinos checks his status and notices an insane amount of XP. He hadn't imagined he would level up 6 times in a single battle, going from level 38 to 44. The summoned Garm also disappears. The monsters that emerged due to the flood should have disappeared as well, but Ichinos reflects on how it all happened one after the other. Satsuki is happy that her companion managed to defeat the monster, saying the flood disaster is now over. Hashina, for her part, thinks that she's getting closer to protecting people. The guild representative observes that the boss was indeed defeated by a single person, becoming even more impressed with the protagonist. A few hours later at the Adventurers Guild, Ichinos and the girls report back, and the receptionist is equally astonished that a rank C adventurer was the only one needed to stop the flood disaster. Thanks to them, the number of casualties was kept to a minimum. The receptionist thanks them for their cooperation. Not only her but others also recognize the group responsible for resolving the flood crisis. stating it was a boss that even the Demon Defense Agency couldn't defeat. Hearing this makes Satsuki uneasy, as she believes Ichinos did everything alone. But he gives credit to the two girls as well, claiming that if he had been surrounded by those Garmers, he would have run out of mana. Hashina comments that they essentially rose to fame in a single leap. The protagonist laments that the cameras weren't working, but Hashina says she wouldn't have used them during a monster disaster, as there were injured people present. Unexpectedly, Ichinos realizes how serious she is about these matters. The guild's vice president appears, still grappling with the fact that a portal disaster occurred after failing to convince Olga to assist. He knows the initial demon defense forces weren't enough to end the battle quickly, and a regular adventurer had to step in to finish off the boss. He wonders what would have happened if that adventurer hadn't been there. Shortly after, Serizawa encounters the three who defeated the boss. When he sees the protagonist, he feels as though he's seen him before. He quickly remembers that this is the boy who once fought Olga, and is surprised to find that he was the one who defeated the boss. This makes Serizawa question whether such a child is truly fit for rank B. He also recalls previously assuming the protagonist thought adventuring was an easy task, misjudging him. Now, he concludes that he seemingly has a poor eye for people. Elsewhere, in a hospital, Olga lies in bed, furious. Even though he's calmer now, he remembers being controlled. Not only that, but he also recalls that the protagonist cut off his arm. Now, Ichinos is being hailed as a hero for ending the flood, something that deeply frustrates Olga. He had imagined that this glory would be his instead of belonging to a rookie adventurer. He declares that he'll use his position and status to ensure the protagonist is punished, vowing revenge for his arm. However, a guild representative appears and says it's quite the opposite, pointing out that there aren't many people capable of subduing a rank B adventurer who cheated without killing them. The representative adds that if Ichinos hadn't been there, Olga would likely have died. Olga retorts, asking if the representative is claiming he would have died to lower-level defense forces. Furthermore, he questions why he's being harassed like this. But suddenly, he's startled. One of the defense members from that day appears. Olga can't believe he survived. Now he knows he's in trouble. The guild representative asks if Olga used his ability to make the man more violent. He adds that using a skill that affects someone's psyche without their consent is a serious crime, especially if Olga was using it to escape. He also points out that no contracted adventurer should be unaware of the laws regarding portal crimes. Now Olga finds himself backed into a corner, trapped by his own mistakes. Back at the Adventurers Guild, Ichinos is faced with his rank-up application being denied, and he's irritated by the decision. The receptionist apologizes, explaining that contracted adventurers have a significant influence within the guild, and if one of them rejected his application previously, he cannot apply again for 3 months. Ichinos argues that he's currently level 44, and unlike before, he's above average, even exceeding the minimum requirements. The receptionist agrees and assures him that if he waits another 3 months, he'll undoubtedly pass. However, the protagonist knows he won't be able to conquer the Library of Illusions in time if he waits that long. He blames Olga for his rejection. Satsuki steps in to defend him, stating that Ichinos is now the hero of Shum and has defeated that contracted adventurer twice. But the receptionist points out that Olga was caught using abilities on others without their consent and has since been dismissed, emphasizing that the guild's policies are firm. The protagonist tells Satsuki there's nothing more to discuss. That said, he considers the Ring of Wisdom an unparalleled artifact, and starts thinking of another way to get his hands on it. Suddenly, someone steps in, saying they overheard their conversation. The receptionist is startled, as it turns out to be none other than Serizawa, the vice president. The receptionist immediately recognizes the vice president, and the protagonist wonders why Serizawa went out of his way to come there. Standing before two adventurers, Serizawa confirms with the protagonist if he is Ikoma Ichinos. He then announces that, through his authority, he will grant Ichinos special treatment to be promoted to rank B. Both the protagonist and the receptionist are surprised by this, as she claims that if other adventurers start complaining after hearing this, the vice president could attract the guild inspector's attention. Serizawa is aware that the guild master won't be pleased either. However, he explains that he investigated the protagonist, looking into his actions during the flood disaster and his previous accomplishments. The likelihood that Olga denied his rank B promotion out of ego is very high. Serizawa states that it's not as though such a promotion is entirely impossible, and insists that delaying the protagonist's promotion to rank B is unfair. He suggests the receptionist consider this a failure on the guild's part, even though it's true the guild master dislikes such preferential treatment. The vice president promises to handle convincing the guild master himself, and reassures her that it's not something adventurers need to worry about. Ichinos, however, asks why Serizawa is doing this. Serizawa responds that supporting adventurers in their activities is part of protecting the country, which is the guild's duty. He mentions that the portal disaster a few days ago was originally predicted by the guild and should have been prevented. Serizawa thanks the protagonist for averting the disaster and expresses his desire to show gratitude as the vice president. Ichinos shakes his hand, accepting the proposal. Soon after, the receptionist follows the vice president's orders and approves Ichinos' promotion to rank B. Satsuki is thrilled and congratulates her teammate on the promotion. She remarks that rank B is incredible, and that Ichinos' level is also very high, meaning few people in the guild surpass him. The protagonist knows that even compared to his previous life, this speed of leveling up and ranking is insane. While it's true that defeating higher level monsters allows adventurers to level up faster, he hadn't expected to reach level 44 so quickly. Noticing his change in demeanor, Satsuki asks why he seems upset. Ichinos insists it's nothing, saying it was just something on his mind. He reflects that while they were able to resolve the incident, a rank B portal disaster is a significant event. However, it happened in Shim district, and he can't ignore the fact that he knew nothing about it in his previous life. Ichinos concludes that this incident didn't occur in his past timeline, and wonders if something changed as a result of his time regression. He considers that there are many unexplained phenomena about the portals, and if he's reliving this life, it wouldn't be strange for entirely different events to happen. He also doesn't fully understand the mechanics of temporal regression. There's something called the butterfly effect, the idea that a small change can cause a significant shift in the timeline. However, Ichinos feels a strange unease in his chest and wonders what it is. Overthinking negatively is one of his bad habits. In any case, this was his goal, and he has finally achieved rank B. Afterward, he decides to check his phone and sees a news notification. He remarks to himself that it has finally appeared. The Library of Illusions he had been anticipating. The portal's announcement had been released just a few minutes ago, and thanks to the vice president, he somehow made it to rank B just in time. Satsuki asks if this is the portal he had been talking so much about. He confirms and mentions that he's aiming for the Ring of Wisdom, the boss drop, as he believes it's a crucial item for uncovering the secrets of portal disasters. He also explains that pre-registration and inspection are required to enter rank B or higher portals. Ichinos expresses his intent to fill out the application now and asks Satsuki if she has any objections. She says she doesn't, and is just as excited as he is. Sometime later, at the guild headquarters, the guild master is on a call with someone. He mentions that the portal, Library of Illusions, will soon appear. He adds that the boss drop from this portal is highly problematic, and he cannot allow anyone to get their hands on it. The other person asks if the guild master's team will handle and secure it. With his authority, monopolizing the portal should be simple. But the guild master dismisses this as foolishness, stating that he cannot allow the country to begin distrusting him. Additionally, he needs someone for the official procedures and has some loyal subordinates. However, he doesn't think it's time to use them yet, as exposing his goals and identity will not be forgiven. So he says he needs someone who won't get in his way. The boss tells the person to contact Chimera Fong as soon as the portal appears. The boss's subjugation and the item's destruction must be done, and all adventurers entering the portal must be eliminated. Lastly, the boss mentions that taking care of groups and altering family records is this person's specialty, not a reason to dirty their hands. After saying this, he ends the call. Then someone knocks on his door. An employee says he'd like to consult the boss about the preparations for the Demon Defense Forces. But he notices the boss holding a phone, and asks who he was speaking with earlier. The head of the Demon Defense Force, Kurebi Hoju, responds dismissively, saying it's nothing important. Back to the protagonist's focus. He says he has a strategy that will help them win. At the Adventurers Guild in Kanagawa Prefecture, Yurakura City Branch, Ichinos is caught off guard by some news. The local receptionist explains that it's a decision made within the guild, and unfortunately, she can't allow him to enter the Library of Illusions. She adds that, although they may be unknown individuals from another branch, there have been many adventurer deaths recently in the Yurakura branch of the guild. If the numbers look bad, the guild will face even more pressure. In any case, she states that their branch is particularly strict right now, but Ichinos disagrees. He argues that if the portal is left as it is, it will destabilize, and she should grant rank B adventurers permission to enter and resolve the issue. However, the woman counters that if it's just about managing the portal, the defense forces are more than sufficient. And if it seems like the situation will drag on, the city can hire adventurers from elsewhere, certainly not a rookie rank B adventurer, and his partner, who is only rank C. She apologizes but states that they won't be going anywhere. Just then, someone appears and asks if they're also looking to challenge the Library of Illusions. The protagonist asks the man who he is. He introduces himself as Seiji Jigoya, a level 34 monk-class adventurer. He mentions that he's also rank B, like the protagonist, and like him, wishes to conquer the portal. However, there don't seem to be enough high-level adventurers available. Ichino sees this as an opportunity, thinking that with Seiji and other adventurers, the guild might be less restrictive. His plan was to level up with Satsuki inside the portal before taking on the boss anyway, and he had been concerned about whether they could subdue it in time. But with the monk, his worries lessen. Still, Ichinos hesitates, wondering if he can trust him. Satsuki, on the other hand, feels relieved, saying they can now challenge the portal since they have company. The monk confirms the protagonist's identity, welcoming them, and inviting Ichinos to join his team. Not wanting to be left out, Satsuki asks if she's invited as well. Seiji replies that he's attempting to enter a dangerous portal and reviewed her documents, noting that she's a shaman class adventurer, a notoriously difficult class to use, even among mages. He states that her achievements are scattered and that he can't afford inefficiencies in his team. Noticing that his companion is embarrassed, Ichinos declares that if the monk excludes her, he's out as well. Seiji doesn't seem pleased by the refusal, and insists he's not trying to exploit them for profit or anything like that. However, he mentions that his team already has 2 excellent vanguard members, and that his goal is to conquer this portal honestly. The protagonist points out that the shaman class can use mana drain to restore mana for the entire team, making it highly useful for mana-dependent members like them. The monk agrees and proposes exchanging information and contacts, adding that he'll need permission from his other team members first. Afterward, they can register together and meet in front of the portal. Later, Satsuki asks if the monk is okay, remarking that he seemed to view her as a burden. Ichinos replies that Seiji just seemed a bit calculating, but they can probably trust him for now. He also notes that it's better to point out dissatisfaction up front than to bring it up later. Believing the monk to be the team leader, he suggests being sociable and avoiding disputes, adding that the monk likely wouldn't do anything to tarnish his reputation. Meanwhile, the monk thinks his team isn't in a position to be picky, knowing that the more members he has, the harder it will be to secure the coveted item. However, if they cannot enter the portal, they will have no hope. Having 3 high-level members would be a relief, as it would mean less worry. Nevertheless, when discussing this with the rest of the team, Cheyenne Inoue, a level 40 adventurer, tells Senji that this was not what they agreed upon. She asserts that dragging along 2 people with strange classes before entering the portal is embarrassing. Senji, however, says it had to be this way because the guild's restrictions won't ease, and everyone agrees that not having enough members is a problem. Cheyenne mentions she wanted a support and magical damage caster, someone who could also fight up front and be versatile. She accuses the monk of ignoring class balance on purpose, as if he didn't care, and only focusing on numbers. Introducing the duo, Senji points out that Ichinos' level is high, as is Satsuki's. Satsuki thinks the group seems to be managing without issues, but the atmosphere is undeniably strange. She asks the protagonist if this is really okay. Ichinos reflects that he already found Senji suspicious, but now, having met the other members, he realizes they inspire even less confidence. Cheyenne bluntly declares that if they prove useless and take a share of the profits, they will die. The protagonist, however, says he agrees with a system where only those with contributions earn rewards, stating that it suits him better. Cheyenne calls him brazen. She then turns to Kasai, the other team member, and asks for his opinion. Kasai Hiru, a level 45 adventurer, responds that he doesn't care as long as they can enter the portal and not get in his way. Ichinos notices that everyone's level is very high and thinks he must ignore all the peculiarities of this team. After all, forming an impromptu team brings the advantage of exploring an unexplored portal, allowing them to sell information to the guild. It also presents opportunities to obtain rare items. Even the portal's name alone can fetch a price. Still, he believes Senji could have chosen his team better. Regardless, Ichinos recognizes he isn't in a position to be picky either. The monk acknowledges that hastily formed teams can lead to complaints or unsatisfying outcomes, but assembling adventurers of this caliber is a miracle. He thanks everyone and declares that they can now head to the Library of Illusions. Each of them is driven by different emotions, ambition, pride, or arrogance. Yet they've united for a common purpose. This makes the protagonist conclude that things might proceed without major issues. Upon arriving at the Library of Illusions, the group navigates its corridors. Senji remarks that this portal is difficult, even among rank B portals, describing it as a fascinating and refined place. He adds that such a high-caliber portal rarely appears, and conquering it would bring them fame. Cheyenne addresses the protagonist, noting that Senji already explained their team's lack of members, and requests that he not do anything to hinder them. Satsuki, however, considers that Ichinos' level is higher than theirs. The protagonist himself observes that they came from a different city specifically to explore this portal, and don't plan on leaving empty-handed. Cheyenne, however, doesn't appreciate his response. Ichinos explains that he only wants her to understand his feelings. He acknowledges their need for additional members, and assures her he won't engage in unnecessary actions or attacks. Unmoved, Cheyenne simply states that he should know his place, and that she doubts they'll need him anyway. Satsuki wonders if her companion is okay, thinking there's no way they'll deliver the boss's item at this rate. The protagonist admits it's a bit concerning but says at least they've entered the portal, and in any case, they should focus on clearing it first. He knows that the Library of Illusions is a rank B portal. It won't be easy to conquer just because a group of high-level adventurers is working together. His perspective on portal conquests is based on his prior knowledge, and he resolves that they can't falter without doing their part. A short while later, Senji finds something intriguing. He opens a book but cannot identify the language, assuming it's what they call otherworldly culture. Ichinos knows that objects other than items and magical crystals found inside a portal disappear once they leave the area. In the future, research into portal cultures will advance, leading to discoveries about level distortions and clarifying cultural aspects that are currently vague. The language found within portals is almost not a language at all, and the possibility of it being just a sequence of random characters is high. Some counter-theories have been presented against this idea, but most of them lack real evidence and can simply be summarized as illusions. It's said that the Ring of Wisdom from the Library of Illusions is a rare item capable of unraveling this mystery, and Ichinos doesn't want to miss out on it again. After walking for some time, an attack approaches, and Seiji activates a shield, successfully protecting himself from the fireballs. On the other side of the scene, a level 40 librarian goblin attacks them with magic. Kasai attempts a sneak attack on the enemy with his shadow step. By the time the goblin notices his presence, it's too late, as it is executed and loses its head. Ichinos doesn't even need to act this time. Seiji remarks that, as expected, Kasai's dexterity and performance are incredible, but Kasai replies that he doesn't need compliments as they're irritating. Then he tells the protagonist and his companion to collect the magic crystals, saying that's what they're there for. Cheyenne says something similar, asserting that they came from Tokyo and won't just stand idly by. But Satsuki notes that Cheyenne doesn't seem to have done much herself. This angers Cheyenne, who claims it wasn't her turn to attack yet, and asks if Satsuki wants to start a fight. But Satsuki apologizes, saying she doesn't. Ichinos observes that both of their decision-making processes are fast, and that they make good use of their skills. This reassures him that their abilities are genuine. After seeing these skills in practice, he's also certain that this guy named Kasai is hiding something. So Ichinos approaches him and starts a conversation. But Kasai tells him he's being far too informal. From a distance, Satsuki notices her teammate trying to talk to the grumpy man. Ichinos describes the skills he saw, shadow step and execute, and asks if Kasai is a thief-class adventurer. Satsuki, watching, isn't sure where he's going with this. The protagonist enthusiastically remarks that from this point on, it will be quite difficult to deal damage to the boss, but says that if Kasai is aiming for the top, he recommends reducing his skill point usage. Hearing all this, Kasai wonders what's up with this kid. Ichinos continues, saying that whether Kasai becomes a thief who draws aggro for his team or a specialized support, he should focus on one role. Kasai becomes irritated, saying a brat shouldn't give advice, and asks what the protagonist really wants. Ichinos replies that he's just trying to help, but Kasai doesn't like this at all and threatens him. Satsuki asks her companion why he's talking to such a scary guy. He simply replies that he knows a lot about the thief class and got carried away, asserting that this class must be aware of its low attack power. Otherwise, they become useless at higher levels, and he doesn't want Kasai to follow the same path he did. But Cheyenne asks how he knows so much about the class, claiming that Kasai is a top-tier adventurer even among rank B adventurers, and few in the country know more than he does. Ichinos knows he was originally the best thief class user in his past life, but he feels he can't say something like that. Meanwhile, Kasai is already scouting the area, commenting that he had imagined the portal would be a rare high-quality one, but now that he's there, it doesn't seem that way. Seiji says he's certain Kasai is very strong and feels fortunate to have him on the team. But then Kasai notices something approaching. It's a level 45 clock rabbit. He calls it a stupid enemy but acknowledges that it's a higher level than the goblins. However, Ichinos knows these rabbits are nightmare monsters capable of annihilating entire teams, and they're not creatures to fight recklessly. He quickly advises the group that the clock rabbit won't attack unless they get too close and suggests they take a detour to find another route. But Kasai ignores him, saying he's been annoying him all day and tells him not to dictate what he should do. The protagonist knows that if the clock rabbit uses its ability now, it will be disastrous. But apparently, the others have no idea about this. Ichinos starts to think it will be very challenging to fight this thing while trying to protect everyone at the same time. Before long, Kasai is already attacking the monster. Ichinos tries to warn him that the clock rabbit is more dangerous than he realizes. But it seems this doesn't bother the thief. He tries to attack the rabbit, and realizes it's really fast. Soon, he wonders if the monster is the type that excels at evasion, stating that it's small, but since it's high level, you never know what it's going to do. Upon seeing the rabbit using dash, He thinks that this evasion skill is really annoying, but this special movement pattern is characteristic of a rare monster. Thus, he imagines he can expect some good drops after killing it. Ichinos realizes that now that the rabbit has gotten so far, it won't forget them anymore, leaving no alternative but to defeat it. Then, he tells the others that the enemy will use its skill and they must cover each other. If they let their guard down for even a second, they will be killed. Senji asks what Ichinos is saying, because he sees that the rabbit is level 45, and they should be able to defeat it easily. But he soon notices the rabbit's skill and is astonished. In contrast, Kasai, full of arrogance, says he won't take orders from a lower-level brat, and says again for the protagonist to stop saying meaningless things. However, in his distraction, the rabbit snatches his watch. Using this item, it pulls out several books that fly in his direction. This skill is called Ars Magica, one Kasai has never witnessed before. After that, the books begin to transform. One of them even grows an eye, transforming into a level 43 grimoire, and another turns into a level 42 grimoire. Then, Senji notices there are 4 level 40 monsters in this cramped space, and is quite surprised. Watching the rabbit use its special skill, the protagonist tells Kasai to retreat, stating that he won't be able to do anything if he gets trapped. But even so, the thief tells the protagonist not to try to boss him around. Next, one of the grimoires attacks him with fireballs. However, he manages to dodge them, telling the monsters not to underestimate him. His team becomes worried, and Senji tells Kasai there's another one in his blind spot. When he realizes what it was, he sees the rabbit approaching fiercely. Soon, Kasai notices the rabbit didn't flee as he had imagined. He also realizes he can't dodge this attack. But before he gets hit, the protagonist shows up to help him. Ichinos manages to arrive just in time to interrupt the rabbit's attack. Not only does he prevent Kasai from being hit, but as he gets close to the monster, he takes the opportunity to counterattack. The protagonist thinks that if he maintains his gravity manipulation, he won't lose any fight in the air. Seeing the rabbit, he notices it didn't like being interrupted, and ironically says that it isn't cute even if it pouts. For his part, Kasai retreats and thinks he barely avoided death. He is also surprised by the fact that the protagonist anticipated the rabbit's surprise attack and covered for him. The monster uses its dash to flee, making Ichinos remember that the clock rabbit doesn't approach its target directly. It just runs and uses surprise attacks. He then tells Senji that he will face 3 of the grimoires and tells the others to handle the last one. Senji says that's reckless, that their reactions were slow earlier, and Kasai was caught off guard. But he also says they are strong and asks for a little trust. Ichinos simply says there's no way to live twice, and asks the monk to duck. He knows the rabbit's movements are fast, and it's cunning when fighting multiple enemies, so they must get used to surprise attacks, stating that even the most reliable member of the group was almost killed by the monster. Cheyenne was also slowly starting to panic because of this. Support classes like the monk and shaman need protection from vanguard classes to fight properly. Cheyenne asks if the protagonist is really going to fight 3 of those things at the same time, believing it to be impossible. Satsuki knows that Ichinos has already made up his mind, so she decides to trust him, believing this is probably the best way to win in this situation. Then, she tells them to hurry up and defeat the monster to help the protagonist as quickly as possible. After that, one of the grimoires approaches Ichinos, but with one attack, he pushes the enemy away, and notices that it has the ability to fly freely in the air. This ability is strong even at long distances, and its magic is also fast. Moreover, he has to be very cautious with the rabbit's surprise attacks, because he knows it's a monster that was quite troublesome even in his previous life. Ichinos doesn't like fights that push him to his limits. Even so, he calls the enemies to the fight, calling them wasted paper, and stating that he will destroy all of them at once. In contrast, the clock rabbit is just waiting for the right opportunity to act. The 3 grimoires approach the protagonist. Meanwhile, the monk summons his shield once again, in order to protect the others from the 4th grimoire. Cheyenne, in turn, says not to underestimate them, and takes advantage of the opening to attack. Her attack power is high. She thinks the enemy might use magic, and its movement speed is fast. Therefore, she must keep an eye on the rabbit. Then, she loses her composure and thinks that fighting 3 of them at the same time in this situation is pure foolishness. And she keeps wondering what the protagonist was thinking when he made this decision. Speaking of him, Ichinos is facing the grimoires as he said he would. He uses his gravity fraction. This allows him to act faster. Thus, he can attack and move with more agility. As he approaches one of the grimoires, he performs the meteor strike. By managing to kill the enemy, he gains significant experience, beyond the usual. But he can only think that there's one less. On the other side, Satsuki uses the shadow ball against one of the grimoires, and Kasai strikes it with the wind slash. Thus, Cheyenne says there are now 2 less. But suddenly, the clock rabbit reappears. With the Ars Magica ability, he summons 2 more books. making Ichinos realize that the number of grimoires the rabbit can control at once is 4, and it's trying to replace the ones they just defeated. From afar, Satsuki persists in the fight. Unlike Cheyenne, who despairs upon seeing 2 new monsters approaching, but she keeps saying not to underestimate her, claiming that she will defeat them. However, Ichinos tells her to retreat and reposition herself, staying behind Seiji's shield. Like her teammate, she is stubborn and refuses to obey, thinking that even if the protagonist is good, it doesn't mean she is his puppet. So she decides she will take down the monsters with a single attack, calling them to battle. However, she hears a strange sound, and realizes that the clock rabbit is approaching. She quickly becomes afraid, because the rabbit stopped right in front of her. On purpose, it used a strange noise to confuse her. From afar, Seiji yells for Cheyenne not to let the monster escape, but distracted, she is attacked by one of the grimoires. Because of the noise, she didn't notice it approaching. Through the enemy's bite, she falls to the ground, becoming vulnerable. Unable to free herself from the grimoire, she loses hope, thinking she's going to die. However, Ichinos approaches, saying he'll have to remove the grimoire by force. He then tells her to clench her teeth. After that, he performs an attack, removing the monster but causing her a lot of pain. She moves away, feeling her whole body ache. But she realizes she would have died if she had stayed as she was. However, she was saved by the boy she once belittled. Unable to move properly, she sees another grimoire approaching. However, once again, Ichinos appears to defend her. Then, he tells the monk to heal her using white magic. Satsuki realizes the situation is collapsing, and they're growing weaker. The protagonist also notices this but thinks they can still continue, because he knows that Ars Magica uses many mana points. As long as they keep defeating the grimoires, they can wear the enemy down. Facing the rabbit, he says the monster thought the same thing, affirming that its impatience is evident in its actions. Wasting no more time, he uses double gravity. He knows the grimoire's spikes have high defense, and their mouths are protected by their fangs. In this case, he thinks of a strategy. After driving his sword into the monster's mouth, he triggers an explosion through it. With that, he defeats another grimoire and even earns more experience points. Satsuki feels happy for another enemy defeated and thinks they can succeed if they keep up this pace. However, Seiji warns the protagonist that he is too far away, and there are many enemies nearby. That's exactly what they wanted, because the rabbit takes advantage of a moment of distraction from the protagonist to try to attack him from behind. But Ichinos was already expecting this and uses his reverse gravity. With this, he vanishes from the monster's sight. From above, he says he doesn't care about defeating 1 or 2. To defeat them all at once, he has no choice but to kill their commander, the clock rabbit. Being cornered by the walls is helping the protagonist, because he knows it must be hard for the enemy to launch surprise attacks on them. Before, he imagined that the rabbit would persist in trying to take his head, but he says it failed in its own plans. Now it's the rabbit that has its back to its adversary. Ichinos knows the enemy's reaction is quick. Soon, he concludes that he will have to be even faster. The protagonist tries to attack the clock rabbit. However, the enemy manages to dodge. Ichinos feels frustrated for not being able to catch it. He wanted to take advantage of his gravity and cut the rabbit in half. But the monster was faster than he expected, so Ichinos only managed to hit its sides. Being small and fast, it's problematic. On the other side, Kasai is attacked by one of the grimoires. Meanwhile, Senji tries to defend himself with his shield. Satsuki notices this and concludes that they won't last long at this rate. Ichinos thinks that if they defeat the clock rabbit, the Ars magic will be undone. So, he wants to finish it with just one quick strike. But he knows he won't be able to get close just by chasing the rabbit around. And it seems the rabbit is already predicting his movements. The protagonist prepares to attack again, and the monster uses its dash skill, creating distance from its opponent. However, what it didn't expect was that a magic spell would come its way, which hit it directly. Sarcastically, the protagonist asked the rabbit if it thought it had dodged, stating that he had predicted the movement of its abilities. He also says that this quick movement skill has many weaknesses, and its dash makes its movements simple, and there's an opening when the monster uses it. If timed right, it's easy to hit. Thus, the rabbit tries to attack, but Ichinos strikes it, defeating the enemy once and for all and leveling up to 45. Because of this, the grimoires that had transformed earlier returned to being regular books, surprising the rest of the team. Ichinos says they made it just in time, and the Ars magic is over. Satsuki says that's great. Cheyenne, however, asks if it's really over. Satsuki notices that she's crying, but the girl says no, claiming that something just got in her eye. Senji thanks the protagonist, honestly admitting that he underestimated him. He also says that he was trying to gather enough members, but states that if that thing had appeared with just the 3 of them there, they probably would have died. Then, he looks at one of the books, asking what it is. Ichinos picks up a magic crystal and a book, saying it appears to be an item called the Clock Rabbit's Rank B skill book, which can be used to learn the dash skill. He says it's not useless, but there are many different ways to use it depending on your class. However, he wants to sell it to the guild for about 10 million, surprising Senji. The monk says that if they split it among the 5, each person gets 2 million, finding it super interesting. However, he would like to head back for now, as he states he has checked the library, and his mana is also low. He also says Cheyenne is trying to keep her composure. Ichinos thinks that he would normally be more lenient, but he can't let anyone else lay hands on the Ring of Wisdom. The most problematic part of this portal was that rabbit. He knows it can run and avoid the fight, and they can heal with their cleric skills anyway. Moreover, the protagonist says he also has a way to recover his mana, and the monk asks how. Satsuki asks if he's going to force her to do that again. He says that goblins are simple and can provide a lot of mana, making them the perfect food for low mana. Senji says he has no problem agreeing with Ichinos' ideas. However, Kasai says he doesn't want to turn back after making it this far, because he thinks he can use it to pursue his own interests and achieve good results. Cheyenne, in turn, asks if he's saying this after everything they've been through. The monk says she was on the verge of being killed, and no one can blame her for feeling that way. But after a bit of discussion, they decide to continue. Far away, at the portal's entrance, one of the guards says he hasn't heard any information about the demonic defense agency taking over, and another says it's a secret mission from the country's government HQ. Then the guard apologizes and lets the others through. The woman asks her colleague if it's really necessary to use such a problematic method. She then throws away the identification. Meanwhile, her colleague says the rules around portals are very strict and inconvenient. He also says her abilities make it much simpler. Ariza says that the subjugation and collection of the boss's item make her wonder why they want an item to be completely erased. Her colleague says it's not something they should worry about, they just need to complete the Chimera Claw task. He also says she needs to get rid of the illusion magic soon, it's a waste of mana. Arisa says her teammate is really adaptable. She also mentions that this is an order from the leader of the Chimera Claw, and they absolutely cannot fail. And there's no way they can fall into a portal like this. Meanwhile, Kyugoku Kikyu and Yumekawa Arisa are about to enter, and she asks if it's okay to kill everyone they find inside. Inside the portal, a level 43 book demon appears. Cheyenne is astonished by this, but soon the protagonist appears to defend her. Then, Ichinos tells her to fall back and reposition herself. This time she obeys and follows the instructions. The book demon is an attack-type monster that can stretch its body. Someone inexperienced in fighting it should not make it an enemy, especially because Cheyenne doesn't seem to have very high mental strength. At the rear, Satsuki uses her shadow hand. With it, she manages to trap the enemy for a while. Taking advantage of the opening she created, she quickly moves toward it, and with her staff, she lands a direct hit. By defeating the monster, she gains significant XP. Seeing this, the protagonist concludes that his teammate has indeed become stronger, and the new skill she acquired by using her skill points after defeating the rabbit seems to have many different uses later on. He also thinks that using this skill on a book demon seems like a waste of mana, and they need to reduce the number of monsters first. Regardless, he thanks Satsuki for her good work and says they need to deal with the other 2 monsters. But as soon as Satsuki looks at Cheyenne, she tells her to stay away from Ichinos. Immediately, Cheyenne steps back, embarrassed, saying it's not what she thinks and claiming she wasn't scared and didn't cling to him for protection or anything. The protagonist says she's the only one bringing that up. Cheyenne says she simply slipped and grabbed Ichinos, and upon seeing Satsuki's eyes, she becomes frightened. She quickly defends herself, saying she's just grateful to Ichinos for saving her, and will behave from now on. Further ahead, another battle begins, and Seiji uses his shield, creating an opening for Kasai to attack and kill the monster. Then Ichinos says there's just one left, and it's over. Next, Kasai attacks a goblin, but Seiji warns him, saying the protagonist said not to kill it yet. Even so, the thief attacks without hesitation, claiming that Seiji doesn't need to tell him what he already knows. Kasai quickly subdues the goblin with a thread around its neck, merely knocking it out afterward. Ichinos knows that goblins have high mana points, making them perfect for mana draining, which Satsuki excels at. And he notes that Kasai, of the 3, is the one who uses his head the most. Despite his difficult personality, he is a hardworking person. It's amazing that he ended up on Seiji's team. With the goblin unconscious, Satsuki performs a mana drain. Seiji receives the transfer and concludes that he can now use barriers too, and they can continue exploring the portal indefinitely at this pace. He also says that if they catch 2 more goblins, they'll be able to fully restore Satsuki's and Ichinos' mana. But the protagonist notes that physical fatigue remains the same. He says that it takes more energy to catch them than to defeat them. That's the trade-off for using mana drain, and it's the least they can do. Seiji decides to trust him. After that, they reach deep into the portal, and about the action plan this time. Ichinos asks Cheyenne if she'll challenge the portal boss with him. Kasai is surprised, as he definitely didn't expect that. Much less Cheyenne, as she says challenging the boss is not something you do on a whim. She says it's impossible, and Ichinos asks if she's scared. Satsuki, for her part, notices that her teammate is already good at dealing with Cheyenne. Seiji thinks that he originally created the team to defeat the portal boss, but honestly, just exploring the portal and gaining magic crystals and XP is already enough. Now he also realizes he was overly confident before and asks the protagonist if he doesn't think fighting the boss now is too risky. Ichinos replies that he actually has some information about the item in this portal and believes they can easily defeat the boss with the current team members. Seiji didn't expect this response. Even so, he desires the achievement of defeating a rank B boss, imagining that only with this, higher level teams will start appearing around him. That said, the protagonist says there's something they need to discuss, asking if he can take the item dropped by the boss, as that was the reason he went to the portal in the first place. He also says that as long as he gets that, he'll give them all the magic crystals and items they've received so far. Satsuki had agreed to this in advance, and if it's not enough, Ichino says he'll include some of his own money as well. This makes the monk curious about what kind of item would make him go so far, but he thinks it's great to receive 3 times the amount he gets from the clock rabbit's dropped item. Cheyenne doesn't seem to agree much. However, Kasai says that everyone is on board except her, and asks if she wants to go home. She can't believe it but decides to stay, saying she's only doing it to repay Ichinos for saving her earlier. The protagonist concludes, after hearing that she is unexpectedly far away, in a special room. An enemy named Akasha, level 60. The boss of the illusion library portal awaits them. They've finally arrived. Behind this door is the portal's boss. Before entering, Ichino says they'll handle the boss's skills as planned, stating that this boss has low mobility and large movements. As long as they're not in a hurry, they'll be able to defeat it without any problems. Senji says that if the protagonist's information is correct, they'll surely defeat the boss. And with that, they'll gain the experience of clearing a rank B portal. Cheyenne asks if they really believe that, questioning whether there is such a thing as an item that can give them information about a boss before fighting it. Satsuki says she was convinced before, and now she's changed her mind. Cheyenne says she just finds it strange because they're accepting the existence of this item so easily, unlike her, who is suspicious. Senji, in turn, says that as an adventurer, it's important not to speak recklessly about their strengths, and the protagonist isn't the type of person to say something without meaning behind it. Kasai says that even if the protagonist is talking nonsense, he doesn't want to have to defeat the boss after someone else has already done it, telling Cheyenne to go home if she's scared. Ichinos also says that adventurers risk their lives, but if she's scared, they can go back. But Cheyenne insists she's not scared, and she was just saying they shouldn't believe everything they hear. Ichinos, in turn, says he and Kasai will distract the boss while Senji protects her, as it's all part of the plan. Cheyenne asks if they're underestimating her, but Kasai replies they're not. He just thought she seemed scared. Kasai thinks she seems worried, but it looks like she'll go along with things. Challenging the boss and getting stronger is her goal. Even in the worst-case scenario, he imagines he can escape since he's the highest level among them. On the other hand, Ichinos thinks about using his skill points before the fight begins. He had planned to save them to level up gravity manipulation to level 4. However, the right thing to do before the boss fight is to level up gravity magic. With that, his system records that he has unlocked Gravity Field, a new magic skill, which he really likes since his options have expanded before the boss fight. Once ready, the protagonist opens the door, and the entire group advances into the boss room. But upon arriving, something catches Ichinos' attention, because the boss was waiting for them. As soon as they enter the room, she notices their presence. Then the system alerts that she's the boss of the illusion library, named Akasha, level 60. Upon seeing the boss, they are surprised but think she has little mobility. However, Senji tells them to act according to the plan, and so they do. The boss, however, doesn't remain still, and attacks them with her Thunder Break ability. Ichinos knows that the type of magic she uses most are fast and lightning-based attacks, just as old documents described. But the power of lightning magic depends on range, which is why the target is Kasai and himself at the front, instead of the rear guard. He imagines he can increase his movement speed by using half gravity, and Kasai has the Thief class, specializing in movement. Thus, there's no way a low mobility boss can hit them. Now he thinks he just has to wait for an opening after she uses her magic. In the rear guard, Satsuki uses her Shadow Ball. Meanwhile, Cheyenne uses her cutting skill. The boss only defends herself, but that doesn't stop her from being hit. However, she soon finds herself face to face with Satsuki, and surprisingly, she apologizes. Satsuki is startled to hear a monster speaking. The protagonist notices this and says the boss is likely sending an area attack towards Satsuki and the others. He then tells Kasai to hurry back to Seiji. Even though he dislikes taking orders, Kasai says he'll obey this time. Next, the boss unleashes a wave of fire. Seeing this makes Cheyenne think there's no way to avoid being hit. But Ichinos believes they only need to defend instead of fleeing. The entire group gathers around the monk. Afterward, he summons his magical shield again. Since area attacks cause less damage, a magical barrier is enough to block it, just as Ichinos calculated. Seiji then says they can handle Akasha's magical attacks with their abilities, as long as they're careful, only attacking when they have a clear opportunity. Akasha has multiple large-scale attacks at the cost of lacking mobility, making it relatively easy to fight her as a portal boss. Ichinos says they'll subdue her this way. Seeing that the boss is acting as planned, Cheyenne gets excited and now believes they might actually be able to pull this off. Kasai, on the other hand, thinks everything is going well. He wishes a few people would get destroyed, but he concludes that Ichinos is somewhat remarkable, watching how the protagonist acts. Kasai thinks he'll have to start with him if he wants to destroy this team. In any case, Kasai and Ichinos attack as planned, but the boss doesn't remain passive and prepares a magical attack. She then summons the Sword of Zeus. Wielding it, the boss strikes. However, Ichinos manages to dodge, and approaching her, he counterattacks. Sarcastically, he says that, as expected, the boss is weak against close combat, and asks what happened to her strong long-range attacks. From afar, Cheyenne says this is easy as long as those two with high-speed stats draw aggro. She claims that a portal boss at this level is unexpectedly simple, and that they might finish very quickly, though Satsuki knows Cheyenne is the most fearful among them. Seiji, on the other hand, thinks Ichinos was just being optimistic, but now that the fight has truly begun, he can see how precise he actually is, because he observes that Ichinos accurately understands the enemy's strengths and chooses the best path to victory with minimal risk, and his skills and courage are incredible. It's true that the attack relies heavily on raw brute force, but he would be dead if he were hit by it. Rushing in without hesitation despite this is something only possible with experience and confidence, which the protagonist has in abundance. Speaking of him, as soon as Ichino sees the boss use the rock pillar skill, he thinks the direction of the fight is about to change, because the boss has created a barrier against rear attacks while also restricting the front line's movement. But the protection against long-range attacks has also increased for them, so he tells Seiji to pull back the rear line. Meanwhile, Kasai hides, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. The boss seems to have noticed something, but before she can act on it, she is attacked from several different directions. Cheyenne says this is good because having a shield to attack from closer range is a great advantage. She also says the boss's movements are quite poor. However, Ichinos notices that Cheyenne is too far away, but her positioning is correct, so he runs to her, apologizing for what he's about to do. Cheyenne doesn't understand at first, but then the protagonist uses her as a stepping stone, and jumps to the top of a pillar. Cheyenne gets irritated, asking how he dares to use her as a boost. However, the protagonist is already focused on something else. He thinks he couldn't get close because the boss was watching, but he can use gravity to create a surprise attack from above, and so he performs the meteor slash. Upon hitting her, one of the boss's horns even breaks. Cheyenne realizes through this that the protagonist succeeded, but he says it's not over yet, because the boss's defense is greater than he expected. From afar, Kasai watches everything and concludes it seems like it will end soon, no matter what happens. Even though he thinks the protagonist is very good at what he does, Kasai decides he will have to make him suffer an injury right there. Shortly after that, the boss prepares to attack again, and summons a kind of energy orb. Ichinos recognizes this as the ruin explosion magic. The casting time is long, and the mana cost is enormous, but if it's activated, it will be untouchable. Some portal bosses have a pattern, where they enter a frenzied state when cornered. In this case, it's the ruin explosion. He quickly concludes that he must defeat her before the boss can use this attack. He believes that, fortunately, Kasai is on the other side, and the rear line is also out of the way. This way, it shouldn't be too difficult to defeat the immobilized boss. However, he sees a dagger flying toward him but manages to defend himself. Kasai, who threw it, notices the protagonist's immediate reaction at an alarmingly fast speed. Then he pretends he missed the throw and apologizes. However, since Ichinos isn't naive, he realizes that the thief did it on purpose. But he thinks it's not the right time for this kind of thing, as the large-scale attack is imminent, and he tells everyone to do their best to dodge. Even while still hiding, Kasai wonders what that is. Even Cheyenne is frightened, thinking this must be some kind of joke. What they all see is a massive magical sphere about to be launched over the area. Knowing this, Ichinos heads towards Satsuki, because he knows the dangers of this magical attack. It's a super powerful magic bullet that won't stop until all the mana is spent. But once they get through this, The rest should be easy. He knows this is the final obstacle to getting his hands on the Ring of Wisdom. The full attack hasn't even fully charged yet, but some remnants are already hitting the area. Ichinos thinks the boss must have only a little HP left, but he can't get close enough to attack her. However, he believes he has the advantage, since the boss is focusing on him. While he tries to advance, Kasai remains hidden. Watching Ichinos, the thief didn't expect him to have such insane power, but he feels safe while on the pillar, as it seems he has a good view of the battle. However, the pillar is hit, forcing him to run. Kasai quickly wonders what's up with this power. He also knows he won't be able to avoid it forever, blaming the protagonist for bringing him to such a crazy place. For his part, Ichinos thinks that Satsuki and the others will eventually be hit, and being at a stalemate is bad, so he tries to force an attack. Seeing him do this, Cheyenne can't believe it, and she asks what he's thinking. Even Satsuki grows concerned for her teammate, so she tells Senji that they should both attack as well. She says the boss's HP must be at its limit. Additionally, it's practically focused on the protagonist, attacking only him instead of the entire group. Despite Cheyenne's concern, Senji agrees, saying that they must do the work of a team, because they're relying too much on Ichinos, and they can't put all the risks on him, stating they need to put their bodies on the line as well.
Our boy approaches the remains of Akasha and realizes that it's there. He smiles as he holds the reward left behind by the boss of the Library of Illusions. The Ring of Wisdom is a B-rank item that allows the summoning of Akasha, the Great Witch of the Library of Illusions. Satsuki asks if this is the item that will solve the mystery of the portals, and her friend believes it is. She thinks maybe they should hand it over to the monster extermination forces, but the boy says that's not a good idea. There are 3 reasons why Akoma doesn't trust them to deliver the ring. The first is that it was precisely a monster extermination ministry authority who lost this item in his past life. That's why he can't give the ring to the extermination forces unless it's handed to someone more trustworthy. The second reason is that only a high-ranking hunter can increase the ring's power, and he's the best person for the job since he used to be rank S. And third, it doesn't make sense to give up on an item he worked so hard to get. Satsuki smiles when she sees that the boy looks really happy. She tries to figure out what the ring does, but is interrupted by someone shouting Akoma's name. Seiji comments that they're going to be very famous for defeating Akasha. The priest says he saw when he got hurt and offers his powers to heal him, saying he had just done the same earlier. Our boy says he didn't take any direct hits, but he'll accept a little help since everyone's here anyway. The man uses his staff to cast his healing magic. He thinks about how amazing the mage truly is, and can barely believe he met someone like him. The boy is wrapped in the light of his magic. Seiji remembers when he was left alone to deal with the projectiles, and chuckles as he thinks that he never took portal exploration seriously until that moment. He's really happy to have met a hunter like Akoma. Meanwhile, Shine comments that she almost got sent to the afterlife and doesn't want to face another boss anytime soon. Hiru thinks they defeated the boss and got a lot of items from exploring this portal, so it's time to stop pretending. People tend to let their guard down right after a victory. Running toward the protagonist, he knows he was waiting for this moment. The boy won't be able to dodge because Hiru is a rogue with stealing abilities and moves faster than all other character classes, so he activates his rogue attack and goes straight for the protagonist. But Akoma looks in his direction right at that moment and quickly blocks the blow with his sword using his gravity master skill. Hiru is a bit surprised and asks if the boy has eyes on the back of his head or something. Our boy increases gravity and prepares to strike back. He hits the traitor with a good, solid punch right in the face. The rogue is sent flying by the mage's blow. Seiji asks what the hell is going on, and Akoma explains that he betrayed the team, warning them to stay alert because the fight isn't over. Hiru had some doubts about the boy, but didn't expect him to attack so quickly. Akoma asks if that's why the faker was holding back his energy during the battle, and says he still has mana to use. Our protagonist questions if he really thinks he can beat all 4 of them, but he's interrupted when Hiru says he doesn't want that at all. The rogue explains that he already achieved his goal the moment his attack was blocked. Then the boy realizes that the traitor took not only the Ring of Wisdom, but also the inventory ring. Looks like the attack was just a distraction to steal the items. The priest is shocked to see that the bastard stole the inventory ring, which allows the user to store other items. That ring is already rare by itself, and on top of that, it contains all the items and demon stones they got from exploring this portal. Chine is furious and hopes this is some kind of joke, or she's going to destroy that Dan rogue. Hiru starts running, saying they won't be able to catch him. The only one who can match his speed is Akoma, but the mage's speed relies on brief movement bursts. None of them have what it takes to get close to a rogue. The protagonist thinks he's right, as frustrating as it is. Our boy didn't think the traitor would pull such a cheap trick since he's B rank, but it looks like he was wrong. As he runs, Hiru remembers that he leveled up by stealing and threatening others, being a rogue. In a short time, he could no longer join any teams because everyone in the region already knew his treacherous history. That's why he went to Kanagawa, but even in that city some people had already heard rumors about him. He planned to keep a low profile for a while, but he found a teen leader crazy for money, and a brat with rare items and valuable information. Hiru gives an ironic smile as he realizes he got lucky. Seiji feels sad, knowing they lost a huge pile of demon stones and the equivalent of 500,000 rias in rare items. Akoma apologizes for letting his guard down and says they'll have to report the rogue to the monster extermination forces. But the situation is complicated because of portal laws, and since there was no contract and it was just theft, nobody will care. Despite that, the protagonist knows he must retrieve the Ring of Wisdom no matter what. Suddenly, he hears a voice commenting that the boss had already been defeated. A figure replies that he had warned someone else would manage to do it before they arrived. Satsuki grows worried when she realizes other hunters are there and shouts for everyone to be careful. Hiru immediately jumps into action while the girl tries to warn everyone to protect themselves. The rogue says they're in his way and should get lost. The woman tells Jikyo he can have that one, and the man draws his weapon. The traitor thinks the two are idiots because he's level 48 and one of the most powerful B-rank hunters. But Jikyo hits him square in the gut, lifting the rogue off the ground with the impact. Hiru is stunned to realize this guy is extremely fast and strong. His body crashes back against a wall, breaking part of the surface. Then he slides down to the ground, powerless. Seiji, Satsuki, and Shine are in complete shock at the sight. Akoma thinks that man took down the rogue with a single blow and wonders who they are and why they seem so familiar. Then he gets chills as he remembers something, and he questions if these two are who he thinks they are. Jikyo stares at the rogue lying on the ground and says that was kind of boring. Hiru has his eyes open with an empty expression. Harris says he wasn't even worth the wasted time. Shen can barely believe what just happened since her teammate was strong but got defeated. She's scared because it was so easy. The blonde thinks the ring is very pretty and wants to keep the item. Eris asks her friend if she can keep it since it looks really good on her finger. But the guy thinks that ring is the item they're supposed to destroy. The girl looks at the system showing the data and questions that. She says no one will know if she keeps the ring, and Jikyo says if she messes with the mission, he'll take her down too. Seiji thanks the bald guy for taking out the rogue, since he was a traitor, but then he asks if maybe that was a bit over the top. Eris looks a little confused by what she just heard. Then she says the others seem to be mistaken about the kind of people they are. She grabs her knife and asks her friend if he minds if she sends all of them to the grave. The bald guy says she can do whatever she wants, since the orders are to destroy everyone they find. All members of the random team are shocked. Akoma watches everything and thinks he already knew who they were because of the disturbing aura, strange clothes, and abilities. The boy says they are Chimera's Fang. The blonde is surprised to see the mage knows who they are, since she didn't think they were famous yet. Satsuki asks her friend if he knows anything about those two weirdos, and Shine thought Chimera's Fang was just an urban legend. That secret organization gained power in the criminal world through the portals, and in his past life, they were already so powerful in 10 years that they even manipulated the government. They became known as the leaders of the crime rings, but were still seen as a kind of urban legend. The protagonist encountered the two of them in a portal in his past life, and for now they don't seem to have the same power and influence they once did. But that doesn't mean they're any less dangerous. Akoma doesn't understand why they decided to show themselves now, since they normally don't appear to other people. That can only mean they plan to take all the witnesses to the grave. Shine shouts that they're going to attack, and Seiji realizes his only option is to fight. The priest says their team has the advantage in numbers since there are 4 of them, and warns them not to fight alone and to attack their blind spots. Our boy thinks they're going to lose, even if they pair up to fight each one of them. Eris asks Jikyo which one he wants, and says she wants that one over there, but the bald guy tells her to take things more seriously. The Ring of Wisdom is extremely important to uncover the truth behind the portals. Akoma thinks he can't let that item stay with them and jumps into the battle, which worries his friend. The boy's blade clashes with the blonde's and makes a loud sound that echoes through the area. He tells his teammates that he'll handle the weird girl. Then he asks the others to fight the man, thinking it won't be easy, but it's the best they can do. The sorceress thinks her partner is crazy and won't be able to beat the weirdo alone, but the priest thinks he might be right. Seiji explains that he and Satsuki can only offer support and can't do much in a battle like this. So the man looks at the scary bald guy and says it's better to help Cheyenne, since her level is lower than the protagonist's. It won't be easy for him, but the 3 of them need to fight together for now. Besides, the guy who defeated Hiru must be the strongest of the 2. Considering Akoma's level and skills, this is the best strategy they can use right now. Gahio warns that they shouldn't underestimate his friend, and says the girl is much stronger than he is. The priest is shocked to hear that. Meanwhile, our boy fights the hunter with the shark tooth. Eris comments that she's glad she was chosen by the boy, but if he thinks he can beat her, he's dead wrong. Akoma remains at a disadvantage even after increasing his attack with gravity control, and notices that her level is way too high. The crazy girl wants to share something, and says that Gikua's level is 54, but her level is 57. Eris bets that the mage's level isn't even 50, and says he's never going to defeat her because of that. The protagonist says he already figured as much. The girl laughs and asks if he's lying. Hunters who take risks evolve faster, even though most end up dead doing that, and arrogant people like her only get respect because they have talent. She asks why she was picked if he already knew that, and Akoma explains that small weapons usually indicate hunters who can take on multiple enemies at once. Longer weapons have more advantages in one-on-one fights, but they leave weaknesses exposed in battles against multiple opponents. Fights between tricksters can lead to unexpected outcomes, so the protagonist plans to defeat the girl and then help his teammates. Eris seems a little surprised by the boy's boldness. Our boy thinks this is the only way to overcome the situation. Seiji wonders if the mage thought of all that in just a few seconds. Then the shark-toothed girl gives a little chuckle and asks how he dares to provoke her, saying she'll fight him because now she's curious. With one hand in the air, Eris creates a reddish mass of light that's part of an ability called Blade of Illusion. She tells Akoma to show what he can do and says he better not have lied about his capabilities. Several sharp objects appear in the air above Eris. The illusion of blades forms a bunch of magical blades to attack the enemy. Akoma already suspects what the girl's character class might be, and if he's right, that means fighting her will be tough. And now the crazy one wants to see the protagonist do a TikTok dance to dodge her attack. Our boy flies through the air as he swiftly evades the blades. Eris notices he's light and pretty fast, and probably uses a skill that enhances his physical attributes, but he'll need nerves of steel to dodge that many knives. She licks her lips and says she loves this. The girl likes seeing brave guys like him, especially when they're full of fear after she leaves them covered in ketchup. Akoma strikes his sword against her dagger, and the impact creates a wave of energy around them. The level gap between them is too big, and the boy used his gravity-reducing power to strike as fast as possible, but it didn't work. Increasing gravity won't help, and using more mana even less, which is why the boy can't find an opportunity to strike. But the protagonist needs to finish this fight to help the others. Behind him, his three teammates are fighting the strong bald guy. The boy wonders why the crazy girl isn't fighting properly since she won't be able to hit him with spells, and he thinks her attacks aren't working, so he wants her to go on the offensive. Akoma says that the blade illusion is a pre-cast attack and asks if she didn't know that because she messed up her abilities, saying an illusionist should be better than that. Eris is surprised to learn that the boy knows her character class, since she thought no one else knew about it besides herself. Illusionists use illusion magic to create visual tricks and confuse their enemies. The shark girl finally says she's going to show what she can do, and activates another skill called Mirror Phantom. Our boy thinks there are too many blades, but he knows that half of them are just illusions created by the Mirror Phantom skill. The blonde warns that no hunter or monster has ever dodged this power, and she wants to wipe that smirk off his face. Akoma jumps high and fast. Eris acknowledges that he's quick, but says it's still not enough to escape her skill. Mirror Phantom doesn't use much mana and can be combined with other spells to confuse the opponent, but the best part is the fear it causes, because guessing whether an attack is real or not is far worse than dodging actual blows. Now the baby shark wants to see terror on her enemy's face. The protagonist sees a knife coming dangerously close to his eye, and realizes it's just an illusion, moving through the battlefield as the fake blades pass through his body without causing any damage. Eris is surprised to see that reaction. Our boy thinks that it doesn't matter how many knives are in the air, he can tell which ones are fake by observing the light and shadow on each object. The blonde can't believe he's able to dodge so many things at once, even if he knows which ones are real. Akoma avoids another strike, moving swiftly. Eris grows irritated seeing that things aren't as easy as she imagined, and then she's shocked to realize something. The protagonist managed to close the distance, and is now right behind her. The girl realizes he's not a common hunter, and that besides being skilled and brave, his experience and knowledge surpass anyone she's ever fought. She's fought treacherous people of higher levels than hers, but this boy fights better than all of them. The boy's sword cuts through the air as Eris wonders who the hell this mage is. Akoma makes a move that places him in front of his opponent. The girl laughs and comments that she wasn't very careful. She says the protagonist surprised her by dodging all her knives, and asks if he's even human. Our boy feels frustrated for not landing his hit, since it should have been a decisive blow. At that moment, a drop of ketchup falls to the ground, and the boy says that at least he managed to cause a small wound. Eris finally notices that her ear has been cut. She looks at her hand all covered in ketchup, and is speechless for a few seconds. Then she simply starts laughing maniacally, like she just escaped from an asylum. The lunatic puts her hands on her face and screams that this is amazing and incredible, that she's loving it, and that maybe the boy can even manage to put her in a grave. Akoma is slightly disturbed by so much craziness, and the baby shark says she even got goosebumps and in return will show him something really cool. She normally doesn't like using this ability since it makes fighting harder, but as two shadows take shape using the power of clones, the girl says maybe the mage can survive this. Our boy already knew she had this ability, since it's one of the strongest secret weapons of an illusionist. Now Akoma has to fight against 3 high-level enemies at once. If the protagonist loses focus for even a second, Eris and her clones will finish him off. Facing the 3 lunatics, our boy remembers that the clone ability is the biggest secret weapon of illusionists. This power allows the user to create clones with the same physical attributes as the original. Akoma tries to attack 2 of them with his sword and then dodges another strike, but one more is already waiting, ready to fight. But he thinks he can't keep fighting much longer. Eris realizes the boy can't keep up with her pace, and asks if he can dodge this, while smiling and preparing for another strike. The boy blocks with his sword, but it's clear he's struggling. Of course, the clone ability doesn't make someone invincible, but he thinks he can't defeat her anymore since her level is higher, and Baby Shark asks if that's all he's got. The protagonist looks at the ring and realizes he's in a really tough spot. Then he understands there's only one way to get out of this. Meanwhile, Jikyo looks like a wardrobe facing off against the 2 girls he's up against. Cheyenne, Seiji, and Satsuki look at their opponent and seem a little worried. The priest remembers that the guy showed impressive strength when he defeated Hiru, but they have the advantage in numbers. If he attacks one of the 3, the other 2 will have a chance to retaliate, and he knows it, which is why he hasn't moved yet. Their plan is to overload the man and wait for the right moment to strike, and Seiji shouts to the other 2 that now is their chance. The sorceress casts her shadow orb at the same time Shun activates her scythe ability. At that moment, Gikyo uses his Flame Dragon Fang's power, creating flames around his body. The priest is confused and wonders what that is. A type of invisible dragon covered in flames charges quickly across the battlefield. The goth girl runs over to Satsuki, and Seiji tries to move away, making his cloak fly behind him. Everything in that area ends up burned, and Shine hugs the other girl after shielding her. The sorceress thanks her for the help, and the fake tough girl just says that support classes are too slow. The priest wonders what kind of powerful spell that was, and he knows that if they're hit by that power, they'll be torn to pieces. Gikyo was going to wait for Eris to finish so she could join him, but it looks like the lunatic is back to her old twisted habits. But that doesn't matter because the bald guy believes he can finish off these 3 by himself anyway. The man activates his indestructible body ability and turns all monstrous, saying that now their pathetic attacks will come to an end. Shen asks if the guy is some kind of monster or something. Indestructible body is a combat class ability. It hardens the body like stone and also boosts physical attributes. Seiji warns that this ability burns through mana quickly, so he must be trying to end the fight as fast as possible. Jikyo makes a fast and precise move with his spear. The priest steps in front of the girls, trying to protect them. He activates his shield but thinks the guy is way too fast. Then Seiji gets hit right in the stomach. Shine jumps in ready to strike back, asking if the bald guy really thinks he's that strong. But when her scythe touches the man's skin, it doesn't do any damage at all. The tough girl thinks it felt like hitting a piece of metal, and she can't believe it. At that moment, she also takes a direct hit and is sent flying from the impact. Poor thing even coughs up a little ketchup. The priest thinks this guy is really way too strong, and wonders if he's even human, but then remembers that Ikoma's opponent is even stronger and doesn't understand how that's possible. Meanwhile, Eris is laughing and asks if the protagonist isn't even going to try attacking her. The lunatic says she wants more, a lot more, and she wants things to get more interesting. Jikyo realizes his teammate used the clone power and wonders if her opponent is really that strong, but he thinks it doesn't matter because it'll all be over soon. Shine is leaning on her scythe next to Satsuki, and she's not happy at all with the situation. The sorceress also thinks the bald guy is very strong, but she knows she needs to hold on for now because soon her friend will finish the fight and save them all. Then the girl cuts off her own thoughts, realizing she can't think like that. Remembering her past, she thinks she doesn't want to be a burden and doesn't want to depend on others to save herself. Satsuki wants them to be partners capable of protecting each other's safety. The girl asks why she's waiting for her teammate to fix everything when everyone's lives are on the line, then calls out to Shine and Seiji. She asks if the 2 of them can still fight, and they're surprised by her attitude. The sorceress twirls her staff in the air and says they need to defeat this guy, so that they can be able to help Ikoma. Jikyo can't believe she's still saying nonsense, but he admits she's very brave. The bald criminal is impressed that Satsuki isn't afraid to fight someone stronger than her. Then he says he'll let the 3 of them die in a way that's worthy of warriors. Seiji thinks that the indestructible body skill makes him as tough as steel, and even though they outnumber him, they can't win in close combat. The sorceress realizes they can't defeat the man on their own and doubts they'll last long while he still has mana left. She closes her eyes to think of something. Satsuki tries to imagine what Ikoma would do in a situation like this, and she pictures the battlefield as a giant chessboard. Gikyo will defeat them if the fight drags on too long, so they need to create an opportunity to attack all at once. The girl tries to think of a way to create an opening to attack a man with such incredible defense. Then she focuses on the upper area of his body. The sorceress considers that maybe they don't even need to hurt him. They could succeed just by restraining him. Suddenly, Gikyo starts moving. Shun warns her teammates that the creepy bald guy is on the move, and she asks the other girl what they can do since they don't stand a chance against him. Satsuki says she's going to try to control the man with her ability, and tells her to use the chance to throw her scythe at his right arm. Shine says that her scythe isn't the kind of weapon that comes back after being thrown and questions if she'll have to fight a monster like that with no weapon at all. But the sorceress ignores her and tells Seiji to use his ability the moment the scythe is thrown. The priest agrees and promises he'll try. The goth girl asks why her teammate is agreeing to something so absurd, but he says it's not the best time to argue and that they need to work together. So he'll follow the girl's plan without complaining. Shine isn't thrilled about it, but she knows she doesn't have many options. Satsuki raises her staff quickly and activates her shadow hand power, looking quite confident. The black hands with a purple aura approach the target of the spell and grab his body, making it a bit harder for him to move. Gikyo says the ability isn't too bad, but it won't work as he breaks the shadows trying to grip his arm. Shine realizes her teammate couldn't hold the guy, but there's no time to change the plan, so she throws her harvest scythe anyway. The bald man uses his spear to block the attack, and the scythe flies off in another direction. The crooked-haired girl is frustrated to see her attack didn't work and that she got rid of her weapon for nothing. Seiji thinks he'll run toward the man with his shield activated. He charges forward with a shout. Gikyo says that shield is weak and will shatter into pieces. At that moment, the shadow hands rise from the ground and grab the fallen scythe, then launch the weapon into the air with great force. The bald guy is surprised by what just happened and raises his arm to try to defend in time. Despite that, his hand is hit and injured, and Seiji continues his shield attack. He shoves the man with all his strength, and with that, Gikyo drops his weapon to the ground. The bald man throws a punch to break the priest's shield, but he's shocked to realize something. Satsuki was faster and grabbed the man's spear first. The sorceress tosses the weapon far away like a brat throwing a tantrum. Now the two of them face each other as the spear lands a good distance away. Seiji joins the girl and realizes she's really smart. Character classes that rely on weapons can only use certain abilities while armed, so Gikyo can't attack now. The priest is surprised that Satsuki managed to come up with such a plan so quickly and thinks she's braver than she looks. He admits he didn't have much faith in the girl, but now he understands why she was already working with Ikoma, since she's really skilled. Our sorceress knows they're not strong enough to defeat the man, but they managed to steal his weapon. That guy won't be able to fight properly like this. Gikyo thinks about how the girl used her ability to restrain him and disguise the second attack with the scythe, and he realizes he fell perfectly into her trap. Shine runs to retrieve her beloved scythe, then warns the man that they're in control now and that he better give up and surrender. The bald guy suddenly raises his arm and punches the ground so hard that it causes cracks. He says he has a mission to complete, and he says that if they think they've won just because they took his weapon, they're mistaken. Meanwhile, Eris jumps and charges at Ikoma while holding her dagger, and the boy is ready to defend himself. She says his movements are getting slower and slower. The girl understands that he wants to conserve mana, but she knows he won't be able to block all her attacks without using his skills. Eris comments that things are going to get even harder for the boy and smiles as she asks what he's going to do now. The protagonist knows that the clone ability consumes a lot of mana, but the fight can't go on for much longer, and he could attack the clones, but he'd run out of energy. At the same time, it's nearly impossible to get past the clones to take down the original, so he's out of options to defeat her. But our boy knows he can always create new options too. Satsuki raises her staff and casts her good old shadow orb, but Gikyo keeps running at full speed as if nothing had happened. The sorceress thinks about how this bastard lost his weapon but still won't go down. The bald guy shoves Seiji, who does his best to stay on his feet. Shin appears in the air with her scythe, ready to land a solid strike. She lands a short distance from the guy, who's still standing in the same place. The tough girl is shocked when she realizes what's going on. Gikyo is already all beat up but still standing, and the hunter wonders how he can defend against so many attacks even after losing his weapon. Seiji knows the bald guy can't deliver any powerful blows now, and that his ability's time is about to run out. The three of them are going to win this battle no matter what, but the enemy won't give up, so they wonder why he's so stubborn. Tired, the man thinks these hunters are stronger than he expected. The mage must be as powerful as Eris, which means things would get real tough if he joined the other three. For the sake of his mission, Jikyo needs to buy time until the other battle ends, even if it means ending up in a coffin because of it. On the other side of the area, Eris activates her Blade of Illusion power once again. Akoma is struck right in the shoulder and loses his balance from the impact. He feels frustrated realizing he couldn't dodge it. Baby Shark thinks the boy lasted quite a while, but now the fight is over and says she had a lot of fun. She thanks the boy for spending this time with her, and her clones move in for the attack. Both try to slash at him with their daggers at the same time, but the protagonist manages to block them. At his side, Eris gets ready to act and grips her weapon, saying it's time to say goodbye. The two clash, and a sound echoes through the place. Akoma uses his ability to grab his opponent's hand, stopping her strike. The lunatic is surprised to discover he can still use his power. The boy explains that he already knew the original would insist on delivering the final blow because of her peculiar personality. The two clones stare at each other when they hear that. Our boy says he pretended to be surrounded and waited for the enemy to take the bait. Eris holds a dagger in her other hand and says she gets that she fell into his trap, but it doesn't matter. She yells that it's not going to work anyway and tries to strike the boy with her weapon, but he blocks it just in time with his sword. The crazy girl laughs as she sees the mage's ketchup splash, and Akoma is slightly shaken from the injury. Eris acknowledges that his plan to fake weakness to lure her in and use the mana he saved to counter was a good idea, but says it's not enough. She thinks that was the best he could do and congratulates him for putting his plan into action, but the protagonist says he never makes plans that don't work, and asks who said his plan didn't work, as he shows the ring of wisdom on his finger. The blonde recognizes the ring she had picked up earlier. Eris tries to understand how he managed to steal the ring in the blink of an eye, and says that's a pretty sneaky talent. Our boy used to be a rogue in his past life. The Ring of Wisdom is an item granted by Akasha. Akoma says the clone ability is really powerful, but it has its weaknesses too. The boy can't say he has a skill as strong as cloning, but the ring should fix that problem, and that's why he saved up mana. Eris thought he couldn't use his powers because he was out of mana, and wonders if he really saved it just to use that ring. She tries to figure out when the protagonist started thinking about stealing the ring. The girl suspects he also knew about her clone ability, and questions if it was all planned, but tries to convince herself that's not possible. The blonde asks if the boy really thinks he can use that ring, knowing it was the reward he got after defeating the boss. In his past life, Akoma did a lot of research on that ring, and even though he never had one before, he had used similar items. The protagonist raises his hand and activates the summoning power granted by the object. Our boy calls out to the Great Witch of the Library of Illusions. A bluish light appears above their heads, illuminating the entire area. The air forms swirling circles around the mass of light, and then the light starts to fade. A small Akasha emerges, floating in the air. The little witch slowly opens her eyes, and then gives a cute smile. Eris is shocked to see that Akoma used the ring to summon a monster. Now our boy is finally ready to fight. He looks determined as he says he's going to defeat the baby shark quickly. The blonde thinks there aren't many items that allow for a summon. She's seen one that uses mana to bypass a monster's powers, but most of those items are pretty useless and hard to use. This ring comes from the boss of that portal, and the protagonist just got it, so he probably doesn't even know how to use it yet. Eris makes a grimace and looks offended. She stares at the little witch and believes the boy is bluffing. She thinks he's giving up after grabbing an item he barely understands, but he explains that he took the ring specifically to get rid of the clones. In fact, the boy says he came up with this plan the moment he met the baby shark. Eris stays silent for a few seconds. Then she smiles with her sharp teeth and asks if that's really true. The three blondes leap toward the mage, asking if he really thinks he can beat them with his little ring. Akoma knows that Akasha is in a weaker form, but her stats and abilities remain the same, so he should be able to use his mana to access her powers. The protagonist commands the little witch to take action. She activates her fire wave ability, burning everything around her but leaving the boy unharmed. Eris wonders if this spell is one of those that works from a distance. Looking at her opponent, the girl knows she can't dodge an attack like that. The illusionist tries to shield herself from the fire with her arms, and realizes the flames aren't very strong because they're too large. But both of her clones are hit by the fire. Their bodies begin to dissolve from the spell's power. Eris knows clones can only withstand a certain amount of damage. Akoma thinks that even though this spell consumes a lot of mana, the fire wave doesn't deal much damage. Using summon monsters to cast spells isn't very efficient because it drains too much mana. The extra steps in the process consume even more mana, so he can't keep using this, but he knows clones are vulnerable to ranged spells. The only way to block the fire wave is by using defensive or escape abilities, but illusionists don't have that kind of power. To make up for the mana cost, the protagonist can use different spells through summoned items. With that, Akasha makes a sleepy face and begins to fade away. Akoma says his opponent spent too much mana to maintain her clones, but they're gone now, and it's his turn to attack. Eris had thought the boy was useless, and wonders if he was planning all this from the start. If things keep going like this, the girl is going to lose the battle. And worse, she's going to lose to a random low-level hunter. The baby shark starts laughing like a maniac again. She thinks this is all great and is impressed, since the protagonist survived her attacks and even managed to strike back. The lunatic has a sinister look as she says it's been a long time since she was this excited, but warns that the boy hasn't seen all her abilities yet. Then she activates a power that creates a kaleidoscope of blades around the boy. The crazy girl says they should finish this fight already. Akoma realizes this skill is a mix of illusions and dangerous spells, so it must consume a lot of mana. Eris knows the protagonist will need a lot of focus to identify which objects are fake, and believes that because of that, he won't be able to defend himself, and that gives her a great chance to strike. The boy thinks most people would find that kind of attack impossible to dodge, but that's not the case for our boy, who just waits for the right moment to act while all the weapons approach. Eris moves in with her dagger, thinking this is the perfect time, but she's surprised to see the boy simply vanish. The girl wonders if he really disappeared, and tries to figure out where the mage went, not realizing he's right above her. At that moment, Akoma uses the chance to activate his power and reduce gravity, then launches himself, shooting down from the ceiling. Only then does Eris realize the protagonist was way up above, but he's already coming down with his powerful meteor drop. The impact of the boy's sword causes cracks to form in the metal of his opponent's dagger. She realizes she won't be able to block that attack, and notices that the boy is way too strong just as she loses the strength contest. Her dagger breaks and she loses her balance. Eris goes flying across the battlefield, unable to even react to the boy's blow. Seeing the girl lying on the ground, Akoma says the battle is over. Looking at the broken dagger, the protagonist starts to say something that clearly irritates him. He comments that his opponent didn't get to see all his abilities either, unfortunately. In the other battle, Shen attacks Jikyo with her scythe while letting out a shout. The goth girl gets frustrated thinking about how the opponent won't go down, no matter how many times she attacks. The bald guy is already a wreck, but his willpower keeps him standing. Seiji wonders if their attacks aren't affecting this bastard, but then decides that's impossible. The indestructible body ability makes someone stronger with every hit they take. It seems like that power has dulled some of his senses. He'll probably keep fighting as long as his body and limbs are still intact. The priest says there's no need to rush, and that they can defeat the bald guy while he's still unarmed. Gikyo knows that's true and thinks Eris will defeat the boy, so he just needs to hold on a bit longer, believing he can still complete the mission. Satsuki says they still need to help Akoma, and then something happens right behind her. The girl and Seiji turn around and look surprised. The protagonist is standing near the enemy he just defeated. Then the sorcerer smiles with relief, realizing her friend won the fight. The bald guy can't believe it and wonders how the hell Eris lost. Now 4 years ago, the Chimera Fang moves as one, and they were an extremely deadly group of fighters. Gikyo walks with a teammate while surveying the environment around them. Then he's surprised to notice something. Eris is alone in a chair, and the bald guy knows she was always the best among all of them. Back in the present, the man questions how the girl lost to someone with a lower level and wants to know who this guy is. Akoma comments that the illusionist and her group are dangerous. That's why he hopes she won't take it personally. Jikyo finally admits his mission was a failure and realizes there's only one thing left to do now. The priest yells to alert everyone that the man is moving. With that, the bald guy seems to vanish from sight with how fast he runs. He dashes right past Seiji, who's left confused by what just happened. Then the priest turns his head to see where he's going. Gikyo's blurred vision locks onto his partner and Akoma. At that moment, the bald guy places himself in front of the blonde just as the protagonist is about to strike with his sword, and ketchup splashes everywhere. Our boy is stunned by the scene. Seiji finally realizes that the lunatic wasn't trying to attack them, but was actually heading for the mage. Gikyo swings his arm quickly, knocking the boy away from him, then picks up his partner and throws her over his shoulder. Akoma asks if he's running away. The bald guy says the protagonist won this time, but now that he knows his face, he'll make sure to put him in a grave next time. Our boy says the two of them must be working for someone, and asks who that person is, but the guy plays dumb and stays silent. He turns his back and tells his partner to hide. Eris casts a mirage spell and smiles as she says goodbye to the boy, commenting that it was really fun. Akoma doesn't look very happy about all this. The protagonist thinks they escaped with an illusion spell and wonders if they really left. Our boy used up all his energy and knows he would have lost if that guy had attacked, so he's relieved they just decided to walk away. Satsuki approaches and apologizes to her friend. Seiji also apologizes, saying he didn't imagine the bald guy would run away and thought everything was already settled, but the boy says they did very well. He didn't think the three of them would be able to defeat the man, so he wanted to finish his fight to help them. Akoma can hardly believe Satsuki stole the guy's weapon, and he already knew she had changed, but her evolution was impressive. Either way, Chimera's fang has been exposed, and their clients will find out they lost to randoms, which will affect their plans and prevent their success. The protagonist looks at his teammates and thinks they didn't suffer any losses. They even managed to recover the Ring of Wisdom, so this seems like a satisfactory outcome. The boy is happy for having gotten the Ring of Wisdom and thinks it really might solve the mystery of the portals. Our boy believes it even more now that Chimera's fang came after this item, and he wanted to take a look at it right there. In his past life, the Research Institute of the Monster Extermination Ministry ended up with the ring, and the criminals probably weren't involved. Akoma wonders if someone deliberately sent those two there this time, since that didn't happen in his past life. Suddenly, a voice calls out to the 4 members of the random team. Haru begs them to do something, or he's going to die in that place. He wants his former teammates to help heal him and get him out of there. Shine is outraged and yells at that idiot not to tell them what to do. She says she could just as easily send the rogue straight to hell instead of helping. But CG says they don't need any more ketchup on their hands. Besides, the priest says he can't even run anymore, even if he's healed, so they can just hand him over to the monster extermination forces. Somewhere else, Gihyo is holding Eris, who says she hadn't had that much fun in ages and asks why he interfered, since he could have let her be dragged off. The girl says their mommy might get mad at them and wants to know why he ran, since she could have finished off the boy if he hadn't decided to save her. The bald man explains that he didn't know if he could beat the mage, and figured it was better to return with information than end up in a coffin. As long as they know who has the ring, it'll be easy to get the item back. Besides, those kids are hanging around with a former A-rank hunter. Eris pouts and looks a bit annoyed. She says she doesn't want to hand the boy over to that bastard. Akoma arrives at the portal's exit, and CG helps Hiru walk. A security guard asks if the 4 of them managed to explore the Library of Illusions. The priest is pleased to realize that exploring a B-rank portal already affected his reputation as a hunter. Shine says that's great for him, but she doesn't even want to go near another high-ranking portal. Someone approaches the protagonist from behind and asks if he explored that portal too. This man is standing among 4 officers and comments that he thought that place would be perfect for a training session. He's Toya Mayumi from the Monster Extermination Forces and says he wasted his time coming all the way there. Toya thinks it must be nice to be a civilian and get to enter portals whenever you want and do whatever you like. Shine gets irritated hearing something like that and asks if he has any idea how much she suffered inside that portal. Our boy asks the man to ignore the girl, who shouts that it's not fair, but he explains that picking a fight with the Monster Extermination Forces isn't a good idea. Many agents believe civilian hunters shouldn't be entering portals, but that's allowed due to a decision by the ministry. The presence of civilians makes portal threats easier to handle, so the guy should take it up with the minister instead of them. Akoma knows it'll take a decade before that decision by the minister is seen as a good thing. Besides, Toya will never see that outcome. A girl politely asks the sergeant to stop. She is Tsumuji Urikaze, and says it's a good thing that high-ranking portals are being closed. The protagonist asks if the officers can arrest the man who tried to steal the items they obtained in the portal. Haru just observes the situation. The sergeant asks what happened. Then the rogue says it was just a misunderstanding, and that they only had a disagreement, but Shine yells that this thief won't get away with it. Our boy wants the guild to launch an investigation because it seems like the criminal has done the same thing in other areas too. Any hunter who's not a lunatic knows this kind of thing doesn't bring anything good. The boy bets that other branches already have Hiru's name on a blacklist. Akoma asks them to search inside the portal and in nearby regions as well, and Toya wants to know why. The boy explains that they encountered Chimera Fang in there and were attacked, and that it's a pair made up of a blonde girl and a bald-headed guy. Hearing this, the sergeant is surprised. He asks if the boy really knows who he's talking about and says it's best to be sure of it. The mage says to send someone to the Urama branch because he'll explain everything in detail. Observing the boy, the sergeant wonders why he seems so experienced and thinks the kid is kind of disturbing. The man decides he can't ignore something like this and asks them to contact headquarters, and Tsumuji says he'll take care of it. Sometime later at the Hunter Guild branch, Akoma and Satsuki talk to an agent. Then Shine and CG also give their statements. The guy types some things on his keyboard. More time passes and now the sun is starting to set. The 4 walk through the streets, and the sorceress comments that the bureaucracy is finally over. Shine thinks it would have been way easier if that damned rogue hadn't betrayed the team, and the protagonist feels a little bad remembering he also used to be that class. The tough girl even says that character class affects a person's nature, and says she'll never go near a rogue again. The boy yells that class doesn't affect someone's character, and the goth girl wants to know why he's so worked up about it. Seiji says that it's all over now, and they had a few problems, but made it out in one piece. And the priest is happy thinking they'll get Hiru's share too, and Shan asks if he's kind of evil. The man asks if the boy is sure he only wants the ring, and he answers yes, that was the only thing he ever wanted from that place. In truth, Ikoma believes they got the best part in terms of value. Someone asks if he's not from this city and says the train station is in the other direction. Seiji says it was a great pleasure meeting the two young ones. The protagonist and his friend look a bit surprised. At first, the priest only wanted to explore the Library of Illusions to get famous and make easy money later, but that doesn't mean anything to him anymore. His new companions made the priest want to challenge himself, and one day he wants to explore a B-rank portal in a more independent way. Our boy smiles, knowing he was an inspiration. Suddenly, Shine gives Satsuki a gentle elbow nudge. She blushes as she apologizes for treating the sorceress like a crybaby at the start, and says they can count on her help if she doesn't have anything else to do, so the two thank her for the offer. They know they can count on both of them. Ikoma walks alongside Satsuki as the sky is already darkening. The girl asks what the ring is, and he says it's a summoning item, and that he's going to show her what it does. They arrive at a more secluded place. Then the protagonist gets into position and asks the item to summon the Great Witch of the library. Little Akasha appears in the air above them. Satsuki recognizes the witch who was the boss of the Library of Illusions, but notices that now she looks small and cute, and the boy explains that it's because she's in her weakest form. Through his mana, the boy can access Akasha's abilities in a slightly less powerful version. It consumes a lot of mana, but increases the number of spells he can use, which gives him more options to exploit his enemy's weaknesses. The sorceress understands why the item is so useful, but asks if her friend is really sure he can solve the portal's mysteries. The boy explains that among all the monsters, the little witch has a very unique and special trait, and Satsuki asks what that is. Ikoma looks at the cute Akasha and says she can understand people. His friend is a little shocked to hear that. She remembers when the boss said she would never forgive them. The protagonist continues his explanation, saying that the level of the monster that is summoned is adjusted to match the level of the person who summoned it. Our boy recalls the Manhwa clown and comments on details related to monsters. Some of them have special traits that are enhanced as their level increases. Akasha gains more intelligence at higher levels, and one day she'll even be able to speak. Then she'll be able to explain why the portals appeared and what secrets the monsters are hiding. The boy crouches down to get closer to the little witch. Then she starts making small noises, which surprises Satsuki. The sorceress thinks the cutie is trying to say something, and even asks her to say daddy or mommy, but the boy didn't even know it was possible to talk at that level. At that moment, Akasha opens her little mouth to say that the end is coming. The little witch says that in the near future, this world will come to an end, and that it has already been decided. Ikoma and his friend are shocked to hear those words. The color of the sky shows that night has already fallen. Now the next day, in that same luxurious building, a man looks angry as he throws his phone against the wall. He says that Chimera's Fang failed their mission. Behind the furious man, the screen of a laptop glows. Then the gray-haired man begins typing something. The old man thinks that this mage has defeated several boss-type monsters. He broke a record by getting promoted to B rank faster than anyone before him, and he controlled a portal disaster practically on his own. The boy even managed to defeat Chimera's Fang, and took the Ring of Wisdom, but the man thinks he doesn't deserve that item. The minister realizes that Ikoma Ichinos is the so-called phenomenon, and that he's living his second life. So he decides that he's going to capture the protagonist, no matter what it takes. This time, a giant monster can be seen inside the Madness Cavern portal. Our boy gets ready and uses his gravity power. The monster is trapped by the mass of gravity surrounding it and lets out a confused roar. Then the boy performs some acrobatics like he's in a circus and lands his final blow, earning 768 experience points. Satsuki comments that they handled the situation even while being surrounded, and Hoshina says she knew the mage would pull it off. The blonde laughs and laments that her agent wasn't there to record it, but Ikoma says he wouldn't have allowed it anyway. The protagonist had thought they could handle that portal without much trouble, but monsters above level 40 are intelligent and even showed up in groups, so he was afraid he and the sorceress would be in danger if they were alone. Luckily, the boy asked Hoshina for help, and she was available because her agent is on vacation. Some time later, near the Hunters Guild, the boy is sitting at a cafe with the two girls and thanks the blonde for her help, but she says there's no need to worry about it. After all, she also gained a lot of experience points from it. But her eyes even sparkle as she says she already imagines a good way to be rewarded. The influencer would love to film the cute Akasha, who's on the table admiring the donuts. Hoshina asks if the little witch is a monster, or rather, a summoned creature, and says she would definitely go viral because she's so adorable. But Ikoma can't allow that to happen, and the blonde looks a little sad when she hears that. The protagonist can't let Akasha be exposed online. She's the only monster capable of communicating with humans. Someone even hired dangerous people to get rid of the witch, and that's not even all. The boy remembers the things the mini-boss said the day before, and knows he needs to take this situation very seriously. Akasha hasn't said anything else since then, but the boy knows she's the key to uncovering the mystery of the portals. Everyone knows that portals aren't a normal phenomenon, but he wonders if the world really is ending. Watching the sorceress wipe the little witch's mouth, he imagines that maybe he should have taken the anomaly more seriously. As the years pass, the number of portals decreases, but their difficulty only increases, and if things keep going this way, one day humans won't be able to control the portals anymore. If the end of the world is truly near, then Ikoma is the only one who could stop it, since he's an S-rank hunter who came from the future. Unfortunately, the protagonist knows he can't handle high-level portals with only Satsuki's help, and decides that he needs a third person. The sorceress asks if he wants a new person, and the boy says yes, that he wants someone nice who can take a lot of damage. A gravity master has many advantages, but doesn't do well against character classes that specialize in a specific skill. A sorceress can use spells to trap an opponent, but they still need an effective fighter to explore high-level portals. Hoshina works as a streamer, so they can't count on her, and Shine isn't exactly the type of person who rushes into battle. Our boy remembers Keru and doesn't look too happy, thinking he might have to call him, and Satsuki also finds that night a bit weird. The influencer puts her can on the table and says that Ikoma is a B-rank hunter. She believes it won't be easy to find someone at the same level who's not already in a team, and still thinks the protagonist is being kind of picky. The boy admits she's right, but remembers he met someone exactly like that in his past life, even though it didn't end well. His memory takes him to a moment where he was holding a woman in his arms, asking why she used her shield on him. The woman just smiled and said she was happy her friend was safe. She tried to apologize for not staying with him until the end, and asked the man to promise he'd become a great hunter. The woman then says the name Ikoma Ichinos. Back in the present, the protagonist wonders if she's alive in this timeline. Suddenly, one of the girls asks if something's wrong with him. Our boy replies that it's nothing major, and that he was just thinking about something. That tragedy would happen 3 years from now, and the mage isn't even sure if he should call that the past or the future anymore. Sometime later, we see the sign pointing to the Hunter Guild rooms. Ikoma and his friend walk through the hallways of the place. A girl comments that the portal she wanted to visit has already been explored, and that her whole trip was for nothing. Satsuki says she's never seen that person around before. Suddenly, the protagonist is stunned. He recognizes the broad sword and the extremely strong aura, and wonders if it's possible that she's the woman from his memory. The sorceress calls out to her friend, but he just ignores her and starts walking. The boy approaches the girl and asks if her name is Mayo Kagurazaka. Her face turns to look at the boy who just said her name. And then the grumpy girl asks who the hell this kid is. Satsuki asks the mage if he knows this person. Ikoma thinks he can't talk about his past life, so he just says he heard a rumor. The rumor is about a hunter with a big sword, and it seems she works alone. The protagonist says he's recruiting members for his team and asks if she's interested in joining. The girl says it's not the first time a random person asked her to join a team, and says her answer is no, telling the boy to think for a second. The stuck-up one asks why she would team up with a bunch of weaklings who just get in the way. Satsuki figures the snob must be talented, since her friend invited her to the team, but she doesn't seem like a very nice person, which makes the shy sorceress nervous. The mage stays silent and thoughtful. Satsuki gets annoyed and says Mayo didn't have to be so rude. She explains that she was just being very clear, since sometimes people just won't give up and keep insisting. Ikoma says he and his friend are already close to level 50, and that they've also explored B-rank portals, and he comments that it wouldn't be that bad, but the snob doesn't seem very impressed. The girl looks to the side and seems to scoff at their accomplishments. She says their levels aren't proof that they're actually good, and the protagonist understands that the girl hates the idea of being held back. Mio stays silent but seems frustrated. Then the boy gets an idea and says they should find out whether they'd get in the way or not. Our boy suggests having a test battle in the training hall. The mage understands she doesn't want to rely on someone who's incapable, but asks her to test him to see if his skills match his level. Mio stares at the boy with an angry expression, then tells him to stop provoking her as she pushes him away, and says he's not interesting at all, walking right past Ikoma. The protagonist is surprised to realize that the snob didn't fall for his provocation. The girl just keeps walking around the place. Satsuki asks if her friend was serious when he suggested a test battle, and comments that she could get hurt fighting someone at her level. Most test battles are meant for high-level hunters to train beginners, and besides that, the guild might not allow a fight against someone she doesn't know. But the boy swears he wasn't being serious, and that he only tried to figure out why the girl didn't want to join his team. The sorceress remembers that the other girl didn't want anyone getting in her way, and the boy says yes, that's true. Meanwhile, Mio watches two friends talking about the places they want to visit. Then the boy says there must be another reason why she's acting that way. Satsuki asks if they really need her, and Akoma says that Mayo Kagurazaka has a rare character class known as Knight of the End. Knights of the End use dark attacks and focus entirely on hitting the enemy even when they're in danger, so they're the best when it comes to offense. Besides her character class, the girl is talented enough to become one of the best hunters in the country, but only if she manages to survive. The sorcerer says her friend wants someone he can count on, and she confesses she might not get along with that girl, but the boy says not to worry about that. He assures her that Mayo is a very reliable person, and Satsuki decides to trust his word. Now at night, in a residential building, only one light is on. Akoma is on his computer. Akasha is beside him, just watching as the protagonist moves his mouse. The boy remembers that in his past life, Mio Kagurazaka used to enter extremely dangerous undeveloped portals, as if she didn't care about her life. She was aggressive and didn't like being around others, so she worked alone even after receiving invites from many teams. Then our boy thinks about the most important detail. That girl sacrificed herself to save his life. Exploring high-ranking portals without a team is madness, and some things might change in the future, but if she keeps going like this, she'll end up with the same fate. The mage knows that Mayo needs company, and it doesn't even have to be him. Ikoma asks the little witch how he can convince that stubborn girl, but Akasha doesn't reply, and the protagonist calls her name. Then the cutie's eyes shine in a slightly different way. She has a curious expression as she says someone is moving the hands of the clock. Our boy asks what clock she's talking about, and wants to know what she meant by that. But the little witch stays in the same position, and when she turns her face again, she's back to her cute and innocent form. The boy smiles and says he needs to level up soon, but he looks worried about what he just heard. Sometime later, Akoma is back in the past, and a man comments that they need a melee class to move forward. The then rogue says he has someone in mind, but she's pretty stubborn, so he needs some time. He finds Mio at the guild and tries to say hi, but the girl just ignores him and turns her back. The protagonist looks visibly frustrated with the rejection. Later, the sign of a bookstore can be seen under a blue sky. Akoma offers a book to the sword girl. Now it's snowing at what looks like a station. The boy doesn't give up and offers a train pass. Some time passes, and it's raining at the entrance of a portal. Mio asks what that loser is doing there again, and hopes he's not going to say it's just a coincidence. Our rogue has his arms crossed and doesn't seem surprised by that comment. He looks at his friends and says it's normal to see lots of people at the mission point. Several teams are there to explore the Cavern of Lonely Curses, and Ikoma asks if it wouldn't be a good chance to observe her skills. The rain continues heavily outside. Inside the portal, people are breathing heavily as if exhausted. Something red glows in the darkness. The protagonist looks scared, and Mio is by his side with a determined expression. Suddenly, the boy wakes up from his dream with a start. He figures he must have fallen asleep, and wonders why he had to dream about that of all things. His computer reports a portal disaster in Saitama, and the boy wants to know if any monster escaped. Security has been increased in case of anomalies after 2 monsters escaped from a high-level portal, and an emergency mission will be held. It doesn't seem like a very serious issue, but it's better to be safe since strange things happen during anomalies, so Akoma reads the name of the portal, and his eyes widen in shock. He jumps out of his chair upon seeing that this portal is the Cave of Lonely Curses, and he thinks that this seems impossible, since that portal wasn't supposed to appear for another 3 years. It was exactly in that place where Mayo kicked the bucket in his past life. The protagonist looks very concerned as he stares at his screen. He looks at the news in front of him and wonders what the hell is going on. The sky is clear above the Hunter Guild. Akoma and Satsuki are standing together in a corner. Seeing his new look, the sorceress comments that the new clothes look great on the protagonist, and he thanks her. The girl says it would have been nice to keep patching up the old ones, but they really needed new clothes, and thanks the boy for helping her pick hers out. She tries to say they could do that again sometime, but the boy is already too distracted to listen. Satsuki tries calling her teammate's name, but he can only think about the Cave of Lonely Curses. The boy knows that portal wasn't supposed to appear for another 3 years and looks worried. That portal, the one that took Mayo's life, is near her house, so the girl will definitely join the mission again. Ikoma managed to defeat the boss back then, but right now he's not that strong yet, even though he's leveling up as fast as he can. The protagonist doesn't have the strength for it at the moment. He remembers how stubborn she is, and is certain of one thing. He won't be able to stop the girl from entering the portal. The boy knows it won't be easy, but he has to take part in the mission too. But it'll be way too risky, so he can't get Satsuki involved in this. The sorcerer stares at her friend with a confused expression, not understanding what's going on. She asks if something is bothering the mage, and he thinks for a bit before answering. The girl looks at Ikoma expectantly, but it seems like the protagonist doesn't quite know what to say. Satsuki clenches her fist and calls his name again, then holds his hands and tells him he can tell her anything. The boy is surprised by his partner's gesture. She remembers when the boy said he needed her help, saying that made her really happy, and that she wants to be there for him in the hard times too. Our boy is speechless and grips his phone tightly. Satsuki looks at the mage and says she doesn't know what's going on, but promises Ikoma that he can always count on her. The protagonist closes his eyes and thanks the girl. Sometime later, at a nearby cafe, our boy says there's a mission he wants to take part in. The sorceress understands there's an anomaly in Saitama and asks why he wants to help, so the boy asks if she remembers the hunter they met earlier. The mage explains that her name is Mayo Kagurazaka and that she's going to enter the mission and end up 6 feet under. Satsuki is shocked to hear that the girl is going to die. Ikoma says she's very stubborn and won't listen to his advice, so the only way to convince her is to join the mission too. The girl asks if the protagonist really thinks she's going to join the mission and what he means when he says she's going to end up in a coffin. The boy realizes he'll have to tell this friend the truth, and the sorceress is confused, asking what he's talking about. Our boy remembers he mentioned an item that gives information about portals, but says that was a lie, and the truth is that he can see the future. Satsuki tries to understand how it's possible to know the future, and the mage says he'd understand if she didn't believe him. The girl is frozen for a few seconds as a plane passes overhead. Ikoma stays quiet, waiting for some kind of response or comment. Then the sorceress says that actually, she does believe him. That explains how the protagonist knew so much about the 2 undeveloped portals they explored. And more importantly, it means he trusts her, so the girl will also trust him, even if he says the world is ending tomorrow. The boy chuckles at his teammate's response. He's grateful for it, but also knows a little doubt wouldn't hurt, and he even gets a little worried about the girl who trusts him so blindly. More time passes, and now we see the sign of a train station. Ikoma and Satsuki are standing inside a train. The protagonist tells his friend that this mission is going to be the most dangerous battle they've faced so far, then warns the girl to stay sharp. But the ministry says the boss must be at level 65, so the sorceress believes it shouldn't be much worse than Akasha. Only the boy explains that due to the monster's evolution, it's probably at level 80, which means they won't be able to defeat it. Satsuki is shocked to hear that. Our boy says they must avoid the fight at all costs, and that their goal is only to investigate the portal, convince Mio, and get out of there as quickly as possible. Many teams will work together on this mission, so they might find an opportunity to leave after convincing the Knight of the End. The sorceress goes quiet for a moment. She understands the boy wants to save the other hunter because she might end up dead, but she also realizes the mage seems more worried than usual. Ikoma comments that Mayo certainly doesn't remember him. The protagonist recalls the knight's final moments. Then he explains that she once saved his life. Satsuki is surprised to learn that girl saved her teammate. The train rolls through the city with a loud noise. The two arrive at the entrance, saying they came to help with the mission, and the officer thanks them for traveling all the way there. She comments that they really do need a lot of help. Then she says they have to wait for the other 5 teams, which makes Ikoma realize there are 7 in total. Mio shows up with her antisocial aura and immediately catches the protagonist's attention. The knight asks what the boy is doing there, and questions if he's some kind of creepy stalker. The boy repeats his line from his past life with a smile, saying it's common to run into people at the mission point. Mio doesn't buy that story and says she'll avoid missions in this area from now on. Satsuki thinks about how aggressive this hunter is and wonders if she really did save Ikoma's life. But then the Knight of the End asks why the sorceress is staring at her, and the poor girl tries to say she wasn't. Suddenly, a man shows up and asks if the 3 of them are joining the mission. The new tough guy in the area comments that he only sees 1 beta and 2 chickens, and says this is even worse than he imagined. Satsuki notices these guys are wearing uniforms, but they don't look like agents of the monster extermination forces. A logo on the sleeve of their jackets shows the letter N in 2 colors. The protagonist looks at that logo and tries to figure out if they're part of a corporate hunter team. After some time, corporations began training hunters to show their contributions to society and started businesses based on certain individuals' abilities. But this should still be a testing period for most companies, which probably don't have many people on their teams yet. A light-haired man asks Mr. Hanagasaki not to say things like that, so as not to damage the reputation of the company New Power. The guy apologizes to the team captain, who seems to be a calm young man and is known as Shiraki. He apologizes to Satsuki and swears he'll train his team better, and the girl is surprised but says it's all right. The sorceress gets excited and thinks this captain seems like a decent person. Ikoma hears a voice saying he'll be counting on him during the mission. The guy hands him a business card and explains that his name is Ryo Shiraki and that he's part of New Power, the hunter unit of Kokure Constructions. Our protagonist reflects on all his experience as a hunter and realizes there's something off about this captain, so it's best to keep an eye on him. Shiraki says he respects young, talented hunters like the boy, and shows a suspicious smile as he tells them to do their best on this mission. The inside of the Cavern of Lonely Curses comes into view. 3 spider-like monsters come running and emit high-pitched sounds. They are known as life suckers. Suddenly, a blade cuts through the air quickly, leaving a red trail behind. Hanagasaki grips his weapon as he fights the beast. He comments on the horde of monsters gathered there and says it feels like one hell of a welcome party. Ryo recalls that an anomaly occurred at the site despite the portal being small, and that maybe the number of monsters is part of that phenomenon. But there are 7 hunters, so he believes they can handle the situation without any problems. The captain shouts for everyone else to stay calm. Hanagasaki uses his weapon destruction skill, landing a powerful strike with his axe. The other team members also get ready to move. The girl with the braid activates her ability known as Critical Point and charges across the battlefield. Meanwhile, Ikoma notices that these guys work really well as a team. It looks like the 2 strongest ones focus on reducing the number of monsters, and another one stays positioned in a way that lets him deal with any enemy that comes from the other side. Their leader stays ready to handle anything the others might have missed. He thinks the best part is that everyone matches their role and they all trust the leader, and then Satsuki casts a ball of shadows. The spell causes an explosion inside the cave, and one of the monsters lets out a scream. Ikoma uses his sword to make a precise diagonal slash. The life sucker just makes another noise. Our sorceress thinks about how these creatures aren't even bosses, but their health is just insane. She comments that maybe her partner should use his gravity powers, but the boy thinks it's better to take them down one by one since they have the advantage. The boy also says they should conserve energy because a disaster could strike at any moment, and his friend understands his point of view. Mio is enveloped in her energy as she activates her red blade power and charges at the enemy. A massive and powerful explosion lights up the whole place with a reddish glow. The Knight of the End lands on the ground perfectly, her hair falling over her face as she holds her greatsword. Ikoma thinks about how powerful the girl is and believes she was always like that, even though he only met her much later in his past life. Looking at the stubborn girl, the protagonist wonders what her level might be right now. In terms of skills, she's definitely stronger than other B-rank hunters. Sometime later, a huge monster makes a loud noise, and while these monsters have very high health points, they're not that dangerous. Our boy asks Satsuki if she can steal mana from one of the creatures, and she says she can. But then someone suddenly pushes the girl while yelling at her to move, startling her. Hanagasaki just has no manners and uses his axe to activate his puzzle breaker skill without even warning the others. Shiraki asks if the musclehead is trying to take out all the monsters, and he says yes. One of the guys says he finally leveled up, and another one goes to check it out. Ikoma explains that landing the final blow and grabbing the points after others did all the work isn't cool, but the jerk says it's their fault for being slow. Hanagasaki says it's a matter of attack or be attacked and that he can't leave monsters alive, but the boy knows he just wanted to steal points. The bastard says the protagonist is taking things way too seriously, and that he's just a spoiled brat like he expected. Satsuki senses the chance of a serious mess and insists that she's fine, asking her partner not to do anything rash. A hunter's biggest value is their level, and if someone doesn't care about being a jerk, then stealing experience points is a way to increase that value. Our boy knows that being a jerk doesn't matter much because hunters rarely meet each other more than once, and he realizes he can't count on this guy. Figuring out who you can or can't trust is more important than gaining a few experience points. The captain asks his teammate what the problem is, and Hanagasaki says it's nothing, just the brat acting spoiled. He tells them to move on because they don't have time for childish games, and they can't just come back empty-handed. Shiraki apologizes when he realizes there might have been some kind of misunderstanding between the hunters. Ikoma thinks about how the weirdo chose to say it was just a misunderstanding, but he only comments that maybe he shouldn't have said anything. The captain says he wants to make New Power the most powerful hunter team in the world, criticizing the ministry's current methods that don't focus on teamwork. He believes New Power will become a model for corporate hunter teams and that soon they'll be able to control portals efficiently. Satsuki gives a little smile when she hears that, commenting that his plan is pretty ambitious. But the weirdo says it's not easy to get all team members to level up, and that's why only 4 of them were chosen to enter this portal. The protagonist knows that if training B-rank hunters were that easy, the ministry wouldn't be struggling, but he thinks it's cool that they already have 4 of them there. Shiraki explains that his team doesn't follow his orders and apologizes once again for Hanagasaki's behavior. Our sorceress is very naive and falls for this good guy act, saying it sounds tough and that she hopes things get better in the future. The captain believes the ministry hasn't reached this part of the portal yet and that they need to explore and update the map, so he wants to follow a specific path. Ikoma and Satsuki walk a few steps behind the other hunters, who are now up ahead. The protagonist feels like something's wrong with this situation. Shiraki showed his full leadership abilities during the battle. The others clearly follow his orders, which means they respect him. In other words, this guy could have easily punished any bad behavior. Our boy stares at the weirdo, knowing full well that his whole attitude is nothing but an act. A voice mentions how they felt nervous when they heard portals cause anomalies, but now they think they worried for nothing. The hunters are positioned in pairs inside the cave, with the lone knight being the only exception. One of the members of the larger team thinks they might even be able to defeat the boss since it looks so easy. He believes that once they beat the boss, management won't treat them like inferiors anymore. Hanagasaki and his partner grow pensive as they recall how they're currently treated. Shireki chuckles and says it's good to have ambition, but safety is always the most important thing. He says this mission isn't private, so they have to consider the others as well. Satsuki comments that the guy with glasses seems to have more leadership spirit than the team's actual captain. This mission won't be easy, since portal anomalies never stop and are very hard to contain when they occur in high-ranking portals. In Ikoma's past life, the boss of this portal had evolved, and maybe that evolution has already happened in this life. The protagonist needs to stop the exploration and can't let Mio face the boss. After that, he's going to write a report to prove that this place is far too dangerous, and then the Cave of Solitary Curses will be marked as a high-risk location. To accomplish this goal, the boy needs to take control of the mission, but right now the control is in the hands of the corporation's hunters. He could also try convincing Mio, but he knows she's way too stubborn for that. Besides, the knight hasn't had a good impression of him so far. Suddenly, Ikoma realizes something. He wonders why the new power captain is talking to Mio. Shiraki says he's heard some amazing stories about Miss Kagurazaka since he works in a nearby region, and he heard she fights like a B-rank hunter, even though she's still officially rank C. He finds that impressive because it's hard to find such talented hunters who still work solo, and says he's been wanting to have this conversation for a while. The girl doesn't really show interest and says she's not going to be impressed by a few compliments, then asks what the guy wants. The captain goes silent for a second. Then he smiles in a kind of odd way. Shiraki invites the girl to join New Power and lead the team to success, saying she has what it takes to stand beside him. He says if she does that, their team will be even stronger than it already is, and invites her to help save the country with them. Satsuki gets worried since her friend wanted the knight to join his team, but this guy might actually beat him to it. But Mayo simply replies that she's not interested, leaving the sorceress shocked that she didn't even think for a second before turning the offer down. Shiraki heard that the girl works solo because she doesn't want anyone getting in the way of her goals, but he assures her she won't need to worry about that, promising to gather a team of hunters worthy of her skills. He even mentions he's a B-rank hunter and says she won't be disappointed, but he's cut off when Mio asks him to stop being so stubborn. The knight repeats that she only works alone, and that she would have handled this mission without anyone else if she could, then says this conversation is over. She walks past the protagonist and comments that she's been having to deal with too many pushy recruiters lately. Mio joined this mission just to enter the portal, but now she thinks maybe she shouldn't have done it. Ikoma says he heard that the girl keeps going into portals that are above her level. Shiraki cuts in to say that tackling high-ranking portals alone isn't easy, and if she keeps doing that, she's going to end up dead. The knight doesn't care and just replies that whatever, she doesn't mind anyway. The protagonist watches her reaction in silence. Satsuki senses that things are very tense, but she believes Mayo didn't have to be so rude. Suddenly, the musclehead calls out the brats he hates, and explains that he doesn't go easy like his captain does, though he figures they already knew that. With that, he warns them not to get in his way. Ikoma and Satsuki just watch for a few seconds. Then the protagonist says they came to a portal with media coverage just to show off, and now they're recruiting every talented hunter they find. Our boy comments that New Power must be desperate to prove their team's worth to management, which leaves Hanagasaki furious. The man asks what he thinks he knows about their team. The sorceress asks her partner not to make the guy angry and thinks maybe it's better to file a complaint with Shiraki. But the mage says that wouldn't work, explaining that the musclehead is acting like an idiot on purpose so his captain can play the good guy and win people over. The boy realizes the whole thing is a setup, and the two are shocked by what he just said. Shiraki doesn't look too pleased after realizing he's been exposed. Satsuki is surprised and asks if the weirdo is really just acting to gain sympathy from others. Ikoma says yes, and explains that the team members act like jerks on purpose so the leader can come in and comfort the victims. That's the fake setup they'd planned. The protagonist believes that someone so out of touch wouldn't take his captain seriously, but their teamwork is just too good for that. Our boy comments that he doesn't care if they want to script everything to gain an edge in negotiations, but acting like that inside a portal can cause problems. He says it's fine to have other motives for joining this mission, but their lives will be at risk if they keep doing that. Shiraki tries to convince the boy that he just wanted everyone to get along, and this is all a misunderstanding, but he figures the kid has already decided to hate his team anyway. The boy says they could get along if they stopped acting, because he's not going to pretend just to impress their boss. Then the two stare at each other in silence for a few moments, while Satsuki isn't quite sure what to do. Some time passes and now the hunters arrive at another part of the cave. It seems the atmosphere between them is terrible, since the silence is deafening. The sorceress is a little nervous and thinks her friend didn't need to say all of that. Akoma explains that the weirdo was going to keep making things difficult if everything stayed on his terms, so he needed to see how he'd react to the accusation. At least the guy with the sunglasses stopped being a pain. Shiraki thinks he's impressed because he didn't imagine a teenager would have the guts to say all that. He also thinks the boy seems experienced and deserves his B rank, even though he hadn't paid attention to him before because he was from far away and had a strange class. The captain didn't get to see the protagonist's skills because he wasn't trying that hard earlier, but the boy is brave and might have another goal. Either way, this is a great chance to level up and build a reputation, so the leader can't let some brat ruin his plans. Meanwhile, Akoma thinks they shouldn't be fighting each other and that this is pretty bad. Suddenly, everyone hears a noise and the protagonist, Mio, and Shireki wait to find out what it is. Someone comments that strange monsters have appeared in a group again. The captain thinks this is a good opportunity to show the mage his place. After all, manipulating people is exactly his greatest skill. The weird monster is called a killer mantis, and its screech is just bizarre. The corporation team believes it's just a bunch of dumb bugs, and they want to start the extermination. But Akoma knows it's not a good idea to underestimate a level 47 monster. These insects are different from the flies they ran into earlier. Even without considering its level, its skeleton is hard, its body is huge, and its legs form two large blades. Monsters with low agility usually have abilities to compensate, and melee fights get complicated, so they need to be prepared in case they get tired. The protagonist calls out to Mio and says it's dangerous to fight alone, so they need to set up some kind of formation. But the girl cuts him off and already starts moving, saying she's told him 1,000 times that she fights alone and doesn't want to get used to people who get in her way. Our boy just watches as the Knight of the End uses her red sword to fight one of the big monsters. She moves quickly, spinning her body as 3 monsters approach. Akoma gets a bit frustrated seeing the girl head straight to the most dangerous spot and wonders why it has to be like this every time. The boy tells Satsuki they need to work together to prevent Mio from getting surrounded by the giant bugs. Shireki realizes this fight won't be as easy as the last one. He wonders if this is a good opportunity to intimidate the boy and take back control. Then he thinks about how the mage challenged him to risk his life just to keep playing his stupid games, and he gives a slightly suspicious smile. In another time, there's a sign that reads Training Area A. Hanagasaki takes a boot to the face. Other people comment that they didn't expect Shiraki to go that far, and that he seems like a scary person. A new business based on physical strength will definitely attract some rough types. The man in dark sunglasses apologizes for treating the future leader like someone inferior. He tries to beg for forgiveness, but keeps taking hit after hit as the others watch in fear. Shiraki thinks the first step is to control everyone through fear. The captain once again remembers what Ikoma said, and knows he's been risking his life for the dumbest games forever. He signals for his teammates to handle the ones on the right while he covers the flanks. Hanagasaki gets it, and thinks he'll follow his leader's orders. Shiraki sneaks a glance at Mio. She knows the others are strong and troublesome even if they're the same level, and wonders if she should wait for a chance to get involved. A mantis monster lets out another scream. The Knight of the End is ready for battle, but the clueless captain steps right in front of her and activates a shield to protect her with his skill. He asks the girl not to try acting on her own, since he's here precisely to help. But Mio says she just hates being interrupted, and the bastard even gives a smirk when he hears that. With that, Shiraki takes the central position and wonders if he should stall because of Ikoma's condition. The protagonist dodges a strike from one of the monsters. Satsuki launches one of her fireballs again. The bug gets disoriented by the explosion that follows. Our boy yells that his friend did great casting her spell, and then he reverses gravity, shooting past the monster at incredible speed. Now the boy is standing upside down on the ceiling of the cave. He activates his powerful meteor drop, slamming down on the enemy and destroying everything in his path. The sorceress thinks her partner is using more mana than usual, which means he wants to end this fight as quickly as possible. Koma knows he can't trust the other team and needs to stop Mio from doing something reckless, so he wants to finish the fight even if it means going overboard. A mantis appears making a slightly quieter noise than usual. The protagonist realizes these monsters are really tough, unfortunately. Shiraki watches the boy from behind with a strange look in his eyes. The captain didn't know there was a character class capable of such strong and unpredictable attacks, and thinks he needs to keep an eye on gravity users. But then realizes he doesn't need to watch the class. He needs to watch the boy who perfected his skills to create such incredible moves. The weirdo knows this mission could define the future of new power and tries to understand what his boss meant about scaling down the Hunter project. He remembers being in the office when the man in the suit said not everyone is that optimistic. The former vice president didn't believe in training hunters. He also said even Shiraki himself used to complain that his hunters weren't improving that much, but explained they're not going to shut down the program entirely. Now the leader thinks he needs to make his mark here, since this is a B-rank portal with an anomaly that could cause a major disaster. He can't allow some brat to take command of the mission and calls his teammate Amamiya. The captain knows that if things keep going like this, the battle will soon come to an end, and he asks the girl to inflict some kind of wound on the mage that could be passed off as an accident. She's shocked when she realizes the kind of order she just received. Anyone would feel fear if attacked from a blind spot, and Shireki wants to show just how far he's willing to go to make the boy obedient. Amamiya notices that her leader seems to be taking this very seriously. The girl slowly approaches her target. Akoma keeps fighting the monsters, showing that he's a skilled and efficient hunter. The protagonist warns everyone that they need to finish this battle, and the lilac-haired girl gets closer to him. She hopes the boy doesn't take it personally, since he could end up dead if he doesn't follow his captain's orders, and she figures if she aims at his shoulders, it won't cause that much damage. Our boy realizes what's happening just in time. Amamiya activates her target shot ability, which forms a bright light in her weapon. Ikoma realizes this isn't just a simple accident that could happen while covering for allies. The girl's eyes are locked on him, but the monster is also ready to attack, and focusing on just one of them will leave him defenseless against the other. That's when the boy seems to realize something and gives a slight smile. He lunges at the giant bug and lands a blow worthy of the French. Then a strange hand approaches rapidly. Amamiya is completely wrapped by shadow hands that hold her in place. She thinks the mage blocked her attack, but the boy thanks Satsuki for her help. Our boy already knew his partner was acting to protect them both. The sorceress looks pretty pissed as she asks the braided hunter what that was all about. Then the girl tries to explain that she still had a chance to dodge the mage and was only trying to help. Shireki wonders how that's even possible, since the duo responded immediately and didn't hesitate for even a second. He can't even imagine what kind of hell they had to go through to reach this level at such a young age. That's when one of the monsters starts moving through the area. Ikoma calls out to the hunter who just tried to hit him, and tells her not to let her guard down in the middle of battle, which leaves the girl a little embarrassed. The creature's legs are surrounded by a bluish energy, and the monster activates an ice needle skill. Amamiya is hit and ends up dropping her sword. Shireki is frustrated to realize he underestimated these monsters because he had no idea they could use magic too. He believes he really screwed up by dragging the other hunter into this mess. The leader tells Sawei to use white magic to heal Amamiya, and asks Hanagasaki to provide support, but the guy in sunglasses is already busy fighting other monsters. Suddenly, Ikoma throws himself into the middle of the battle and blocks an attack from the bug right in front of the musclehead. The protagonist says to save the sneak attacks for later and that he'll take care of this monster, then tells the guy to hurry up. He doesn't even argue and just runs off to try to fix the situation. Shireki watches all of this unfold from nearby, and he doesn't seem happy at all with how things are going. Sawei's sword glows as she uses her white magic above Amamiya. Our boy announces that he's done over there and has just gone from level 49 to 50. Meanwhile, Mio uses her glowing red sword to strike her opponent and finishes off another bizarre monster. Ikoma sees that the knight is done too, and Satsuki comments that he didn't need to save those idiot people. The sorceress questions how they have the nerve to pull something like that in the middle of the battle, since one wrong move could have been a disaster. She says her friend could have ended up in a coffin, and the two members of the other team look a bit ashamed after hearing that. Shireki tries to blame it on another misunderstanding, saying Amamiya was out of line. The protagonist asks him to stop lying. The boy asks if he really thinks he's still fooling anyone here, and he comments that the other three team members don't have a cold enough heart like his. Our boy knows they caused a mess but also lost control, so he might be able to take the reins and head home. The guild is going to update the difficulty level of this portal, and after they return, Mayo won't be able to enter it anymore. It seems Anamiya's injuries can't be treated with just white magic, and besides that, Ikoma doesn't trust them. The protagonist says he had to spend a lot of mana in the last battle because of someone's instructions. He believes Shiraki is desperate to build a reputation, but says he has nothing to do with that, and declares that the mission investigation ends here. But of course, Mayo says she's going to continue the mission even if she ends up alone, and that she doesn't care about their stupid arguments. Our boy only came there to stop the knight from going any further, but her willingness to face danger might actually make her move forward on her own. The girl explains that she doesn't want people getting in the way or anyone without guts, and that she was already planning to explore solo if it weren't for the restrictions. So Ikoma decides to bring up the reason why she doesn't like working in a team, and he asks if it's because she lost her friends, which shocks Mayo. Satsuki doesn't even have time to react when a blade cuts through the air at high speed. The knight holds her sword to the protagonist's neck, clearly shaken by what she just heard. She asks where the boy heard that, her voice filled with rage. The boy just stays silent and waits for the hunter's next move. Then the girl lets out a frustrated sound and lowers her sword. She says the others can leave if they think that's the best path to take, but she'll do whatever she wants, and that the game of allies is over. Akoma tries to call out to the Knight of the End, but she ignores him and keeps walking alone. Shireki is outraged seeing her go ahead without any company, even though they're already at a disadvantage. In his past life, the protagonist heard a rumor about Mio after she was gone, and it's useless to try to convince someone that stubborn, but at least he can protect her. The boy tells his teammate that they'll keep following the Knight of the End for now. If things keep going like this, what happened in the past will repeat all over again. Suddenly, Shiraki interrupts the two and seems ready to say something. He explains that they shouldn't split up, since Amemiya won't be able to move much longer. With everything that's happened, if they're divided into groups, the investigation mission will just fall apart. But the mage believes they still have a shot if they can keep this fake guy under control. Even so, all Shireki can think about is how that crazy girl can go die alone if she wants. This is a pretty serious situation since it's a major conflict of interest. Shireki signals to Akoma and Satsuki. He thinks that if he abandons Amemiya, the other members of his team will lose respect for him, so they need to wait until she can move. If the mage and sorceress go after Kagurazaka, the mission group will be split. To impress the corporate executives, they need to do well on this mission, but they're completely exhausted, so they won't get good results. With that, the captain tells the protagonist and his friend that he can't allow them to go after the Knight of the End. He's worried about the girl being alone in a dangerous portal, but that's her own fault. Shiraki believes no one else should be put at risk because of the girl. Akoma says those words don't really suit someone who planned a betrayal in the middle of a battle, and tells him to get out of the way. The leader still tries to play it off as a misunderstanding, but also says he gets why they don't want to work with them. Then he offers 10 million to forget what happened earlier and start cooperating with his team. The protagonist is a little surprised by the offer. Shireki apologizes for being an idiot, but says he needs to pull off something so impressive on this mission that even a monkey would be amazed. He knows the boy doesn't even know the knight that well, and says not even he has a reason to support someone that arrogant. Hanagasaki thinks 10 million is way too much money, but his leader explains that's the value of this mission, and of the boy. A hunter unit is a military force that can be funded by a corporation, and it can generate immense power. Kokurai is a source of income and a badge of trust, and a captain knows he can't afford to lose that. Even if he has to spend his own money, it's still a small price to pay for all that. Shiraki says he's intrigued by the abilities of Akoma Ichinos, and that he wants to work with him even after this mission is over. Even a genius knows their limits when working alone, and that's why the lunatic invites the protagonist to build a national organization. He says the boy will earn twice his current salary, and even 10 times that if it works out, but he's cut off when the kid says he refuses. Our mage says he's not interested in him or in joining some corporate team. Shireki is confused and shocked by his response. Akoma tells him to step aside once again because he's going after Mayo, and he suggests the team return after Amemiya has fully recovered. The captain repeats that the protagonist would earn 10 million just for obeying him on this mission, and asks if he's not satisfied with the amount, offering double or even triple the money. The boy explains that he just wants to test how far he can go on his own and isn't interested in money or corporations. Our boy doesn't want to waste any more time, and if necessary, he'll use force to avoid being stopped. Shiraki smiles and says he'll step aside then, but questions if that girl who stays in the backline would be capable of fighting against him. The guy says the boy can move on if he doesn't mind going alone and leaving the sorceress under his care. He comments that it's about time to end this pointless fight. Akoma is angry but still can't think of a response. Shiraki has the nerve to say his priority is the mission's success for the sake of the city's safety, and that he wouldn't want to force anyone into anything. Satsuki thinks about how this man is full of lies and manipulations. The lying captain asks what level the protagonist is, to which he replies 50, and wants to know why he's asking. Then the faker says that's quite a coincidence, since his own level is exactly the same, and he wonders what he should do now. He considers settling who should lead the mission with a duel. Hanagasaki tries to argue, saying he doesn't think it's a good idea to start a duel in the middle of a portal exploration. Shiraki understands that they should avoid exhaustion, but explains that a lack of unity can be very dangerous. The captain believes they should reach a solution that works for both sides and wants to know if the mage agrees. Satsuki shouts for the liar to stop this, and asks what they would do if one of them got seriously hurt over something like this. But the boy accepts the challenge, which leaves his partner completely shocked. Akoma explains that it'll be quick and easy, so he's going to do things the lunatic's way. Hanagasaki can't imagine his boss losing, but admits the protagonist is stronger than usual. If Shiraki slips up, he could end up injured even if he wins the fight, but the guy figures his leader probably already knows that too. The liar calls his team members' attention to say something, and says he needs support magic from both of them. Soei and Hanagasaki are shocked by the request, but end up agreeing after the captain tells them to hurry up. The guy with the sunglasses casts his magic to ensure the faker has power during the fight, and the other grants his leader increased speed. Then the two combine to also give him armor power and even a magic bonus. All that energy flows through the captain's body, and he comments on how good it feels. Shiraki says they can begin now, and even has the audacity to claim that this duel will be fair. Satsuki gets mad and asks if this is some kind of joke, saying they can't accept such absurdity. The bastard reminds them he never said support magic was forbidden, and that he just took a bit of mana, but he can't accept his opponent backing out. Shiraki believes he's being generous, since the only help he's getting is support magic, but the original battle would have been 4 against 2. Besides that, he says the magic has a time limit, so there's no turning back now. Unless the protagonist decides to surrender, then maybe he'll consider it. No one is stupid enough to duel someone of the same level who receives support magic, and the captain believes the boy will soon give in completely. He thinks it'll be easier to manipulate the two of them once they surrender, but then Akoma asks what the hell is this, and questions whether the magic he received is enough to make up for the fact that he's at a disadvantage. Shireki is shocked by the boy's boldness. The protagonist says he's in a hurry and wants to put an end to this idiotic duel already. The faker thinks this kid is nothing more than a brat. Hanagasaki tries to understand what the boy is thinking, and whether he believes the captain will back down if he acts this confident. The poor guy knows that if he provokes his leader by acting superior, he won't stop for anything. Hakoma understands his opponent's character class based on his abilities, so he knows he's a paladin. That class suits a leader who can both fight and defend, with strengths in solid fundamentals and a variety of offensive and defensive spells. Despite that, those characteristics aren't showing in him right now. Shiraki warns that he'll only ask one more time, and wants to know if the protagonist really won't surrender. He smiles, knowing it'd be better to give in than to be completely wrecked. But the boy just tells him to hurry up and start the fight, which surprises him. Our boy says the other guy doesn't want to lose his support magic, and he doesn't want to hear any excuses once the duel is over. Shireki stays silent for a moment. Then he calls his opponent an idiot and rushes at him like a maniac, consumed by rage. Satsuki notices that the fake is even faster than she imagined. The captain raises his sword and gets ready to land a brutal strike. Suddenly, there's a massive explosion, creating a dust cloud that keeps the others from seeing what's going on. Akoma slides across the floor from the impact of the blow, but he's still in one piece. Hanagasaki notices that the protagonist blocked the boosted strength of his leader, which must have caused some damage to his body. But just being able to deal with those moves is impressive on its own. The captain is already strong even without any buffs to his body, and now he's got 4 types of boosts active at once. He wonders what kind of person would be able to match his boss right now, and thinks this boy would have to be some kind of monster to pull that off. Satsuki notices her friend change gravity's direction to absorb the impact of the attack, and thinks the boy flew far, but probably didn't take any damage. Shireki realizes he didn't feel any connection, so he figures the mage managed to shake off the power of his blow pretty effectively. He says the protagonist is really trying to slip away from his attacks, and asks if he's just stalling for time until the support magic runs out. Then he says his opponent doesn't have the strength or speed to face him, so this fight won't be fair at all. The leader is receiving support magic from 2 people, and he believes it's impossible for a single person to overcome the strength of an entire group. This fake captain has a look of resolve as he thinks the power of numbers is absolute. Shireki remembers his school days and how he was always good at riding the waves of life. He had excellent grades and an enviable physical performance without even trying too hard. As the boy walked down the school halls, 2 punks watched him, and he remembers that standing out drew envy from those who had dropped out. These guys threw water on him and mocked that he only feels superior because he gets good grades. One of them laughs and asks the student council president to say something. Shiraki was humiliated by thugs who would destroy him in a fair fight, but that taught him the lesson that even if you're a genius, it means nothing compared to the power of numbers. That's why he'd honed his skills in understanding the minds of others. After learning how things work, the captain gained experience as a hunter and came up with the idea of a corporate hunter unit for Kokure. Shiraki thinks he'll seize control of this chaotic era to achieve absolute power. The team leader starts to say something. He He wants to finish the battle with a single slash of his sword, but Ikoma comments that his opponent is being very irresponsible and uses his gravity master skills to land a powerful blow. Shireki places his hands on his stomach as he tries to recover from the impact. He's still on the ground as he tries to process what happened and wonders if he got hit. The protagonist tells him not to worry since he used the flat of the blade. No actual cut was made. Hanagasaki thinks that's impossible since the boy seemed to be at a disadvantage and wonders what kind of sorcery this is. The captain can't understand how he's falling behind his opponent when he has so many enhancements. Our boy looks down at the lyre. Then he explains to the other guy that he can't handle his altered body, even if he's faster or even stronger. Ikoma says he could never win this battle when his movements are that bad. The protagonist already knew this from the very first attack and simply used the overload of buffs against his enemy, just needing to wait for the right moment. Hanagasaki thinks the boy even makes all that movement analysis look simple, and Satsuki seems quite happy with her partner's intelligence. The man in sunglasses imagines that if his boss lost control of his movements, then his opponent must be a serious threat now. Shiraki laughs and says he wasn't prepared, but his defenses are still high even after the blow he took. He yells that his enemy made a mistake by not using the sharp side of the blade, swearing that was his only chance to defeat him. The faker thinks he needs the mage's strength for this mission, and maybe he slipped up with his strategy. Besides that, he didn't expect things to escalate to this point either. The lunatic tries to calm down, believing that if he stays cool, he'll be able to win the battle. He knows the support magic will only last another 3 minutes, and from now on he's not holding back anymore. Shiraki wants to use every advantage he has with his paladin skills and support magic to go all out this time. Then Ikoma says their experience levels in battle are completely different. The captain is confused, but the protagonist is about to explain. Our boy says he can keep fighting, but from now on, his opponent's attacks won't even scratch him. The manipulator is shocked and asks the boy to repeat what he said. Nearby, Sawai wonders what the hell is going on over there and tries to understand why their buffed-up leader is struggling so much. The captain questions whether all these modifications worsen his agility and admits there's a gap in their fighting ability. He's going to use his speed to create distance between them and then attack his opponent with magic. The faker wants to unleash all his enhanced magical power on the protagonist and just wants to see if he can escape the full force he's about to use. Shiraki makes a move with his sword and activates his divine punishment power, radiating energy with a bluish glow. Hanagasaki realizes this is a wide area attack and that a lot of mana is involved, so he thinks the boy won't be able to dodge it. Ikoma could avoid the attack using his gravity reversal skill, but doesn't want to waste too much mana in this battle. The protagonist sees something beside him. Our boy lowers the gravity to lift part of a monster that's already been defeated. Then he positions himself right behind the object, dodging the spell coming his way. Shiraki can hardly believe the boy was creative enough to use a monster's armor as a shield. When the faker lost in melee combat, it was clear he would try using magic to compensate, which is why the mage chose to fight near monster remains. The lunatic has a breakdown worthy of a madhouse and starts screaming for the boy not to come near him, and doesn't even notice when Ikoma uses his skill to jump back up to the ceiling. The protagonist lands right behind the captain, who seems a little disoriented. At that moment, the boy rushes forward at full speed as if he's about to land a powerful blow, and then he just flicks the enemy's forehead, but makes sure to increase gravity so that flick becomes the worst of all. Shiraki stumbles back with his hand on his forehead and tries to use his sword in a desperate attempt to defend himself. The poor guy even gets a bit dizzy and wonders what the hell is happening. He thinks the mage used gravity control on his body while using his cane sword. Because of all the buffs, Ikoma knew his opponent was already in a state where he couldn't control his own body. If he suddenly became lighter, he definitely wouldn't be able to move properly. Shiraki asks who this Dan kid is, and tries to understand how he's being made a fool of by him. The protagonist places his sword beneath the opponent's chin, and says that's enough to understand this fight is a waste of time and energy. Then the faker thinks this seems impossible since he had support magic from 2 people, and realizes there is someone capable of surpassing the numbers. Shiraki believes the boy is a true genius after all. Hanagasaki comments that all of this is just too absurd. He wonders how such a huge difference can exist within the same ranking, and thinks this boy is not normal. The captain still insists that this mission is the future of new power, and he quickly gets up, ready to attack, thinking he can't accept defeat. But Ikoma tells him he needs to stop immediately because 500 seconds have already passed, and that leaves him confused. Then his body starts to move in a really strange way. The protagonist grips his sword and looks at his opponent. and he strikes the lunatic right in the forehead with the hilt of his weapon. Shiraki slowly collapses to the ground but still tries to say he can't lose this battle. Our boy just watches his body fall. He explains that support spells only last 500 seconds, and he can't believe the captain lost track of the duration of his enhancements. Hanagasaki figures anyone would lose track of that while facing a monstrous opponent, and the boy says that now he's the leader of this mission. Akoma tells the others to stay away from the monsters and leave the portal as soon as they're able to move, and the guy with glasses is about to obey, but a hand stops him. Satsuki is back in her sinister mode and uses her shadow hands as she comments that they made her friend burn too much mana. She suggests stealing the mana from their captain and smiles as she asks Hanagasaki to bring his body over. The protagonist gets a bit worried and thinks maybe they're going too far, but he doesn't question it much. The sorceress drains Shiraki's mana while her teammate holds him down. Our boy comments that the duel dragged on, so they need to hurry to catch up with Mio. The captain comes back to life just to try convincing the boy not to do that and to join his plan of building a corporation, but he gets cut off. Akoma didn't want to say it twice, but he repeats that he's not interested in either the corporation or the lunatic. The protagonist knows what's going to happen in 10 years and hasn't seen New Power do anything important. He says the guy doesn't want an ally, he just wants someone to use, and that kind of attitude will lead to the downfall of his team. With relationships that shallow, the leader won't have anyone to help him when he needs it most. Our boy warns him that he'll need to change that mindset. Shiraki is left frozen and speechless. Some time passes, and now the boy walks through the cave with his friend, who comments on how the fake even gave an order for a surprise attack. Satsuki believes the captain didn't deserve any consideration, but the mage says there's no need to cause unnecessary resentment in these people. And he also thinks about something else as he walks. He remembers a dangerous place with a stone path suspended in the air. His former teammates said if they kept going, they might not have enough mana to get back. Akoma shouted that he still had plenty of mana, and that if he covered his friend, they'd make it. The protagonist thinks he's the only one in the group not gaining any more experience, and that now he's not even helping anymore. If it keeps up like that, there's no reason to stay on this team. Back in the present, the boy explains that he too once rushed ahead without thinking about others, and maybe that's why he doesn't see it as such a big deal. Satsuki is a little surprised by this revelation. She promises she'll stay by his side no matter what, and the mage gets a bit flustered but thanks her. The boy thinks that if things are the same as in his past life, then the boss is evolving, and it's not the kind of opponent he can handle at this level. If Maya won't listen, he'll drag her out of there by force, even if that makes her see him as an enemy and refuse to join his team afterward. Now another location is shown, still inside the cave. The Knight of the End faces off against a monster with a terrifying shape and powerful aura. She's already taken down bosses stronger than her before, but this one feels different. Suddenly, something explodes near her leg. The huge insect-shaped monster is the boss of the Cave of Solitary Curses, known as the Cursed Queen. Some objects are scattered on the ground, including a piece of a monster and a few stones. Akoma picks one of them up and notices it looks like a demonic stone. He believes Mayo passed through there after seeing signs of battle and remains of destroyed monsters that still look fresh. Satsuki asks if that girl isn't interested in demonic stones. A demonic stone is the heart of a monster and holds all of its magical power. It's also believed to be an excellent energy source. This object is also proof that someone has defeated a monster, and it can be exchanged for large sums of money at the guild. The sorceress remembers that her partner mentioned that a friend of Mio had lost their life, but even Ikoma doesn't know all the details of that story. All he knows is that a friend of the girl died about a year ago, when she had just begun her journey as a hunter. Satsuki asks if that's the reason why the Knight of the End prefers to work alone, and the protagonist replies that probably yes. You can imagine she was close to that person based on her reaction, and it seems that her dislike for company is something much deeper. The sorceress asks when the boy found out about that story, and he says he pieced together information he gathered from her branch base. Her friend is shocked to think that the boy went that far just to invite Mio to the team, but he explains that wasn't the case. The mage says he wanted to learn more about the girl after she lost her life protecting him, and Satsuki starts to ask something. The sorceress wants to know if he likes the knight, and the boy thinks this misunderstanding is going to be tough to clear up. The two keep walking and realize that it's hard to catch up with Mio. Ikoma thinks that at this rate she really will find the boss and tells her to move faster. Meanwhile, the boss lets out a deafening sound and her red eyes shine in the dark. The Knight of the End is at level 46 and didn't expect her opponent to have already evolved. At that moment, the giant insect charges straight at her, and Mio dives to the ground to dodge the monster's attack. She realizes that the beast is absurdly strong and fast, and thinks this must be how a level 80 boss fights. The level gap between this monster and the others is so large it must have evolved, and that's important information. but she's not sure she can defeat it. If the girl runs, the boss will fly after her, so the best thing to do would be to ask for help from the other mission members. But Mayo doesn't want to involve the others in this, even if they're really annoying. The knight has no option but to sacrifice herself to stop the monster from getting out, and her class has excellent abilities for defeating strong opponents. She just doesn't even know if she could really win with such a massive level difference. The girl imagines her friend asking if she's finally coming back to her. Mayo stays silent for a few seconds, then closes her eyes, thinking about the person she lost. But she knows that now she needs to focus on the enemy right in front of her. The cursed queen lifts several strange orbs around herself using only telekinesis, and hurls those poison balls with full force, forcing the knight to run fast to save herself. Mio notices that the attacks are extremely powerful, and dealing with 4 projectiles at once is really difficult. Despite that, she believes the boss isn't that fast. The girl jumps and grabs her sword, ready to strike back. She looks at the enemy and thinks she can do it. The girl sees an opening and takes the chance to use her skill and cause a massive explosion, but realizes it didn't work and feels confused because even though her level is lower, her class is still specialized in offense. The insect stares at the knight and remains standing. Mayo finally understands that the boss is just playing with her. There wasn't any opening. The monster simply didn't care to defend itself, and with that, the girl says she shouldn't be underestimated. Then she screams, calling the bug a monster filled with rage. She charges at full speed with her sword in hand, and makes a quick slash right near the creature's face. Mio realizes she managed to get on top, and gets ready to act. The girl prepares to use her Hellbreak ability, and show what her character class is capable of. The insect watches its opponent coming toward it, then uses its legs to try to protect itself. Another massive explosion fills the area, lighting everything up with a red glow. Mio comments that the beast finally had to defend itself, and warns that she's stubborn, so it won't be so easy to send her to the grave. The girl ended up spending a lot of mana against a powerful opponent, but if she hadn't, she wouldn't have been able to pierce its armor. At that moment, the monster decides to strike and makes a quick move with its leg. The girl is thrown far and crashes to the ground at some distance. She realizes she can't handle it, since the skill she just used is supposed to be a special move used at most twice, and it didn't even work. The monster starts flying and approaches while making a terrifying sound. Mio notices that the creature is even faster than before, and now she knows things just got real. She gets hit hard in the stomach, even lifted off the ground by the impact. Her mouth spits out ketchup from how strong the attack was. The monster watches her reaction closely, then charges at full speed, dragging the girl across the cave, and throws her far using all its boss-level strength. Now Mio is lying next to her sword. We get a view of the inside of the Cave of Solitary Curses. Mio thinks it's a miracle she's still alive, that she should be in pain but can't feel her body, and that she's losing consciousness. Her vision is getting blurry, and the girl wonders if the monster is still toying with her just out of pure malice. The queen approaches, almost like she's answering her question. Meanwhile, the girl continues lying on the ground. She looks at the enemy coming toward her, then starts remembering the past, a time when she was running through a rainy place full of rubble. Raindrops fall on an old gate. 3 officers arrive at the scene, and one of them stands with his back turned. Mio watches this scene with a shocked expression. Then tears mix with the raindrops streaming down her face. One of the guards asks what she's doing there, since there are probably still monsters in the area because of the flood. But the girl just begs to be let inside, since that's her home. The man is surprised to hear that. He gets worried as he sees the girl walking toward the gate, and grows a little desperate, asking her to wait. The officer yells that the young lady shouldn't see a scene like this, and Mayo seems shocked all over again. The girl looks at a dark place covered in ketchup, and can barely believe what she's seeing. She calls out to her parents without much hope, looking at what seems to be the remains of a massacre. Mayo thinks about these damned monsters, and she knows they're always stealing everything precious from her, which makes her furious, and her power starts surging through her body in an overwhelming way. The insect tries to strike, and then something big explodes right in front of it. The Knight of the End is now standing, and she says the monster lowered its guard because she wasn't moving. Her eyes are black due to her demonic aura ability, which lets her move freely by substituting low energy with mana. Mio explains that a Knight of the End can keep fighting as long as they still have mana thanks to that skill, and she remembers that she's truly stubborn. The girl screams that she hates all monsters. She knows the beast will recover its energy, but it can't regenerate part of its body without using a skill. Even if this is her end, she wants to take at least one of the insect's limbs with her. The knight's blade clashes with one of the cursed queen's tough leg. At that moment, the boss prepares another attack. The beast moves its legs so fast it creates a tornado, throwing the girl's body back as she uses her weapon to defend herself. Mio knows she can't stop now and has to keep attacking. The queen summons her venom spheres again. Now there are 6. Doing her best to dodge, the The knight realizes that this time the number of spheres has doubled, meaning the boss was clearly holding back before. Suddenly, one of the orbs circles around and comes at the girl from behind. Mio knows she won't be able to dodge it, so she runs straight through the explosion, determined not to stop fighting until her mana is completely drained. She forces her sword onto one of the monster's legs, and realizes that while the insect's claws are hard, its legs are different. The girl believes she can break them, so she lets out a scream and pours all her strength into attacking the creature's body, and the insect's leg starts to crack. Mia wonders if she managed to do what she wanted, but then the cursed queen launches another attack, hitting the girl directly. She's thrown far once again, now out of energy, and wonders if her mana has already run out. The girl's mana really is gone, and her physical energy is nearly depleted too. As she closes her eyes, the knight thinks that she really might be about to pass on and wonders if this is the end of everything. Suddenly, a voice calls her name, asking her to wait a moment. Now back in the past, Moyo tells her friend that she doesn't want anyone getting in her way, but the sweet-looking girl asks if they can take a break, and says her legs are hurting. The knight says she'll go on alone if her friend keeps being an obstacle, since she plans to take out all the monsters. But her companion calls her name again. The girl speaks in a way that Mayo can't ignore, so she asks what it is. Her friend is acting strange now and asks why she's still alive if it was her fault she died. The sweet but creepy girl says Mio's name once more, and holds her face while asking if the knight is finally going to cross over to the other side. Back in reality, the girl has her eyes closed and answers that yes, she's going to pass on. The giant insect comes closer to deliver its final strike, but then it's grabbed by several shadow hands, holding it in the air. Satsuki tells Ikoma she won't be able to hold it for long. The protagonist praises his partner's work. Mio looks surprised as she glances upward, and sees the boy standing right next to her with a determined expression. He activates his gravity power to deal with one of the poison balls coming their way. Ikoma holds Mio, using the impact of his own attack. The three of them take position behind a rock to shield themselves. Our protagonist thinks that fortunately, there are plenty of blind spots around, and Satsuki comments that the rescue worked perfectly. The sorceress notices how beaten up the knight looks and becomes worried about the state of her injuries. She believes they need to get her to a healer quickly, or something bad could happen. Meanwhile, the queen tries to stretch her body, and makes a Jimbro sound as she snaps all the shadow hands holding her. Mio thinks they might be able to hide for now, but they still need to escape that thing, and the boy says it's going to be hard because this monster is very agile. Our boy looks at the creature's strong legs and notices something else. As soon as it lost sight of its opponents, the boss went back to guarding the entrance, which means she's smart too. The knight asks why they even came here, since they can't deal with that monster. Ikoma feels frustrated remembering that line should have been theirs, since the plan was to stop the girl from getting to this point. Both Mio's energy and mana are way too low, and it was a miracle they even made it in time. The level difference between them and the monster is too big, and its defense is too high, so defeating it would be impossible. The protagonist suggests distracting the queen while the other two escape, but the knight says she won't let that happen because she won't let the boy be used as bait. Mio says no one's going to miss her since she has no family or friends, and she's not sure she's ready for this. But she doesn't want anyone to end up in a grave because of her, and begs them to let her stop that from happening. Ikoma thinks her confidence is amazing even though she's so badly hurt, but he's going to need to take advantage of her pain for now and just says he understands. The protagonist assures her that he won't stop her, and the girl is satisfied to hear that. Then the boy decides they need to take down the monster together. It seems that's the only possible option. Satsuki is shocked and tries to understand what her partner is planning, arguing that they can't make the girl fight because she's already too wounded. Our boy tells his friend to restore her mana, and the sorceress replies that she can't restore her health too, and it'll take a while. The boy simply says he'll buy time for that to happen. Ikoma thinks this will be the end of his nightmares, and that this time he'll finish off the monster before it takes anyone's life. The cursed queen prepares to launch more poison balls at her enemy. Mio realizes that this time there are even more balls, and maybe the boss really wasn't taking their earlier fight seriously. She notices that this creature sees as a threat a guy who's 30 levels below her. The protagonist runs through the area and shouts that the insect can't just throw those things at him and think it's going to land a hit. The knight thinks the boy is an idiot for not backing off and asks if he's out of his mind. Our boy dodges 3 venom spheres that come flying straight at him. Those spheres hit the cave wall and explode with massive impact. The mage looks at the cursed queen standing in front of him. He thinks about how he's been replaying this battle with the boss in his mind for years. The giant bug screeches in rage. Ikoma jumps high and grips his sword with one hand. Then he strikes with all the fury he's bottled up for so long. With that, the monster gets confused and doesn't even know where the protagonist is anymore. Mio says this guy is amazing and asks if he's really a B-rank hunter. Even after all that, the enemy has only lost a little energy so far. Its defense is extremely high, and even if they do deal damage, its auto-regeneration cancels it out. Instead of multiple small strikes, they need one powerful blow, so Mio thinks she has no choice but to use that power and says she'll help. Satsuki says she hasn't fully restored her mana yet and doubts she can help in that state, but the girl explains that the boy won't hold out for long. The knight knows what she needs to do now and says she already has enough mana for it. At that moment, the girl activates her demonic aura and tells the other not to worry about her body's condition. The sorceress is shocked to see that power, and the girl explains it's something unique to Knights of the End, allowing them to exceed their physical limits. She believes Akoma had his partner restore her mana just so she could use this ability. Mio needs to maintain the aura, but that alone drains mana, and a single move will decide how this whole battle ends. The girl imagines her friend calling her name and asking if she'll be okay, since she hasn't relied on anyone since she left. She closes her eyes slowly for a moment and apologizes to her comrade Momon. The girl explains that these people trust her and are risking their lives. Mio knows she can't afford to lose this fight. The Cursed Queen charges toward Ikoma at high speed. Then Satsuki launches a shadow orb at the same time the knight uses her red blade ability. The girl tells the protagonist he seems to know a lot about her class and finds it interesting that he even knows about her demonic aura ability. Our boy says yes, and that he also knows the Knights of the End's greatest trump card. Mio says that ability is too slow and she wouldn't be able to hit the boss with it. The monster prepares more venom spheres to be launched, but the boy promises he'll buy her a few seconds. The knight says that's not possible against a monster like this. Mio moves quickly and with determination. She sees a sphere coming at her and knows she can't dodge it. But Akoma places his hand on her shoulder at that moment. The two of them soar through the air with a gravity reversal, dodging just in time. Satsuki watches the explosion unfold right in front of her. Meanwhile, the protagonist floats upside down beside the knight. Mio tries to understand what kind of skill can reverse gravity like that. The boy returns to the ground, saying he's leaving the final blow to her. At that moment, the queen makes another strange sound, then gets caught by the shadow hands launched by Satsuki. Our boy appears doing acrobatics with his sword in hand. Mio watches and isn't quite sure how to react. Akoma drops with full force toward the enemy, using his meteor drop power. The knight realizes that now the Cursed Queen is pinned down, and she launches herself from the ceiling, knowing she can strike with the Knights of the End's ultimate move. It's a deadly sword skill that gets stronger the lower your energy is. This power locks your body in place, but it can be used in this situation since she's falling toward her opponent. The queen looks up and seems a little confused by all of this. The boy yells for Mio to strike. With that, the girl activates her Red Vengeance skill and rushes toward the giant insect with everything she's got. An explosion fills this part of the cave. The giant bug lies on the ground, and it looks like it took a hit right to the stomach. The knight tries to get up with great difficulty. She can't move anymore because she used all her energy in her last strike. The queen has been knocked down, and the girl wonders if they really won the battle. But her insect eye starts to glow, since the boss also has a powerful hidden trump card. When attacked, she usually strikes back right when her opponent lets their guard down, using a massive stinger. Without making a sound, the monster uses an extremely powerful attack skill known as Final Shot. All three are completely shocked to see what the beast is capable of. Mio sees the stinger coming straight at her and believes this is going to be the end. Suddenly, Akoma positions himself in front of the knight, ready to protect her. The protagonist thinks he needs to aim for the tip of the object and change its trajectory, and also remembers he has to adjust the weight of his blade. The tip of the stinger clashes directly against the tip of the boy's sword. He raises his weapon and prepares for the next step of this battle. The queen seems confused once again. Our boy thinks about this cursed ability and says it was burned into his memory forever as he raises his sword once more. The boy makes a swift move with his blade, leaving a purple trail in the air around him. A magic circle appears right beneath him and his disgusting enemy. Akoma yells that this is the end of all this damn misery and activates his gravity power, using all his strength in this attack that lights up everything around, defeating the boss and reaching level 58. Satsuki celebrates the fact that they actually managed to defeat such a high-level monster. The protagonist is relieved because he didn't know if they'd be able to handle this battle with their current levels. He's happy that he managed to save the knight's life this time. Mio's death was one of his biggest regrets in his past life, and it was also the reason he dedicated himself so much to the hunter's path. Meanwhile, the stubborn girl is surprised that she's still alive and wonders if she was protected somehow. She questions whether she found a way to survive once again, and sees the blurred image of her friend standing next to the mage who saved her. Suddenly, she also sees Momon make a pain sound. The girl is being lifted by a blade while the knight watches and says her name. Mio feels pain in her head and places her hands on her hair as she shuts her eyes tightly. Satsuki asks if she's okay, since her body was heavily injured during the fight. The Knight of the End simply asks that someone not stay in that position. Then the girl looks at Ikoma and says she remembers that girl. She seems to feel awful as she says she believes her friend holds a grudge against her, and tells the protagonist that sometimes it feels like she's there, watching her. The bizarre silhouette of Momon says that Mayo still hasn't visited her home. Looking up, the knight wears a disturbed expression. Our boy had already suspected there was a reason she took so many risks and didn't like being part of teams. Even in his past life, he could see discomfort in her behavior, but now it all makes sense. Ikoma starts talking about the girl who holds a grudge against Mio and asks why the knight remembers her whenever she's in a situation where someone protects her. The girl can't argue back, and the protagonist believes her friend didn't die because she was dragged into something she didn't want. Our boy thinks Momon passed on because she was defending her friend. The boy knows the knight tends to punish herself and asks if it's easier to believe the other girl held a grudge, but Satsuki says that's a far too sensitive topic. Mio remembers the girl she's talking about. In the past, the sky is blue and vibrant. Momon asks if her friend is going to quit school. The stubborn one asks if the girl knows about the monster disaster. She has no relatives, and the disaster funds increase every year, but that money rarely reaches the people actually affected. That's why she wants to become a hunter, because you don't need to be a graduate, and she doesn't have money to keep attending high school. Momon yells that then she'll become a hunter too. The girl seems determined and shouts that she's not going to give up on her friend. Mio is a little surprised to hear that, and asks her to repeat what she just said. Sometime later, the two are exploring a dark portal together, and Momon asks the other to wait since they should already be heading back. Mio yells for her to stop, saying that's not how a hunter should act. The knight tries to say that from now on she's going to continue alone, but her friend tries to stop her and grabs her hand. She believes the girl is being irresponsible after losing her family, and she can't leave her behind like this. Mio stays silent for a moment while the wind blows her hair around. Some time passes, and now the stubborn one tells her friend to hang in there because she's going to get her out of that place soon. The knight carries the girl over her shoulder, braving a snowstorm. Momon simply says she's happy to see her partner is okay and tries to speak to Mio in her final moments. Back in the present, the young woman is kneeling on the ground and still tries to convince herself that her friend holds a grudge. Ikoma explains that she shouldn't twist the feelings of those who are no longer here, even if it makes her feel better. Momon gave her life to save her, and now the knight is using that as an excuse to throw it away. So the boy asks if she doesn't think her friend would be sad about that. The protagonist remembers when the girl said that no one would miss her if she disappeared. Our boy could even say that he would miss her, but he knows that wouldn't be easy to believe. But the mage is sure that Momon would be very sad if she died, and he asks if she doesn't agree with that. Mio is surprised to hear those words. Then she remembers how her friend kept repeating her name in her final moments, and how happy she was to see her alive. Now the knight imagines Momon as she truly was, saying that she's worried. The girl smiles and says she understands that she's capable, but that she can't manage without her by her side. Her friend hugs her and tells her not to kick the bucket. She asks Mayo to live well and be happy for both of them. Then the knight starts crying and yells out Momon's name. Finally, one of the petals surrounding her touches the water, creating ripples in the shape of a circle. Ikoma, Mio, and Satsuki look at the fallen body of the queen. The protagonist wonders if the Knight of the End kept throwing herself into dangerous battles because of guilt over what happened to Momon. But he says that's no form of redemption because if she keeps acting this irresponsibly, she's going to end up dead. The boy kneels down and says he wants to ask once again. Then he asks the girl to join his team. Mio is still a bit in shock from everything that happened, and she asks for some time to think, since she doesn't want to act impulsively. The boy says that's okay. Until now, they were lost at sea, but they finally found a sign of land on the horizon. The three of them walk through the cave, finally heading home. Mio apologizes for not being able to move when her energy gets that low, and the boy says she doesn't need to worry about that. Satsuki doesn't seem very happy with the situation. From the possessive girl's point of view, the two of them look like a couple from a romance story. So the sorceress offers to carry the knight, which leaves Ikoma a bit confused. The protagonist thinks things would be much easier if they had a way to restore energy too. Our boy was sure he could explore portals below A rank, but strange things kept happening every time he tried. The boy thinks about someone who uses healing as a secondary skill, or some healing item that can be used multiple times, even if the effect is weak. He knows they need at least one of the two. Mio says she's always acted alone, and it's been a long time since she had to count on anyone. But she admits it was actually a pretty nice experience, and she thanks the mage for what he did. It seems that Ikoma managed to repay the favor for what happened in his past life. The protagonist imagines facing his older self. Then the adult mage looks toward his younger version, and the current Ikoma smiles at his past self. Their hands reach toward each other, almost touching. The next day, back in the city, the boy is sitting at a cafe, facing Satsuki and beside Akasha. The sorceress asks if Mayo got in touch with him after what happened in the last portal. Akoma seems a little frustrated to bring up the subject. The protagonist places his phone on the table, and his partner watches with curiosity. Messages show that the boy hasn't been answered, and his call was completely ignored. Satsuki is surprised to see that the knight is ghosting the boy, and he thinks the girl won't be joining the team. Our boy knew that Mayo was stubborn, but he didn't expect to be rejected after everything that happened, and the sorceress tries to convince her friend that the girl is just tired. She thinks maybe the other didn't have enough energy to reply to his messages, and Akasha seems pretty happy with her iced coffee. The little witch takes a sip and closes her eyes contentedly, but then makes a weird face. It looks like she didn't really like the coffee, and Akoma truly hopes that the Knight of the End is just tired. With her courage, skill, and competitiveness, he knows that Mayo is one of the hunters with the most potential right now. She managed to survive the boss's attacks even at her current level, and at least the protagonist saved her life and believes she won't be so reckless now. Meanwhile, the gray-haired girl walks toward an elevator. Now the girl walks through a corridor, and the boy thinks he's happy even if not satisfied with all the details. Suddenly, Mayo shows up beside him and comments that so the boy is there. Akoma is surprised to see her face. Satsuki asks if her injuries have healed already, to which the other replies that she's used to it and that the sorceress seemed worried. The protagonist wants to know what she's doing at his guild branch. Mio explains that she's not very good with the messaging app, thinking about how she ends up ignoring everyone by accident. So she figured it was better to talk in person and says she has a question for the boy, then asks if she can join his team. Satsuki is happy with that, and her partner smiles too. Our boy says she's very welcome on the team, and he can't wait to work with the Knight of the End. Elsewhere, Chimera Fang is gathered, and one of them comments about using a flood to wipe out a certain hunter. A man asks if he's going to have to clean up the mess made by the kids, and says he can't accept that. Meanwhile, a woman with an eye patch is sitting on the other side of the table. She says she was hiding the guy from the monster extermination forces, and that he should do them some favors every now and then to make up for it. Then she explains that this client is dangerous, and she doesn't know what he'll do if they fail again. The man wants to know if it's possible to predict a flood, and thinks that if that were possible, the monster extermination forces wouldn't struggle so much. He also asks if his opponent would be B rank, and says he doesn't want to fight someone that weak. He asks why he has to clean up the mess of a loser like Jikyo, and the bald man doesn't like hearing that one bit. The masked man says he's nothing like those losers, and that he used to be one of the best hunters in the world. Sure, he made a small mistake during his training. What if it weren't for that, today he'd be considered a hero. He believes this era of chaos doesn't need a bunch of fools, just one powerful person capable of carving a path by stepping over others. If they had forgiven his mistake, the guy swears he'd be risking his life to protect the country, and Eris thinks she hates this idiot. The masked man says he has his own standards and isn't like those sewer rats. If they're leaving this task to him, then he doesn't want anyone getting in his way. The man points to Akoma's picture on the paper and says first he has to find out if he can really take out this kid. Only after that will he wipe him out completely. At the Kirinani Guild branch, someone congratulates Satsuki. The receptionist says her results are in and her promotion to B rank was approved. Our sorceress is all giddy when she finds out she got promoted. Even though there's some variation by region, B rank hunters are in the top 1%. The girl can hardly believe she's now part of that elite group. Akoma also congratulates her and praises her, saying his partner did really well. Her teammates may be ahead of her, but the girl feels like she's made at least a little progress. She remembers when the protagonist carried the other girl in his arms and thinks she needs to improve because she can't afford to lose the competition for the boy's heart. Mio comments that it was obvious her colleague would be promoted, so there's no need to make such a big deal about it. Satsuki's level has been above the average for her class for quite some time. The knight says she only had to outperform the weaklings from Kirinami, so it would have been pretty hard to fail, since evaluations are based on the region. That makes the sorceress apologize for getting so emotional, and she thinks the other girl is really harsh. Our boy says Mayo doesn't need to put her friend down, and the girl explains that it would be problematic if she let herself get carried away by that. But then the tough one admits that this achievement really is important, and she asks Satsuki to come with her somewhere, which leaves her a bit confused. Akoma comments that the knight prepared a gift for the sorceress, and finds it funny that she criticized her reaction after working so hard on the gift. But Mio explains that celebrating a friend's accomplishments is important. The protagonist thinks the knight is pretty thoughtful, and he didn't prepare anything at all, so the girl says it's just because she saved her life before. Despite her tough attitude, the girl really did want to thank the other. She mentions that Momon always told her to pay more attention to those around her, and Satsuki gets a little emotional hearing that. The knight says it's nothing too grand, but it's the kind of thing you can never have too much of, and asks her to accept the gift. With that, the sorceress thinks she's been seeing her colleague as a rival all this time for no reason. She feels like it was all a big misunderstanding and smiles as she thanks her new partner. Akoma notices that the locker is big, and since it's Mio, wonders if it might be some kind of weapon, but it's actually a huge stuffed bear. The knight explains that the bear is from a German brand and is a limited edition commemorating the company's 5th anniversary. Satsuki realizes she really had the wrong impression of the girl. Our boy is a bit stunned to hear Mio describe the bear as something you can never have too many of, and wonders how many she must have at home. The sorceress thanks her for the gift while hugging the giant teddy bear, but now has to figure out how to take it home. Suddenly, the protagonist gets a notification on his phone. Another monster disaster has happened in Marima, and this time it's C rank. Satsuki comments that this has been happening quite often lately. The source of the disaster is Misunaji, which is outside the city but thankfully not too far away, so Mio says they should head over. Akoma says that if it's a disaster suited for level 40 hunters, it shouldn't be too hard to control. Low-level disasters aren't unusual and are well monitored, but the protagonist wonders if this also happened in his past life. Maybe it's worth recording his memories and comparing them with the guild's public data and what he remembers from his other life. Suddenly, the boy is shocked as he realizes something. This flood came from a C-rank portal known as the Spirit Garden. Satsuki asks if he knows something about it, and he explains that this portal has plant-like monsters, but the real concern is its boss, the tree Gakurina. That monster isn't all that strong, but it must never leave the portal under any circumstances, and they can't underestimate its power. So the boy says they need to stop the flood quickly. Akoma remembers he still has an advantage with Hoshina and grabs his phone. The boy sends a message to the streamer saying he needs to ask for a favor. With that, the three of them run through the city streets, but a suspicious hooded figure is watching all of their movements from a distance. This person is holding a phone in their hands. The masked guy had doubted the Chimera Fang team, but is surprised to find out a flood really did happen. He thinks that predicting monster disasters could make someone rich, and tries to understand why he has to follow some random weak kid. The man answers a call on his phone and gets told that the hunters are already arriving at the location, so he asks them to send the coordinates of the three, and hopes this mission at least turns out to be fun. The mysterious figure with 3 rings of different colors says the name Ikoma Ichinos. A monster called Thorn Demon opens its ugly mouth. Something, or someone, jumps quickly onto a rock. Mio appears with her red blade, ready to take down the enemies. Meanwhile, a bunch of little monsters close in on Akoma. The protagonist calls his little witch friend and asks her to do what they had planned. She activates her flame power, burning the insects to ash and forming a kind of fire web. Satsuki holds a creature that looks like a plant root, and this thing says Mio's name. The potato-like monster even cries as it repeats the knight's name once more. At that moment, the sorceress gives a very cute smile toward the little monster, then uses the poor thing for mana drain, saying she's already restored her points and will do the same for her teammates soon. The potato-like creature gets sad and flops on the ground. While Satsuki transfers mana to the boy, Mio comforts a child, saying everything is going to be okay now. The sorceress notices that the monsters in this portal are pretty weak compared to the other flood. She thinks it's going to end soon since they've already seen extermination forces around, but Akoma says this flood is actually worse than the other one. The portal's boss is the spirit tree Gokurina, and it can throw monsters at targets while moving at high speed. Satsuki is a bit shocked and wants to know what happens when this tree moves. The protagonist explains that this boss is actually easy to handle inside the portal, but now that the escape area has expanded, it's a different story. If they can't defeat the tree, the flood will continue forever, so they can't let it reach the city no matter what. Mio hears the conversation and asks if there's an easy way to find that monster. Compared to other types of bosses, its size is small, and it also avoids fighting anyone whose level is higher than its own. The trio shouldn't lose to this monster with their current levels, but searching for the evil plant without any strategy is going to be really hard. Our boy tried another plan, but Hoshina still hasn't responded, so they have no choice but to split up. Mio says they can fight the boss alone at their level and separating will be more efficient. Plus, she needs to take the child to a safe place. Satsuki also believes this is the best plan for their team right now. Akoma feels something bad when he thinks about this flood, for some reason. The combination of the flood with this specific boss is the worst possible, and that didn't happen in his previous life, so it seems like someone is controlling everything. Hunting Gakurina doesn't guarantee the disaster will end, but the situation would be the same whether they're together or apart. The protagonist decides that he and his teammates will move in 3 different directions and asks the 2 of them to report if anything bad happens. In another place, we see a badass meal being prepared. The man keeps walking and rambling nonsense while we see the entire restaurant destroyed. He then sets the plate on the table and gives thanks for the good food of the day. But just as he's about to enjoy his lovely meal, the window explodes, making the blind guy immediately prepare for battle. The man who arrived with the big sword asks if he's the high-level assassin collector. But the hooded guy couldn't care less and just says the man is very rude for not even letting him finish his meal, and wonders how he's going to get out of this mess. But the blondie soon starts preparing an attack, and with a single blast he practically destroys the restaurant. However, that wasn't enough to eliminate the collector, who summoned an Oni, which made the man quite happy, since he truly is the real collector. He said his followers spoke about a suspicious human walking around, but he didn't think it was the real collector, and soon introduces himself as Kamuro, a Class A hunter. To be honest, the hooded guy isn't even in the mood to fight and just tells the guy to go hunt some monsters like a real hero. But the old man says that C-class bosses don't give much experience or fame, which is why he hunts criminals. The collector, apparently, isn't interested in fighting at all, even saying he'll forgive the surprise attack and for ruining his food. But the old man doesn't care about forgiveness and charges to attack him. Even though it looks like he's attacking recklessly, there's a plan behind his actions. However, Hooded is 3 steps ahead and is about to teach him how a surprise attack is really done. That's when the blondie gets hit twice in the back, finding it impossible that he was attacked from behind. The mysterious man makes a not-so-friendly hand gesture while thinking he had the same guard as before, and calls the guy an idiot. He says he expected this from a sorcerer since it's obvious such a weak class would be durable, and anyone from another class would have already kicked the bucket. The poor guy begs not to be sent to the grave, saying he has a lot of money in his bank account. Then the masked man comments that he's always been a bit devilish, and that when someone says something like that, he kind of gets triggered. He also thinks it's kind of offensive to be seen as someone who changes his mind just because of money, and he absolutely hates that. Suddenly, a mass of flames appears outside and can be seen through the window. The guy assumes more people are coming after him because the flashy magic of that stupid sorcerer led them there. A huge monster appears right behind the masked man. More fire spreads across the area, and the man starts moving to try and escape. At that moment, the monster gets shredded into pieces right next to him. He finds it strange that a vampire specialized in durability was destroyed by a single long-range attack. Another man says he wanted to take down the mysterious hunter with just one shot. It's Surgeon Toya Mayumi, who says the creature got in the way at just the right moment and ended up protecting the target. A pink-colored energy starts forming spirals near the masked man. Tsunyuji holds his staff and casts a wind-spreading spell. The flames consume everything around the mysterious man, who just stands in place trying to shield himself. The guy calls the officers idiots for ruining such a cool store that had nothing wrong with it. This mysterious man thinks gossip travels fast around here because first it was the hunter, and now the monster extermination forces have shown up too. The sorcerer is lying on the ground and doesn't look very well. Toei makes a hand signal that causes the other officers to rush through the area, and the man thinks they moved him away to rescue the sorcerer. That's why he believes these aren't just some ordinary officers, and he had a feeling he recognized that sergeant from somewhere. People from the extermination forces evolve slowly because they use traditional methods, and it's rare for talented hunters to emerge from there due to all the rules and restrictions. But this officer is an exception, since he's one of the best hunters from the monster extermination forces. He recognizes Toya's skills and thinks he always ends up having to take down powerful people like this because he just can't help it. Even so, if he fights on equal terms, his chances of winning are 50-50, and there are still 3 more people on site. The place is engulfed in flames, his vampire familiar isn't there, and he's a mid-range fighter who wouldn't do well in close combat. If the masked man makes a move now, he'll have to separate the sergeant from the rest of the team, but if he spends too much time and mana here, he risks failing the other mission. The guy decides to leave it for later, since he's the type who saves his favorite part of the meal for last. Suddenly, the man jumps through a window, shattering the glass into pieces. The officers realize that the A-rank criminal known as the Collector has finally shown up. Toei gets ready to fire a flame-charged arrow. He shoots, activating his fire burst skill and intensifying the flames consuming the store. Tsunyuji feels relieved, believing they got him, but the sergeant says not quite. It was just a slying familiar used by the criminal as bait to escape. They notice the bastard is now running across a rooftop and wonder if they should chase him. But Toya says their priority is containing the disaster, since the man may be dangerous, but they shouldn't focus on just one person right now. The sergeant tells the girl to use her magic to extinguish the fire, and she follows the order. As soon as they finish questioning the wizard, the officers will return to deal with the monster disaster. Meanwhile, Mio chases after Gakurina, the level 38 boss of the portal known as Spirit Garden. She never thought she'd be the one to run into the evil tree. The monster uses its garden nightmare power, launching various plants at its opponent. These plants are actually more monsters, arriving in large numbers, but Mayo just yells that they're in her way and activates her red blade ability. Still, more cursed plants remain standing and stare at the girl with a creepy look. The knight realizes this won't end, and she needs to go all out. If this keeps up, the boss will get away. She activates her Hellbreaker power with a shout, which lets her use her own life energy as dark magic to boost her attacks. The little veggie monsters start panicking from all the chaos. Mio launches herself into the air and spots Gokarina below, believing she can finish the boss with this one strike. But suddenly something moves on the leaf-covered back of the evil tree. A large green creature appears from it and charges toward the knight, who's shocked to realize the boss created a monster to use as a shield. The girl ends up right next to the giant mouth of the weird lizard, and looks a bit frustrated with the whole situation. Her power causes a huge red explosion that unleashes an enormous beam of light. Mio is now above the green monster she just defeated. She notices the little vegetable creatures around and thinks the sheer number of monsters is kind of concerning. Then she gets angry for not managing to capture that cursed slug. Elsewhere, Akoma runs through the streets, apparently struggling to locate the boss. He thinks about searching from a higher vantage point, but decides he doesn't have enough time for that. Just then, his phone buzzes with a new notification. Mio sends a message apologizing for finding the boss but letting it escape, and says it fled to a specific area. The buildings around the disaster site look empty and lifeless. The knight walks through the remains of the monster she just defeated. She receives a message from Akoma praising her work and telling her to mark the area and recalibrate the directions. Mio gives a very faint smile and seems motivated by the thought that they can't give up now. Two carnivorous plants charge forward at high speed. Akoma makes an aerial maneuver and slashes both at once with his sword. Now the protagonist faces the green monster that looks like a giant lizard. The creature breathes fire like a dragon, thanks to an ability called Solar Thermal Light. Our boy dodges and ends up way up high, watching his opponent from above. The boy uses a traffic light to support his feet in the middle of another maneuver. He delivers a powerful and fast blow, finishing off that lizard. The mage gains only 56 experience points, and he already knew it would be like that, but still finds it pretty disappointing. When the monster's level is lower, the number of points a hunter gets for defeating it is way too low. No matter how many monsters are destroyed, it still feels endless, and the boy wonders if Gokarina is spreading more creatures out there. Suddenly, someone shouts that they saw what the protagonist just did. A guy comments that the way Akoma dealt with those monsters was simply perfect. He swears he's being serious and that it was truly amazing. The boy asks if this man is a hunter who came to help with the monster disaster. Then the weirdo responds that it's the duty of powerful hunters to risk their lives for the safety of citizens. Despite that, the man explains that he's an E-rank hunter and his class is villager, so he doesn't consider himself a powerful hunter, and the boy finds that rare. When a hunter reaches level 10, they get the option to choose among various character classes. Their options depend on how they've spent their skill points so far, and also on how they distributed their stats at the start. The villager class will always be one of the selectable options. If someone reaches level 10 with skill points below average and doesn't invest in offensive abilities, something happens. Their choices become limited to the weakest classes, and the guild tries to encourage hunters not to reach the point where they're forced to choose weak classes. The weirdo says he wanted to pick a cooler class, but that was his only option. Akoma thinks that's rare but not impossible, and maybe his initial stats were just too low, since they're random. The villager asks if the boy is Akoma Ichinos, a hunter with the rare class of Gravity Master. So the protagonist asks if he knows him, and the other replies that anyone active in the guild knows about his legendary achievements. Besides that, the guy says the boy appeared in Hoshina's livestream. Our boy wonders if he's a fan of the blonde girl, and the villager says his female friends love her content. The weirdo knew Akoma would be good, but Liv he was even better, and he wants to be a cool Gravity Master just like him. Then the protagonist says he doesn't have time for chit-chat, but the guy asks him to wait a moment. He comments that he genuinely respects him as a hunter, and asks if they can do this together. The boy explains that if he's E-rank, then his level must be around 20, which means it would be pretty hard for him to fight these monsters. Our boy says he's after the boss, and that it would be better if the villager focused on helping people evacuate the area. The guy gives a somewhat suspicious smile. In his hand, he holds an object that looks like a crystal. Then this stone floats above his palm when he says the words upgraded item, and he gives a command to the healing crystal, which has an effect on Akoma's body. He explains that the villager class is the only one capable of upgrading items and asks to help, promising he won't get in the way. The protagonist realizes this man won't give up, but says he doesn't need help at the moment. They need to find Gokarina as soon as possible, so he can't waste time with someone whose level and intentions are unknown. That's when the boy finally receives a message from Hoshina. The boy had asked the blonde girl to use her fame to track the boss that looks like a slug, and the streamer replied with a sticker of herself saying "Oak." Then she sent another message with a link. Hoshina's profile says she's a Portal streamer and the strongest one. In her video, the girl introduces herself and says that the city of Marima is in terrible shape because of a portal disaster, and asks everyone who spots the boss to post its location using the hashtag #InformHoshina. She also says it would be good to post a picture, and someone already makes a post with an image of the big blue creature. Another fan of the blonde girl makes a post, and she comments that it's great to get his help, but they need to be really careful. Since the influencer's video is about a disaster, it's already been shared by more than 10,000 people, and thanks to that, the monster's location is updated in real time. Akon knows that with all this help, they might be able to track the boss, and maybe even predict its movements to catch it by surprise. One of the photos shows a location very close by, and if the protagonist is right, he might be able to corner the cursed slug. Even so, Gokarina is pretty fast, so he questions whether he can really defeat it alone now that its escape range has grown so much. The boy shares the video with Mio and Satsuki, but they're pretty far away, and he can't afford to waste more time waiting. Meanwhile, his village fan waits right behind him like an obedient little puppy. The mage asks what his name is. He replies that he's Wajima Aki, and Akoma explains that he's after the portal boss known as Gokarina. Then he says it's going to be really dangerous, but asks if the guy is still interested in tagging along. And of course, his fan gets all excited at the offer. Akoma and Wajima run through the streets, and the guy can hardly believe that someone he admires so much asked for his help. The villager says he'll do everything he can to complete this mission, and the protagonist shouldn't hesitate to ask for anything. He notices that the boy keeps looking at his phone and asks why, to which he replies that it's to track the portal boss's movements. His screen shows a route based on a set of sightings, and a few turns that break the pattern, but it's clear the boss is heading north. It seems the monster prefers the shadows of residential buildings or skyscrapers. According to theories, the slug avoids well-lit places, probably because it doesn't want its body to dry out. When it doesn't feel threatened, it's not that fast. So if they corner it from both sides when it enters an alley, they'll be able to take it down. Wajima realizes that's when his presence might actually be useful. He thinks about how the mage handles a portal disaster while also gathering intel and analyzing the whole situation. Then he says Akoma really is an incredible person, but the protagonist comments that this obsessive fan behavior is starting to get a little creepy. The villager says the mage reminds him of his older brother, smart, with a genius aura, and a strong sense of justice. Wajima always looked up to his brother, but also found it hard being constantly compared to him. Meanwhile, the boy wonders if he can really count on this weirdo. Then his phone receives another notification. Someone reports that the assassin Saotome Akira caused trouble for the extermination forces, and although it's unrelated to the portal, Hoshina should be careful. Saotome Akira, also known as the Collector, is a criminal known for targeting high-level hunters to rob and eliminate them. This guy has a rare fighting style that focuses on using familiars in combat, and there are so few images of him that even the boy doesn't recognize his face. In his past life, the forces raided his hideout with over 20 people and sent him to the grave, but more than 10 of them died too. Akoma wonders if the fact that the criminal is in Marima is just another coincidence, but then he realizes these coincidences are getting out of hand. Even when he was at the Library of Illusions, both Chimera Fang members showed up there as well. Thinking of the little witch Akasha, the protagonist suspects their target was probably the Ring of Wisdom. The boy tries to figure out if someone knows more about portals than he does, and if that person is pulling strings and using their influence. Suddenly, Wajima asks what's going on with the boy, since he suddenly has a very serious look on his face. Our boy replies that it's nothing, thinking he's probably just being paranoid and there's no real reason for it. Right now, they have to deal with the disaster, so Akoma says an assassin was spotted, which throws the villager into a panic. The protagonist says the restaurant where the criminal was seen fighting is nearby, and it's best to stay away from that man. He tells Wajima that he wouldn't stand a chance against this assassin, so if they run into him, he should just run immediately. The boy's phone buzzes again, and his #1 fan is already trembling in fear just thinking about the dangerous criminal. More posts appear, reporting new sightings of Gokarina. One person posts that they were too shocked to take a picture but gives the location, and the mage realizes he's nearby and can engage now. It's still a bit early, but the boy shares this information with Satsuki and Mio, while the other guy remains huddled in fear in the corner. Akoma tells Wajima that he came up with a plan to defeat the boss of the Spirit Garden. They'll need to split up to corner the monster from 2 different directions, and the protagonist tells him they need to finish off that slug. The villager takes a second to recover from the fear he feels toward the assassin, but then he clenches his fist tightly and agrees to join the plan, looking very determined. Our boy comments that it's not hard to guide the big guy if they take advantage of the fact that it doesn't like strong light. The boy decides he'll take a detour and lure Gokarina into a specific alley in that same region. When the boss reaches the opposite side, he wants his fan to block the other exit from the other side. Ikoma says he can scare the slug enough to keep it from wanting to flee his way, but he asks if Wajima can do the same. The weirdo swears he's got plenty of items that boost the villager class, and that he's got lots of tricks up his sleeve. Then the dramatic guy strikes another elaborate pose and promises he won't let go Karina through, and the protagonist tells him it's time to split up. The boy tells him to run if anything unusual happens, but the guy wants to ask something before they part ways. Wajima asks why the mage decided to become a hunter, and mentions that the boss level of this portal isn't that high, so he wants to understand if it's boring for a high-ranking hunter like him to take on a job with so few rewards. Ikoma immediately tells him to cut it out with the weirdness, seriously, what the heck. But then he decides to explain his reason for becoming a hunter anyway. The protagonist wants to know how much his powers can help people, and that's probably his main reason. Our boy is even willing to kick the bucket for that. The mage believes that right now there are things only he can do, and things only he can save, so he thinks it's more about a sense of responsibility than just a desire to stop a portal disaster. The boy looks back and sees that Wajima is frozen. Then he asks if his answer was good enough, and remembers he can't talk about this kind of thing with other people. The villager says yeah, it was definitely good enough, but he has to say something. He smiles all giddy and thanks Ikoma, and then says he loves the protagonist even more than before, much to the boy's horror. Our boy says they're out of time and need to split up, and now we see the big city of Marima. Galkarina charges through the streets at high speed. Something jumps quickly over the vehicles on the road. Ikoma runs alongside the creature and thinks he's finally found it. The protagonist looks at his opponent with a determined expression, and uses his grand power to make sure it doesn't escape. The monster lets out a desperate sound as broken stones close in around it. It tries to flee and is already approaching the hunter's meeting point. Our boy thinks he managed to lead the boss along the path they planned earlier, and now he hopes Wajima will be able to do his part. The villager looks forward and seems ready to take the next step.
Our video ends here. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe to the channel. Until next time, bye bye.